My name is Pete Tifley. I'm the Senior Manager for Global Partnerships for Trihedral, as well as the producer for the Automation Village. I'd just like to welcome you to North Carolina in the fall. I live south of the beautiful city of Charlotte, near a quaint little town called Waxhaw. It has an iconic water tower that looks down on an old wooden footbridge that straddles a railway line. You can potter around the wonderful antique and curiosity stores or get a bite to eat at one of the many fine restaurants. This is one of my favourites, Mary O'Neill's, a genuine article Irish bar and restaurant that is well worth a visit. Of all the places I've been to around the world, this unassuming ice cream store makes some of the nicest handmade ice cream I've ever tasted. North Carolina has lots to do, from the highly engaging Wright Brothers historic site at the Outer Banks to the breathtaking Blue Ridge Mountains. You're never short of adventure. Fall brings with it incredible changes in scenery with stunning rich colours. Taking a road trip or hike along the Appalachian Mountains is terrific. What, you thought they were called the Appalachians? There is a fun waterfall driving tour you can take there also. It takes about 5 or 6 hours. Take a trip to the magnificent Biltmore House estate in Asheville. It's amazing to think that this house had electricity, a heated indoor swimming pool, and even the first passenger electric elevator in North Carolina at the end of the 1800s. Chimney Rock and Lake Lure are also in the Blue Ridge Mountains, but did you know that this is where they filmed Dirty Dancing? If you want to dance Johnny and Baby style on the infamous dance floor from the movie, pay a visit to the Esmeralda Hotel there. Finally, North Carolina has a wonderful balloon festival on October 2nd, though you might want to avoid taking a trip when lightning is about, just speaking from personal experience, that is. I hope you enjoyed our little tour of North Carolina. See you soon.
Hello, my name is Glenn Wadden. I'm the president and founder of Trihedral and the chief software architect for VTScada. I'd like to give you a little background of how we got to where we are right now. Back in 1981, I was working at a small system integrator whose main job was to build lift station panels, and they hired me as a summer student to write some software on these new IBM PCs to communicate with these lift stations and present data to an operator, basically creating an HMI. And at that time, it was a pretty novel concept. We got to do many different cities over the next few years, and we found that I was the guy writing the software every time, and every time was a totally bespoke job, writing it from scratch, learning a little bit from the last project, but unfortunately not being able to take that knowledge and put it back into the previous project, being relied on for any enhancements to the previous project. So this really become an unscalable concept. So I thought we need a toolkit. We need a toolkit here that would allow us to streamline this whole development process. There was another HMI toolkit type product out there, and I went to see it. We actually bought a copy and found out that really it wasn't flexible enough to do what we wanted to do, and it really wasn't very reliable at all. We could do a lot better than this. The company I worked for really didn't want to invest in that, so I thought, I'm going to go out and do this on my own. So I started Trihedral back in 1983 and worked by myself for a couple of years. Now, they may have been right because it took me much longer to actually implement this than I thought, but 18 months later, I created the first product level for what's now VTScada. After 2 years being on my own, I worked with Rob Spencer, who I met at this first company. He was a man that really inspired me. He was working with me on this initial project. His instructions to me were, we're going to do a really good job on this, and we're going to make those customers say, wow, because we're going to do something that's never been done before. And so Rob started working with me as a partner, a brilliant engineer, and he always had the philosophy is treat everyone fairly. Treat your customers fairly, treat your suppliers fairly, and treat your staff fairly. Rob always had this philosophy that we would always tell our staff, you never want to walk down the street and see someone coming that you had treated unfairly and want to change to the other side of the street. So that's our basic philosophy, and it's served us well. We built our team over many years. We've always kept our staff. We never farmed out any product development because we always knew that we need the people around that know how to do this stuff. There's a long learning curve to developing a product, and we need to build that capability in-house to really excel. And we've never laid anyone off, and we continue to invest in R&D every year constantly to keep the product moving forward. Our goal is to create a product that solves problems that other people tend not to even look at because they're too challenging. So we really want to exceed and make your job easier. Unfortunately, back in 2012, we lost Rob, but nevertheless, the philosophy lives on. We really want to try to do our best, make a great product, make everyone say wow, treat everyone fairly, and you probably see that most evidently today when you deal with tech support. We still want to make the world a better place by building a SCADA product that's easy to use, that's powerful, reliable, and secure. And I do thank you for your time. Thanks.
Good morning and welcome to the VTScada booth at WEFTEC Connect 2020. I'm Dave Spencer.
And I'm Chris Little, and we are live streaming for you all day today and tomorrow from WEFTEC Connect. We are both located in Bedford, Nova Scotia, which is the headquarters of Trihedral and VTScada, but we'll be coming to you from all directions today. We've got staff coming from across the pond and all over North America.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. So we're actually streaming out of our studio in North Carolina today. So we've got Pete Diffley down there who's streaming to you, and we're going to switch that stream over all the way up to Aberdeen in the UK later on today. So stay tuned for that.
That means we have to take a plug out and switch that adapter into that European plug and then plug it back in again.
That's right. Yes, it's exactly like that.
So what kinds of things are we going to have today?
Right, so we've got a lot of stuff coming up today. So I was looking at the thing. We've got about 40 different pieces of content that we've planned for you guys today. And so that's going to be stuff from demonstrations on using VTScada, some introductions to what it is. We've also got people who are out checking out the different booths around the show. They're going to be coming in with their booth reports. They're going to be watching seminars, coming in with seminar reports. And we're going to be doing some other pieces of content talking about things like some general concepts in SCADA. So, talking about why VTScada might be have made one decision when it's sort of a bit divergent from what some of the others have done. So, Chris, am I missing anything?
No, I think that's right on the nose. It might be fun to point out. What's nice is that we actually get to interact this week with the rest of the sales team who are spread out all over North America. Normally, we of course would be in New Orleans this week, all celebrating together and meeting people and working in the booth. And also, this is the booth. Basically, this is a picture of the actual booth that we hang out in. And what's kind of fun about it, Pete and Keith, respectively, will be inserting different heads in it throughout the day, today and tomorrow. But normally, when we're in the booth, we actually have a working distributed SCADA application. So where each of our heads are right now, there would be another node to the system, and we could demonstrate fun things like failover and automatic synchronization and things like that. So the booth is here in spirit.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. So it's pretty neat when we get to do that, actually. I really enjoyed the fact that, people are kind of blown away that you've got that booth, and we've usually got a redundant system with 6 or 7 redundant servers running on that, and then we'll be driving the I/O from somewhere, and it's pretty neat, the fact that you get that set up, and it's usually kind of the afternoon before or the morning of that we're sort of configuring all of that, and anyway, it's nice.
And what's kind of great is that when we all show up, we basically go through the process, the very simple, very robust process of setting up a distributed system. So usually it'd be you that would have the latest version of the demo application, and you'd have it on one of those nodes, and we'd all be connected to the little local area network in the booth.
That's right.
And then one by one, we'd each kind of go in and do what we call a get from workstation.
Yeah, that's right. And then Glenn, our president, will show up with a memory stick that's still hot from that burning copy of VTScada that was frantically being built the night before, because he wants to try the absolute bleeding edge of what's been developed.
Which is a nice thing to bring up now, because we, of course, today are using the most latest version, and whenever we're doing a presentation, whenever they release a bleeding edge version, every single member of the company has to install that and use that. So it doesn't matter whether you're about to do a presentation for one of the largest cities in North America, or just kind of do a lunch and learn for somebody, for an integrator. We're always, we call it the high diving act. On the one hand, we trust our software enough to do that, and on the other, if there is something to be found, we want to be the ones that find it.
That's right. Yeah, that's and I really like the way that there's so many stages of testing along the road before the software actually gets out to an end user.
It's true. Yeah, there's that whole automated testing process that happens even before we see it.
That's right, and that's after. So you've got the developers, and then it goes through its qualification process, and then it goes through an internal automated testing process where they basically write code to beat on it as hard as they can. And then it will go out and often get tested at a specific site, goes out to the sales team to get hit, and then eventually will make it into the product once they're determined that they've worked everything out. So
all this to say, thank you all today at home in front of your computers for participating in our research and development process. Your checks are in the mail.
Yeah.
So we've got lots of people. All these people are going to come in and visit. We're going to see all of our friends that we normally hang out with, and you'll get to see their heads squashed into our booth. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just looking at our list today, and we've got a lot of topics coming up. So we've got why a native historian coming up in a little bit. We've got our first booth report with Mike, although Mike just chimed in there a second ago. I think he may be changing his topic into something slightly different. I saw a little chat message, but I didn't quite grab it. He was in and out. So we're going to be talking a little bit about IIoT. We're going to be talking about showing some of the newer protocols that we're seeing and comparing those to some of what you've seen before. We're going to be talking about why we poll only once. We have one server do all the polling. So like I say, there's all kinds of different things. And even if you're, not a VTScada user, a lot of these topics probably would be interesting to you. That's what we're hoping anyway, is that obviously when we do these kinds of things, it's not just for our customers. We're trying to get information out there to everybody to help them make their SCADA system as good as it can be, and also to help them understand some of those marketing terms. We've never been the best company in the world to really jump on top of every bandwagon and really push those marketing. We're usually doing most of our work through fairly tedious demos and these high diving acts that we love to perform in front of our customers, where we have the software, we show it live. If it goes good, then great. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But we'd rather do it that way than feel safe behind a PowerPoint.
And it almost never doesn't. Like it's
true.
Amazing the track record. I've never had anything go wrong for me when using the latest version. So you're right. We'll be going over all the buzzwords as our Vice President Barry Baker says. VTScada is buzzword compliant. We can throw acronyms in with the best of them, but really, the other thing that people notice about when we do demonstrate our software is that we're doing it on our software. We've often had it said that our presentations don't run on PowerPoint when we're going in to talk to a potential customer.
That's right.
These discussions will give you a nice sense of the things that people are talking about and what they actually mean.
Right. Now, I was just thinking the irony of the guy who works for Microsoft selling PowerPoint. He's going, all my presentations are always on PowerPoint.
It's true. So a lot of our sales team, actually, when they go in and do like an hour-long lunch and learn for a consulting firm or for an end user, they won't open up PowerPoint at all. They'll just do it all in VTScada, and sometimes they'll even use the VTScada Idea Studio to basically deliver all the information they want to, and you basically turn VTScada into an information,
That's right.
almost a presentation HMI, if you will.
And even if you see a slide-based presentation by Glenn Wadden, he's notorious for doing all of his slide presentations, even in PowerPoint.
And on that note,
even in VTScada. Sorry, I got distracted.
Right, it's true. So right now we're going to zip right into our first bit. We're going to have Alan Hudson, who is the U.S. sales manager, and he's going to give us a hands-on demonstration of VTScada's integrated alarm management.
So we're going to bring back Alan Hudson, who's going to do a exquisite and detailed demo on alarm management.
Yeah, I am. You give me 10 minutes to give a mini part, right? So, yeah.
An exquisite mini.
Exactly. Alarm notification is actually, in management rather, is one of my passions. I've had the pleasure over the last 4 or 5 years now of giving a number of presentations at ISA or WEFTEC or AWA or my local trade shows on just the kind of thing I'm going to talk about here in the next few minutes. And the reason why it's such a passion for me is I go back to the days I call us gray hairs, no hairs. If you can still see me, by the way, us gray hairs, no hairs. Those have been in the business for quite a while. What we have been a struggle with for many, many years. In fact, the very first project I ever did in Tennessee had this big alarm annunciator on a mosaic panel. And I'll never forget being in the, this is about my first project startup, by the way. And I'm in this control room and I'm watching this, the operators do their thing. The alarm goes off, this light flashes, the guy goes over and presses the button. I'm so impressed. And so 3 or 4 minutes later, the same alarm goes off. He goes over and presses the button, the light goes solid, and he's like, okay, I guess this, alarm, and in this case it was a turbidity alarm. He says that thing's been stuck for a while, it's probably gonna go off again. And sure enough, it goes off again another 3 minutes or so later. So what does he do? He goes over and pulls out that little annunciator board about 1/8 of an inch. Lo and behold, no more alarms, which was fantastic as far as he was concerned. It was not so good as far as running the plant was concerned. And that was my first entry, I guess, 30 years ago into alarm management and how to take care of that appropriately. So, are you seeing my screen?
So actually, Alan, we can only see the VTScada in the background there. We can't see the page in the foreground. So are we just looking at the page menu right now?
You are, yes.
Okay, all right, let's carry on then. I think it might be okay. It's just come up.
So just a quick thing, and we'll go through this a little further later on. But if I look at this water treatment folder, for example, we now have 4 live screens of data coming in. So those that I think we have another a series or a breakout session on high performance graphics, on Idea Studio and those kind of things. So all of these graphics can be designed the way a customer would want them to see them. And so in my case, I can look over in this left-hand side under the overview, and I see not only an alarm banner at the bottom, but also this blinking red light. And if I click on that screen, I now have a better visualization of that screen. I can see my alarms a little bit more closely here. If I look at this, we can see that it's a category of a 1, and it's red, and it's a diamond. That all has to do with ISA 18.2 alarm management standards. Again, a little more discussion for later on. But what the VTScada lets me do with this is I could actually right-click on that little flashing light, and now I can do a variety of things with that alarm. I mean, I can go straight to the properties. I can look at the alarm settings and those kind of things right from the screen. But that's for a different conversation. Just for the mini session for the moment, I got about 6 minutes. I'm gonna go to the top right-hand side. So in my world, I would probably, if I'm designing a screen or I'm the operator or manager, I might not care about this alarm banner at the bottom unless I want to use a realm area filtering to only show alarms that would be pertinent for this screen in this area of the plant. But I'm going to go to the top right-hand side where that alarm bell is blinking. It tells me I have some alarms there that are unacknowledged. If I simply click on that, I now have my alarm page. I notice that a lot of red going on here, and the reason is I have a high turbidity warning of this going off on and on and on. This is my demo, so it is designed to do this. Please don't be too concerned. It's designed for this. But within this, I just want to show a couple of quick things of what alarm management techniques let someone do these days. For one thing, it lets us take care of the criticality of an alarm, or the priority perhaps. And so on the left-hand side, it shows that that is a priority of critical. So within ISA 18.2, we now have 5 levels of alarming. We have critical, which is the number 1. We have high, which is number 2. Both of those would declare something about either plant safety and or life safety and or process safety. And then, so a critical, then a high, and then we have 3 others: a warning, an event, and a notice. And so in the old days, what would happen is any alarm that would go off, let's just say that maybe we had a very low priority alarm go off for a low level, hey, somebody ought to go take a look at this thing in the next week. And yet, because of the way we defined alarms, it would still notify somebody at 2 a.m., which was not really appropriate. But if you had a chlorine leak at 2 a.m., clearly you want that to take place. So that's one of the things you would see here. The second thing is a reliable time date stamp. And within our world of alarm management, we could actually look at that and segment differently. How do we want to sort that kind of thing? We see what it is, active or normal. We can see the area that it may be located in if we chose to put that in as part of the tag. And then here's one for my turbidity high warning. And then some other descriptions as well. What this lets me do in a couple different ways is this. So for example, I could take this active warning here and I could right click. I could add a quick note to this and say maybe suspected false alarm. How about that? And so an operator with the right username, password, priority privileges could now type in a note. So again, they could say suspected false alarm, okay? And when they press add, what you'll see is on the right-hand side, we now have an indication of that note. That's very unique for us, but we think it's so important that an operator has the ability of putting that in. So watch this though. Let me go into my current alarms. Here's some things that we look at that I think are so powerful. Only got a minute and a half, I know that. So I'm looking at these alarms that are current right now. I could actually click on this reports and analysis and watch this. It's telling me that in the last 30 days, let me go to the last 10 days. It tells me that that pre-mixed turbidity alarm has gone off 39 times. So now let's say the plant manager comes in on a Monday and he sees his bad actors, as we call it, of alarms. They know what to go take a look at first. I can then look at my alarm flood. and see when these things occurred. Well, clearly I'm running a demo here. But what I could do is, you can see that that time block is what, a 4-hour span from 8 until 12. If I click on that, I now have it in 30-minute long blocks. Again, some of those tools and analysis that really make managing alarms very powerful. You can see up here, start date and end dates. I can actually change any of that around if I want to. I can look at a whole filtering area here, and I can now filter my alarms by certain descriptions or other areas or different dates and times and whatever. All of that becomes how I want to manage my alarms, to look at it more closely and make things happen. Let me finish out with one quick part here. It's my favorite part of our alarm management, and that would be shelving of alarms. So I started off with that story about the alarm annunciator and the guy pulling out that board 1/4 of an inch, or 1/8 of an inch rather. Let me take this same turbidity warning. I can right click on that and say, you know what, I'm going to shelve that. And you know what, George ought to go take a look at this suspected false alarm, and I'm going to shove it for 1 hour because he just stepped out to go browse the hall, and he'll be back in an hour. I press OK. I'll put a note in there of shelved while waiting on George. I think that's who I said. While waiting on George to return. And then lo and behold, I press add. It is now off of my current alarm list. George comes back from browsing the trade show hall. He can click on shelved. He can see every instance of an alarm that was shelved by an operator. In fact, in this case, it would say it was shelved by Alan under the user on the far right-hand side. And then here are the notes associated with that. So how cool is that you can now give complete control of alarm analysis into your operator level people. So I know I only had 10 minutes, but my time is up on that one. I will unshare my screen because you're probably saying, hurry up, Alan, get out of here. The elevator has long since stopped.
Yep. You're doing a great job, Alan. And next up, Chris and I will struggle to answer questions that will keep us our jobs. So I was quite happy if you were going to go through.
Hey, what I have found over the years is if you make things complex enough, nobody asks too many more questions.
There you go. Oh, hello there. All right. So, Chris, you have to put money in the jar.
That's my one for today. So I'm just going to park here for a little while and turn the mute off of our van. So this is the Automation Village van that we use to get around in, and we thought we'd get back in the van to actually spend a little time talking about the Automation Village and what it is and why it is and what we're doing from here.
That's right. So
in fact, we have everybody else from the Automation Village in the back of the van right now. So
That's right.
Why don't we have a chat with everybody?
Sure.
Now
Pete,
that includes
Sasha?
Peter Diffley.
I still need to potty. No one's let me potty. Hello?
Are we there
There's
yet?
a bucket.
What's going on? He's
We're
a
not.
bottle?
We're stopping in the middle of the woods to talk about automation.
7 months of this.
That's it. It's
Are we there yet?
So hi guys.
We'll never be there. It's all about the journey.
Yeah, unfortunately your hologram is starting to pixelate there, Chris. Whatever's going on, we're losing you, man, and you're driving. So
Oh
if
my
you,
goodness.
yeah.
All right. So,
I,
Pete, why don't you
at
tell
this
us a
time
little
of year,
bit
I get a
about
little
the whole idea of doing the Automation Village was really your brainchild here. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the background and how we got to where we are right now?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It really kind of stemmed from some discussions we were having about how do we engage our customers, our potential customers, and just the general public, I guess, in a slightly more stimulating and fun way. So really, what happened was we were kind of talking about. I was joking yesterday. I said it was a nightmare that came up, but it wasn't. Just one of those moments in the middle of the night, and it said, well, if we have our own virtual trade show and invite in guests that would be so-called virtual exhibitors, and those virtual exhibitors could it could be part of a bigger show. So we were thinking all around the time of the pandemic that with all of us staying home, that really it turned into we started thinking about villages and global villages and the fact that everyone was distributed on that basis. So we thought, well, why not call it the Automation Village? So we geared up, and within about 7 days of that thought, we had our first Automation Village event. And we had, I think it was the first one, we had 9 or 10 virtual exhibitors. Some big names came along and said, yes, we'd love to be part of this. And we created this format where it's hard to keep people's attention for long periods. So what we did was we broke it into like 10-minute slots for our exhibitors to kind of essentially do their quick sell on something, or a discussion point that would be 10 minutes long. And then we filled in around it with, I guess, all kinds of entertaining stuff to try and make it funny and consumable. So the first ones we did over a 3-hour period, and we had and have had great attendance. And really, I guess we then spawned the idea, well, wouldn't it be cool if we could take this road show around the place? And of course, we couldn't physically do it, so we said, well, we'll do it virtually. So the bus that you guys are in, we have taken it, I guess, all over North America at this point in time, and we've had all kinds of different stories and chats and meetings with different people. So it's been a lot of fun. So so we try and tell a story wherever we arrive as well. So that's all really it. And and you guys are a great team to work with.
Well, thanks, Pete. I really enjoyed each time we do one of these things, like you say, we virtually set it in a different city. So the opening is always a sort of a journey to get from the last city to the next city. And you and Dave have created some hilarious animations. Our heads have become separate branded characters, I think. Hopefully we'll get some of that T-shirt money from those Automation Village head animations.
That's
true.
Coming soon. AutomationVillageStore.com.
Yeah, actually, that is something we actually have looked at some merchandising because we've built up a really loyal following, and we're delighted always to have more people join as well. So Natasha, who's also in the background, you're there, Natasha.
I am.
So Natasha keeps the wheels turning in so many different ways. We try and I guess reach as many people as possible, but it's been fun. I think you've enjoyed it too, Natasha.
Yeah, I've loved every part of it. Every speed bump.
Every speed bump, yes. Even though we're in the back, literally in well, we'll see. But it's been great, and Chris and Dave, you guys have been great.
Note that we talk about it being a village, and that means bringing together all of these different presenters, integrators, consultants, our own salespeople. It's a lot of different people who are all scrambling to do their own thing right now. So to bring that village, there's nothing worse, nothing harder than local politics in terms of like trying to run an actual village. And so everybody's been working really hard and doing a great job, but it really is quite a lot of work, and it's quite an achievement to have that all come together for these events. So hats off to the whole team for that, and especially Natasha, who's again coordinating all those things in the background.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. It's I just wanted to say it's really neat kind of working on this. I love the idea of having this team, having this group who's working to solve this problem of bringing information into people. Well, and we got on this very quickly. It was just a couple weeks after everything shut down that we were gearing up for our first episode there. And, the other side of it is that we're able to, bring that information to people, but do it in a way that we're also bringing together some of the things that they're missing. So, the whole idea of having it on the road and having a group moving in the van and other things is all about bringing people back to those things that they might be missing, and doing it in a way that they're able to stay educated with all things SCADA.
That's right, and that has been the key to it. Sorry, Natasha.
Oh,
So I was only saying that that in terms of we've really tried to make this more than a Trihedral VTScada show. It is really bringing the community together in so many different ways, and I think that's been part of the the success is that it's distributed over many different people, countries, time zones, all kind of stuff, and it's interesting topics. So we always say content is king, and we've worked really hard to try and keep that to the fore. So the planning, all that kind of stuff, is really important to allow us to do this.
Right, and that's kind of why we've adopted the name the Automation Village instead of just calling this, Trihedral's Automation Village, or it's about bringing people together. It's kind of the stone soup of trade shows. So we're all coming together to share one another's audience with one another, because most of the people that we co-present with during our trade shows and our breakout sessions are people who are complementary to other areas that we do. So it's just a nice way for us to bring our audiences to one another so that we can generate, I was about to say synergy, which means I have to put another coin in a jar.
Yeah, you can mute yourself for that one.
That's it.
So I wanted to take a quick moment now, talking about planning. Is we have landed, I know over the last few days, we've been talking about our October's event and haven't really told anybody what they can expect or the date. So we did land on our date. It is going to be October 29th. We are going to keep it to a 1-hour program this month, and we are going to look to bring some horror stories, keeping with close to Halloween. So we're going to bring you some Nightmare on Automation Avenue and some horror stories that people have had and how they've overcome them. So mark your calendars, October 29th. We're going to broadcast 11 a.m. to 12 Eastern Time, and you'll be able to find those details pop up on our website next week.
That's right. So if you've opened a electrical cabinet that looked kind of like my background, keep that picture closed, because that'll be exactly the kind of thing that we're looking for.
And get in touch with me, because we want you as a guest.
A story of something spooky living in the panel.
That's it. And if you're interested in becoming one of our virtual exhibitors, and if you want to tell a story or something like that, we'd love to hear from you. So Natasha, do you want to give out your email?
Definitely. It's natasha.lutz@trihedral.com. So natasha.lutz@trihedral.com. I'm sure everybody has an old email from me in their inbox somewhere. So find it, reply. I'll also pop it into the chat window next to the broadcast in YouTube, and or find me anywhere else, LinkedIn, website, anywheres.
And if you have any questions that you would like Natasha to insert today during the live stream or tomorrow, use that same address.
Perfect. So that's it from us.
Right. So that brings us to time. So thanks, guys. We'll send you back into the back of the van, and while you're back there, just clean it up a bit, okay?
Chris, you and I should jump out of the van.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we haven't been in the van for a while.
Oh, okay.
Watch the live stream.
Well, there's that. So joining us next to talk about something, I saw a chat flash up there, Mike. I'm not sure exactly what it said there, but I think you're not talking to us about booths, is Mike Stark.
Hi, Mike.
Hi,
welcome.
guys. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great. So as far as I can tell, you're going to talk to us about your 2019 taxes. Is that right?
That's exactly right. Thanks for bringing that up, Chris. I'm going to go ahead and share all of my taxes right now. It's going to be interesting. People will be very sorry for me because, oh my gosh, really? That's all you made? Anyway, the reason I was throwing that thing up there is I attended a data management seminar. And it was really interesting. I think this hopefully will be interesting. I want to start off with a disclaimer. I am not doing anything for the Hawk company, but this is all about the Hawk's WIMS and their Claros water intelligence system. So what was interesting about this, they went into the WIMS system, which is the Water Information Management System, which is basically a reporting system where water and wastewater plants can bring all that information together, put it together, and they can do all kinds of different metrics. And what's nice about this is that we at VTScada have been working with Hawk. Of course, I'm sure a lot of folks have heard of Hawk. They've been around for 40 years. They probably have 80% of the analytical side, instrumentation-wise, in water and wastewater. So, you know, a great company to work with. And as I was mentioning, we have a really good dashboard for Hawk, so we work, you know, in concert with those guys. So Pam Moss, who was the project manager and put this thing on, was talking about all the facts of that water and wastewater folks have a ton of data that they're also trying to manage. You know, they've got SCADA data, of course. Hopefully, most of that's going to be accessed through VTScada. They've got operational data. They've got central data within the plants. They've got field data coming in, lab data. You know, for some utilities that are not big enough to have their own labs and things like that. So there's all this different information that they're all trying to manage and try to put together. So one of the things that they've come up with is another system called the Claris Water Management Intelligence System. Essentially what this is an online system that can get away from paper notebooks and things like that. And what's really interesting, and the intersect here for us, is that the way people will access that, obviously through their central computers, but a lot of these folks are using smartphones or laptops or, you know, iPads, things like that, to put this information in. So the whole point is to get away from paper. You know, they're trying to go to a paperless system, which is, you know, another cool thing, another feature that we have, of course, in our system, you know, in the HDV, being able to put in operator notes and all that stuff. So they had a really interesting video for a utility wastewater plant in St. Louis Obispo in California, and two of the folks, the main champions of that, one of the project managers and stuff, and they were talking about how cool this was. They said that, you know, prior to having the WIMS and the Claris system, they would go and have to put in hours of data, type it all in, and then it was, you know, essentially kind of stale in sense. You know, they wanted something that was instant, and this might have been 4 or 5 days old, so that doesn't help in terms of that, and they would lose a lot of different you know, capabilities to be able to make good decisions. So it's all about knowledge and optimization. Again, you know, she was talking, of course, a lot about SCADA systems, and as I mentioned before, in fact, in my territory, I know there's several different systems that are using the Hawk WIMS system in concert with us. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so, you know, she went into more details and stuff like that. So I've talked to several people about the WIMS system, just between you, me, and everybody here, and the millions of people watching on the TTN, the Trihedral Television Network. You know, Hawk has done a really good job. One of the other things that they talk about is the fact that they can actually help, Hawk can actually help automate all those reports that they have to do, you know. And that's a big, you know, big task. So that's kind of a cool thing there. So she also talked, you know, well, anyway, yeah. So if you have questions.
Oh, no, I'm just really glad that you got to that presentation. Pam actually has appeared on the live stream here at WEFTEC Connect a few times, and also has participated in lots of other events. And she's always we say she's a rock star because she just rolls in and ready to play.
One take, Pam.
One take. Is she? Oh, really? She's that person. Yeah.
Yeah. She has
it's. Go ahead.
No, we should make a T-shirt that says "One Take Pam" on one side, and it's all about the data on the other.
Really? Wow. There you go. Really, management. You should sell that to Hawk.
Yeah, right? We got merch.
Sell
the merch ideas are just coming left, right, and center.
I know, baby. I know.
No, so were there any in the presentation? Were there any interesting questions that people brought up?
Well, this was just a taped thing, so I don't think there was any live instrumentation. Yeah. But no, it was really cool, you know, and again, they went into some of the details of all the different things that they can do. You know, the parallels are pretty interesting between what we can do and what they can do. They've decided to really dive in on that. And they're talking about how easy they make it to do graphs and stuff. BOD versus KWH. All these different things that you might want to look at. Keep performance indicators, all of those kind of things. It's all about trying to streamline that whole situation. And it was interesting because, like I said, the video were two younger folks. Of course, everybody's younger than me. Well, not really. Anyway, they were probably in their early 30s, whatever. And it was interesting how they said, we really appreciated how this technology was able to streamline our capabilities and all that stuff. And that's really where we're at too with VTScada is the fact of being able to give people data and SCADA systems right at their fingertips and stuff. She did talk to us about. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's in the past it was like, hey, gee whiz, you can check out your SCADA system from home or from wherever on a thin client connection, for example. But now the younger people, they just roll into the booth and just assume that you have it and would find it ridiculous if you didn't, if there wasn't a way to remotely connect from whatever device they had.
That's really a good point. Yeah, it's interesting. So I would say 90% of the new folks that I've been talking with that are bringing in VTScada are always looking for thin clients and right. the mobile access and the three ways that we're able to do that. And it's really seamless. So yeah, that was really interesting. And I think you're right. The younger folks are like, what? You don't have that? And the older folks are like, I got a fax machine here. I can't remember how do I do that?
I'm pretty sure that's why we still say that we support pagers, just for like, oh, good, they got something I recognize in that graph. That's good.
Right.
I feel comfortable with that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep.
So what's next for you, Mike?
Well, I am off to do some more stuff. I'm looking forward to co-hosting later today on the TTN. I should stop saying that, right? Sorry.
Oh no, we're gonna make a T-shirt out of it. Again, we're brainstorming merch here.
Well, and also, by the way, I've got a shout out to producer Pete Diffley for helping me out. I sound okay because Pete said at the end of yesterday that they couldn't hear me really well, which in some cases might be a good thing, but most of the time I think it would be nice to be able to be heard
all the time.
So I ran out and got a new headphone, so it does sound okay. It's good.
It sounds great. We appreciate that, Mike.
Sounds manly. Okay, very good.
Great, cool.
Good.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. We've got to jump into our next piece now, which is going to be another piece with Alan Hudson on trending.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Mike.
Take care.
On that note, though, let's go over to Alan Hudson, who's patiently waiting on the line, and I'm sure very eager to do his upcoming Ready the Bumper mini piece.
From technological trends to actual trending.
Well, I tell you what, you talking about gathering around the table, is that like a play on me being fat or what? I'm not sure what that's about exactly. I will say it's been kind of funny. I really have not even gone to the table today except for my desk. Chris, you're talking about going in your break time and being quiet for a little while. I know between us doing our 30-minute online demos and trying to go to the bathroom, get a refill of water, whatever, there's not much time to get a real meal out of this thing. And so, but that's kind of like it is at regular trade shows, right? I mean, you're in and out. You're like, okay, I will wait, and I can fill up at supper tonight. So that's all fantastic. And also you mentioned about being quiet. I will tell you that I've never been known for one that was quiet all day long. In fact, all of my school teachers growing up said I talked all the time. We used to have those little conduct checks about talks unnecessarily. I got that for first, second, and third grade years. every single report card.
You got a hat trick.
Anyway, hey, thanks for letting me come back in. I've enjoyed doing the alarm management sessions. I have one coming up on version control at the top of the hour. But you asked me to come in and maybe do a few things on the trending. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Please. So let me make sure I do it correctly. Share my screen. And I will bring up my... And here it is. great things about what I already heard today. Actually, was Tim. He was using a very similar application as I am. Mine is the water industry demo, and I just want to share in the 7 minutes or so I have a couple of things that I have found are so powerful and turn heads and make people go, whoa. When I hear
Before you do that, maybe you could turn on, just click the little X next to my head.
Yeah, your X is gone, man. I love.
I can scratch my nose.
X next to your head. I love it. So what? Real quickly, what I'll just show you is I love using this screen here again. That's the same one that Tim used a moment ago. But there are several things that came out of this that I think are so powerful, and part of it is based upon our core concept that VTScada has a built-in historian. And because of that, we can access data so very quickly. And by doing that, we now have it at our fingertips. We don't have to have some sort of long queries and whatever stuff going on. And so what I always show is this, that, you know, the way we have designed SCADA screens for years, for decades. I mean, in 1990, I did my first water plant, and it was a DOS application. And what we always did was we had an alarm banner, we had a trending box, and we had a bit of a pretty picture. And nowadays what we've done is we've combined, in this screen, in fact, has some of the elements of a high-performance graphic here with embedded trends. I don't have any of the spark lines and those kind of things on this, but of course that would make it even more powerful. But what I love about this part, again, it really turns heads, is when a user, an operator, whoever's been given password authority, again, remember everything that we do is username, password, and privilege granted. So you have to have this as an ability to be able to do this part. But bottom line is, if I want to see what my tank level 3 has been doing as far as the trend's concerned, I simply come up here and hover over the point and just click on it. And now we have a trend. And so let me just say, you know what, let's go for the last hour, or perhaps even the last 4 hours. And you can see here at the beginning of the day when I turned this application on. Actually, we can go a little further back than that because I was on and off and took a break to reboot some things and whatever. But the whole point of it is this. I'm showing very quickly and easily all this data. And within VTScada's trending window, I can actually click on the little down arrow and go back as far as 5 years. And that really is pretty powerful. If I go back like 60 days, let's go a little further back than that. Oh, I wasn't even using this computer back then. So I'm not going to have that much history on here. I got a little bit over here in June. But if I click on this little plus arrow, I can zoom in right there. We'll just go into May 14th. I can start zooming in and seeing information that far back. And then what's really cool is if I want to take this and now add like tank 1 and tank 2 to it, I just simply click on the box and voila, there they are. I can even zoom in a little bit further if I want to, and now I'm down to a 1 hour trend. And then here's what I really love, that it really makes a big difference with others. So we're seeing at the bottom, of course, my tag names and that kind of thing. And yes, I'm looking at the clock, I got 4 minutes. But if I hover over these digital points, like this pump, I click on the pump, and now I'm combining digital points as well as analog points together. And then I love this part. I can simply click on this little tag button up here, and I can rename this. Yes, I can add more tags to it and that kind of thing, but for the sake of time, I say click on Save Group. And I'm going to just type in here, Allen's trend until the end of WEFTEC. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. Oh, I know it. I know I'm on the wrong keyboard. See, that's what I get for having too many things up and going. So Allen's trend until the end of WEFTEC. So now you can tell that I've just created this one straight up right here as we're speaking. And by the way, if I was on a thin client, I could have done the exact same thing. I press OK though, and now what you'll notice is I have a drop down that says Allen's trend till the end of WEFTEC. If I close that thing down, I actually have that here on this one as well. So all these cool, wonderful ways of showing data. Time is almost gone. Let me just pull that trend up. I'll show you a couple more things I think are just phenomenal with this. We'll pull up that Allen's trend. And by the way, I've got to use this now for the next 4 days, right? So what I love about this as well is I can take all this data as it shows here. By the way, we look at the bottom, we have the value, we have the minimum and the maximum and the average of this 1 hour trend time. So if I were to take this and extend it out, like we'll just say 12 hours, those values change. Or maybe I take it down to the last 10 minutes, those values change accordingly. So it's doing the on-demand analysis, if you will, of these points. For my digital points, look what it does. Obviously 0 and 1 turning on and off, but it tells me the average amount of time that it was on. It also tells me, in this case with a pump, how many starts, how many times it turned to a 1, and then what my run time has been for this 1 hour time period. So if you can think about that from a maintenance manager, he can click on this for a 1 day, and now he has his daily run time for those pumps. Yes, we have other ways of doing the exact same thing, but here's a great way of doing it. In the last minute and a half, let me just do this part. I love that I can take this data, I can click this little diskette. We got to explain to the new people sometime in presentations what a diskette is. You know, I'll hold a little flash drive. In fact, sometimes I'll even carry a little 3.5-inch floppy with me just to show. But anyway, so I click on export, and then what ends up happening is I can export this data, every point, into some file format. This right here makes the operator, the manager, the technician able to now take and do with this data as he wants to do. It really is a very, very phenomenal feature, and I didn't even touch on the grid or the operator notes or the other pieces as well, but it gives you a quick and dirty overview of what the historical data viewer does. And that right there is one of my favorite components of our software.
Right. Great job, Alan. There was something there that you did that I've never actually seen before, and that was pausing the history way back somewhere and then adding additional trends. Again, I in my head I went, oh, I would have guessed that would cause it to refresh, but it's much better that it didn't. So anyway, I've never seen anything done in that order, but it's great that it works that way.
Well,
so.
I tell you, every time I turn around, I try to do something that's going to break the system, and it doesn't break it. It just continues on like it should do. I'm just blown away all the time. So yeah. I'm glad you learned something, Dave, because I've been watching your stuff, and I've learned 4 things today as well. I took notes of them as well.
And you brought the train into the station once again on exactly the right time.
Woohoo! I love it.
Okay, it's time for some questions. Do you have anything that you need to announce before we get on with it?
No, I have no announcements today. We will not be holding breakout sessions. I know over the last 2 days, I generally would give the rundown of what breakout sessions are going to be coming up at the top of the hour. Today, we're not running any breakout sessions, but all of our sales members are ready to hold a one-on-one meeting with you anytime. So if you do want to have an ad hoc one-on-one meeting with anybody, you can get in touch with us. Again, the email, I put my email in the YouTube chat. You can chat with us online in our online chat. Reach out to any of us via LinkedIn or email, and we're ready to do a live presentation one-on-one for you anytime. So no breakout sessions today, but we're still available for one-on-one meetings.
I have a question for you. Do you prefer Natasha or Natasha?
Well, it depends on if you're Brian or if you're Chris. It doesn't matter.
What if I'm Brian?
Put a little fancy spin on my name, but it honestly doesn't matter.
I'll just call you Nat.
Yeah, Nat works. So my first question today is, I have VTS version 7. How do I upgrade to the new version?
Pretty easily, I think. So basically, do you want to go, Dave?
I was just going to say there is a little caveat with version 7, and that was there was a change to the way that the historian was done right around version 9. So I think that if you called support, they'd tell you to move to version 9 and then move to a current version.
Now, I believe that actually in the help file, Andrew has listed a number of sort of things to bear in mind when moving to the latest version. So something like that would certainly show up in
That's
that
right.
list.
Yeah, there is a upgrade checklist, so some things you want to double check, and it's all pretty basic stuff. Like before you upgrade, we'd recommend that you just create a backup of your application, just in case. Not that that's ever been a problem that I've heard of, but it would just be a good practice. But yeah, so I think it's basically from version 10 forward. We kind of guarantee that double click to upgrade. But back in version 7, there was a change at version 9 there. So
Right. So yeah, version 10 was quite a sea change, just like
yeah.
version 11.
So it's not to say that you need to actually make any real changes to your application. It will all work. You just have to. It's 4 clicks, I guess, rather than 2.
That's right.
Perfect. And that is, of course, assuming that your Support Plus is current. People who do not have current Support Plus are limited to what version that they can go to, but reinstating Support Plus is pretty easy. You can reach out to myself or Trudy. If you're not on a current Support Plus contract, and we can get you out a quote, no problem.
That's right. And people with older licenses often don't even check in. I've had this several times where I had a request for a new quote, and I'd start digging into it a little bit, and as it turned out, they're replacing an old version of VTScada, and a lot of people don't realize those old versions still keep a lot of their value. So if you have an old version of VTScada, ask about upgrading, because you'd probably be surprised at how much value we still give to those old versions of the software.
Absolutely. So my next question is VTScada only for wastewater applications?
You know, it's always tough when, because I think we've mentioned before that much of the marketing we do is around the water and wastewater industry, because, you know, that's where our money goes the furthest, you know, but we are super active in all sorts of different industries. So, but when people look at, when they see a screen and they see a wastewater screen, they go, oh, you're a wastewater program. Or if conversely, if you're showing a water screen, they'll say, oh, you only do water, because that's why you paint your kitchen white when you sell a house. People can only see what they see.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a great point, Chris. And I love the story of why we chose water wastewater, though. I think that's one that kind of ties into much of the company's philosophy about things, and it's a great thought, and it was something that was new to me when I came to the company. Was you know, Barry and Glenn were talking about where they're going to focus their kind of vertical effort there. And this is going back probably 20 years now. This is back when the VTS layer, I think, came out.
Right.
And anyway, and they kind of said yes. So if we were dealing, you know, focused just in manufacturing, then every company wants to hold proprietary what they've done well to all the companies around them. Whereas in the water wastewater industry, you've got groups and events like WEFTEC Connect that are all designed to bring everybody together so people can share what's worked well for them, they can help each other out, and they can all work together to having every water system being, you know, equivalent to the best water system there is. So, you know, it's a really great area to be in because everybody is working together.
Yeah, I think they called it the beachhead
That's
strategy.
right. So, but that said, we've got tons of applications in oil and gas, airport systems, renewables, energy. We're all over the place. It's just that, especially if you're coming to us from WEFTEC Connect, you're definitely going to see a focus on water wastewater.
All right, and I have a question. Does VTScada run on Linux?
Our VTScada is a Windows platform. That is to say that you need to install at least one server license onto a Windows machine, and we support right up to the latest version. Any version of VTScada should support the latest version of Windows. But we don't support Linux for the server itself. But if you want to connect via a thin client, then absolutely, you can connect through an HTML5 compliant browser, which from Linux, from Windows, from Mac rather. Basically, any device, any browser, any modern browser on any operating system, you can use our thin clients from.
That's right. So takes everything right down to a Raspberry Pi. That's the slimmest device I've ever. It was, I think, a Pi 2B. was
That's
the
awesome.
lowest powered thing I've run our thin client on. I haven't tried anything lower than that. The ESP8266 I don't think is capable of running a browser.
Right, and it's important to note that our thin clients, our HTML5 thin clients, provide a complete operator experience. So from an operator point of view, if you're looking at that, there's no distinction between that or working on a workstation on a fully installed VTScada client.
That's right. You can even do ad hoc reporting and download them right on the spot, whether it's on your cell phone or on that Linux machine, Mac, whatever. So I happen to have Excel on my phone, so it's great. I can just run a report, download it, and have it right on my phone.
Okay, I think I can get one more in. What historian databases does VTScada support?
Well, I think we, of course, out of the gate, we have to say that VTScada supports VTScada's historian database. We are an historian. It is an inseparable part of the SCADA system, and everything's built around it. And all sorts of really important benefits flow out of that directly in terms of how we handle connectivity, redundancy, synchronization, all of those things.
That's right. And it's important to note that in VTScada, you can have multiple historians, and you can make your primary historian a SQL database or something like that. However, typically we wouldn't recommend it just because regardless of your application size, you're going to have a better experience using the native VTScada historian. But if you have a need to go out to another historian, you can just set that up, and most people will do that through ODBC.
Often you're fighting expectations, again, existing expectations. Oh, SCADA systems need an enterprise historian, and that's a different thing. And you need to get that, and you have to recognize the name of that company, like Oracle.
That's
but
right,
then
yeah.
you're kind of stuck with a whole separate maintenance flow. How do you back that up? How do you make sure that those things communicate flawlessly all the time? So most people sort of do that because that's the way it's done. But once they, like Dave said, you have multiple historians going, one of them's VTScada and the other one's this other database format that they think they need. After a very short period of time, they realize how much faster, how much more efficient the VTScada native historian is.
Yeah, and we've actually done that for a few customers, is placed a side-by-side to really give them that demonstration of you could do this or you could do that, and almost every time in that comparison they go, okay, we accept, we'll use your built-in historian, you're right.
Well, thanks.
Great,
that brings us to the
I'll
end.
be back next hour, so if anybody watching has any questions, you can go ahead and pop them into the chat in YouTube. You can email them to me. You can post them anywhere on social media. I'll find them and I'll ask them.
Great. Thanks, Natasha.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so it's that time, isn't it?
It is. So, Chris, we've got Alan Hudson on the line here who's going to take over for me. Actually, I'm going to run to the post office. I have a brand new backpack that's just arrived. So
Nice.
I got to take my hour and go for a little jog.
Very good.
I will see you guys shortly, and you've got your off-the-cuff section coming up, so why not carry on with you and Alan on why a native historian?
Great. And we're back. Hi, Alan.
It is so good to be here. I will say that I was pushing the envelope as far as getting here on time, and I couldn't help but think about what a typical Wednesday at a trade show, right? I mean, we've already spent like 2 full days of nonstop things in the booth, and then I had a late night last night. Sorry about that, but hey, the hospitality events were great, and the sliders were phenomenal.
That's right. I thought Ballroom B was better than Ballroom D, but that's just me.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Yeah, the karaoke was a bit better too. Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, around halfway, the midway, getting to the end of the trade show, then suddenly the rest of your outside world starts to intrude on your trade show bubble, and you realize how many other things you have to get done.
Exactly. Well, I even went upstairs as I was putting my clothes on. I thought, okay, which VTScada shirt am I going to wear today? And since I'm from Alabama, I had to wear the red and white. It's almost we're halfway to game day Saturday, so I had to do that for sure.
Invariably, there's somebody who walks into the booth in the morning wearing the wrong shirt and was like, "What?
Right. That's right.
Which brings us to.
I really enjoyed you guys going back and forth, and I started getting hungry when he started talking about the Pi 2B or 2B pie. I thought, wait a second.
Those raspberry pies always make my
That would
tummy
be delicious, wouldn't it?
It would. So that brings us to our off-the-cuff segment where we get to talk about, we were just talking about historians a moment ago, Dave and I, and of course that's sort of a verse that shows up at the beginning of every song we sing about VTScada. How do you approach sort of making that distinction to people who, again, expect historians to be handled differently?
You know, I will say that I oftentimes overlook that as a key feature for us because it's all automatic. When I walk in the door and I begin my presentation or my conversation, I'm showing the software. Within the first few minutes, somebody will say, "Tell me about your historian first. Can I have that?" Actually, what they'll say is, "What kind of historian do I need to include as part of my project?" And then I'll say, "You don't have to have any other historian." But having it native is really a powerful feature. So many of the legacy softwares that we run into, we do a lot of transition from legacy softwares to VTScada, and when that takes place, inevitably they're like, well, we have this historian that's sitting in a whole nother building. We don't know really how to get data out of it, perhaps, or maybe they'll say it really isn't very efficient for us. It's not redundant for us. A lot of manual process. They'll say I got to now have a routine to go in daily or not daily, yearly and suck off data to put in a different location so it doesn't get lost. All those kinds of gyrations is the word I would use there. What a crazy word. But what it really comes down to is lots of things are having to do. And so the IT people have to get really, really involved, which is not a terrible thing as far as we're concerned. But I know that there's a constant struggle between OT and IT. True. And so us having the native historian really gets rid of that conflict right away. The second thing I would say that's so powerful about that historian or the why business is it makes it to where there is no limit to the number of tags that can be historized. And so many other ones, they're buying a software package that has some limitations, if you will, of tags, and then they'll buy a historian the same kind of way. And now they've got 2 sets of licenses to keep track of, 2 sets of updates, and all those other kind of things as well. And our native historian, of course, doesn't do that. So it really is powerful from that perspective. I'll say the other part that I have found so powerful. I know you're ready to say something, Chris. I saw your mouth about to move. But one of the things that really blows people away as well is when I show the setting up of our historian, really by just showing a tag, creating a tag, an IO calculation tag, for example. I simply go to the historian tab and I check the box for enable the historizing. They're like, "Me, that's all we have to do?" It's like, absolutely, that's all you have to do. And then I'll right click on that and show how we can actually put an expression in there as well. The common example I give is something like, if you have a flow meter, for example, that is constantly moving a little bit. And yes, we have a dead band and those kind of things attached to our historizing feature or setup. But within that, we can look at it and say that we have we can take something that is moving just a little bit and say, let's have an expression of if the pump is running and the valve is open, now we want to historize that flow. And now all of a sudden it takes meaning to a whole different level. It also means they can turn a station off if they need to, like when they're doing calibrations, for example. Just uncheck the box. All of a sudden now your historian is not cannibalized or messed up in some way. It just makes it really, really powerful.
It's true, and it's so important in a world where increasingly there's more and more data, more and more I/O, that we're more and more required to be careful about what we're recording. We can't just fill up our historians with noise. The other thing I find, the misconception that's hard to overcome is when you say, "Oh, our historian is built in as part of the product," then they think, "Oh, that's your baby historian. That's your starter wheels." And at some point, not so far in the future, you're definitely going to have to go through a process to adopt a more enterprise product, and then again set up a whole separate process for taking care of that.
And I haven't heard it said that way as a baby historian. The way I've always heard it said, or not always, but I often hear it said is, okay, here's your short-term historian, where's your long-term? And when I say it's all the same, they really are surprised. We have, if you look at our data sheet on the historian and you realize that we compress it about 1/5 the size of a SQL database, and it's about 5 times faster. It's really pretty phenomenal. And for those that really need, I'll just say something to back up those facts. So some validation. We do have some performance specs on how quickly we can pull data, how quickly we can take it and shove it in the historian and access it, as well as do analytics on that historian. And it really outperforms, in a lot of cases, outperforms the big guys.
And that's because the big guys have to be everything to everyone. Those big database formats could be put into an accounting system, could be put into just about anything. Whereas VTScada is a purpose-built enterprise historian. So it's very, as you said, very fast, very efficient, very lean.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, again, it sets us apart. It makes us very, very unique. And it makes us, again, takes that the cost advantage as well, even to another level, when you can take out that additional license you have to purchase.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
What's a challenge is because those paradigms are so ingrained in people's minds that often I'll have this whole conversation with them, and then the person behind them will say, "Yeah, but what historian do you use? What historian do you use?"
Right.
And you have to kind of go through it again. So it's a song that you need to sing in different refrains in different ways.
And oftentimes, Chris, I will follow up with that question with, well, tell me about the historian you have today. And then they'll pull out all of this pain they've been having with their historian. And then I can take that and say, yeah, but your data you have is very valuable. And VTScada has a built-in way, a mechanism of taking historical data from that other historian and bringing that into VTScada and backfilling a database. So you can have 5 years of data in another historian, pull it in, all of a sudden it's time date stamped appropriately by the data they have available to them to pull in. And then they can even change the tag name. They are blown away that you can do that. If a plant has now doubled in size, for example, they've added some additional pumps, they've renamed things, and all of a sudden I have now taken that and had the ability of changing names. They're just totally blown away. But I'll show them how to do that, and it just, again, completes the process of how powerful that native historian really can be.
I think it's that's the most important part you said right there, is you showed them how to do it. That again, you weren't just sort of telling them about it. You said, here it is, click, click, see it, show and not tell, as they say, which is why it's so important to see live software.
Exactly right. Yes.
So that brings us to the end of our time. I'm not sure if we have a bumper to go into our next sequence. Nope, we do not. So I am the bumper. Ba-ba. So throughout the live stream, we've had the good fortune to have the whole sales team come on one by one. We had Mike on a little earlier, who works out of Dayton, Ohio. Would you mind taking the next 10 minutes and just sort of introducing the team to us?
Oh, I would love to do that. So let me share my screen here. Click the button and share my desktop. And there we go. And I'm going to go into a presentation mode because there we go. And I'm going to click you out of the way there, Chris. Actually, yeah. There you go. So this would be the map of where we are. And right now, people know Nova Scotia mostly because of that hurricane you guys had about 2 weeks ago, right?
Also, any movie written by Stephen King was filmed in Nova Scotia.
There you go. And then what's that other one now with the island thing?
Oh yes, that was filmed here. I remember
whatever
that.
It's called, I forgot now. But anyway, so those are fun things. And we have one of our key people in Nova Scotia, and that would be, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. There we go, Pat Cook. So Pat is one of my heroes. I first met Pat about 20 years ago in Gainesville, Florida. Anybody that knows VTScada or has had a conversation with VTScada over the last 25 years knows Pat Cook. Been around. I think what he said 2 days ago was that he and Moses kind of had to fight over who was getting the tablets. That was pretty funny. He does kid about that a lot, but the man has a memory for people and situations and places and applications like I've never seen before. And it really is fantastic that I can be having a conversation with somebody in Missouri, for example, and I'll call Pat and say, "Hey Pat, do you know of this?" And within about 15 seconds or so, he's got it in his head about who it was and what was the situation was then. But the other thing is he knows our product and evolution so well, he can help pull me right into to where we need to be from a conversation about the application. But so Pat is up in Nova Scotia. He handles directly. He really handled the U.S. for many, many years. But with all the different people we've been adding, his major states are the Carolinas, both the North and South, as well as Virginia, then that little area of Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Southern New Jersey perhaps, and then Washington, D.C. He does a great job of taking care of all that. And then it even covers for us when we are, on a plane somewhere, for example, or another meeting. So anyway, Pat is fantastic. If I go the next step down, there's the headphone guy. His name is Brian Sinkler. And if you've ever been to a live event with Trihedral, Brian Sinkler. He really is the entertainer of the group. Not only is he extremely smart about VTScada and about water and wastewater and other applications, he really is fantastic from a relationship standpoint. So, so many people want to come into the U.S., I guess, doing business, and they say, "Oh, no problem. We're going to go to Florida because there's so much business in Florida." It's kind of difficult sometimes because you're coming in from the outside, and yet Brian is one of those that knows everybody. In fact, I want to say it was last November. He received an award, one of those Lifetime Achievement Awards for the Florida Water Associations. I forgot now, it might have been the rural water. I forgot now which one it was specifically, but that's how recognized he is in that area. He came from the city of Ocala, being a guy. He says he started off digging ditches 25 years ago, worked his way up to be the head of the SCADA group, fell in love with VTScada, and then joined us a little over 10 years ago. I actually met him when I was in a previous life, and we've been friends and acquaintances ever since. But Brian is somebody that I rely on 100%. The other person as well is Blair Seeley in Houston. So Blair's technical knowledge, again, is second to nobody's. Really, he specializes so much in the architecture side of things. So the things that might seem hard or maybe impossible even with other software packages, VTScada has allowed it to be much more simplified. Blair knows it even beyond that. So if you're looking at things like DMZs, setting up VPNs and people come from the outside and doing things, how to make sure cybersecurity pieces are pulled in together, how to make sure you have realms and areas properly defined. Blair is one of those experts at doing that. Not only that, though, again, he's been around for so long with us, again, over 15 years, maybe 17-ish years, in Houston for 4.5 years almost. Blair is the one that was able to help bring about our City of Houston project, and you can find that data sheet, Chris, as you well know, it's on our website. So anyway, Blair is tremendous for us. We have Dan up in Chicago. Dan comes from an IT world and a microelectronics world. And what's kind of cool about that is if we're having conversations internally with our group about how do we set up cloud-based things, even cloud-based trainings, Dan is a wonderful resource to go to. The other part that's fun about Dan is he loves the techie side of the world. So while he's a sales guy, he loves to grab a hold of things like Trihedral's or VTScada's Excel plugin. So he jumped into that right away, and now he's pulling out his knowledge of SSLs and VPNs and all of that, and he's pulling in now our Excel plugin, taking that into Excel to create reports. And in fact, right there in Joliet, he's been an integral part working with the engineer as well as the integrator to make that happen. But Dan's knowledge goes far beyond in filter console world. He really knows how to make those consoles work in a beautiful, beautiful manner. So that's Dan, and he covers that part of the Midwest. And then we have in Ohio, Mike Stark, and you said that right. He was on about a half hour ago, and Mike has been around this industry now for wow, going on probably 40 years. What he really knows so well are the ins and outs of the integration side of doing these kind of projects. So he was actually working with an integrator in that sales and business development role, and they would be using VTScada as well. And we are so excited to have brought him on our team about a year and a half ago now, I guess. But Mike covers Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, knows everybody already. But what I think brings more than anything else is he's very good at asking questions that reveal what the actually underlying needs are. And then that allows us to provide to that integrator or to the owner what really needs to be installed or utilized within an application. And so Mike is phenomenal at that, and a great sense of humor as well. Finally, we'll put Tim into this. So Tim is in Boston, and he joined us back right at VTScada Fest just before, so February of this year. But Tim's background comes out of using other software, SCADA software interfaces, other reporting softwares as well, other integrator connections within all that as well. So his background is very much on that software realm. And what I love about Tim is he's not afraid to jump in and get involved. I mean, the first week on the job, he was already doing things that were beyond what a typical role might be for a sales guy. You know, one of the things to consider with all that is we are all technical salespeople. And Chris, you and Dave were the same way. Our job is not as tech support per se, because they can call the 855 VTScada or email at support@trihedral.com, and Doug and Jen and others will fill in the blanks there. But from our side, we need to be connected in as well, so that when we're giving a quick start seminar, for example, we can provide what an integrator or an owner needs to get to that next level. So here's my pretty face right there, of course. I'm in Birmingham, Alabama. I take care of Alabama, Mississippi, most of Georgia, and also the panhandle of Florida. But the other thing I do in my role is I'm working on the out west side of the business. So, you know, one of the struggles, if you will, and I know I got a minute and a half or so left here. One of the struggles of working with a company that is in Nova Scotia is that's 4 time zones away from the West Coast. And so it's important for us to have people there locally. And so I said this the other day as well. I'll say it again. We are looking for folks, looking for great talent. And so obviously the COVID thing has restricted a lot of the travels and progressing along those lines. But by all means, we are growing with the number of installations on the West Coast in a pretty dramatic fashion, actually. In fact, we have 2 RFPs that are going in next week. Again, it's all about getting those integrators, the consultants, and the owners to see what all we have to offer. But what has really allowed that to springboard ahead as well is what we have in Calgary. So here's Luke up in Calgary, and Luke is really an expert in oil and gas things, but he also knows water and wastewater very, very well. And he's on that development side of things as well as engineering side of things. And so if we look at Western Canada and a lot of the success we're having there, it's because of Luke. But this right here brings in our typical U.S. based sales team. Of course, Chris, you and Dave also take care of a lot of the eastern half of Canada. But within all of us, if I could just draw dotted lines within everybody, we all help each other out. We really,
True.
Yeah, we have territories, but we all the time are coloring outside the lines, because at the end of the day, for us, it's all about how do we have VTScada in more places with more integrators and with more consultants, so that our water, wastewater industry, as well as some of the other industrial markets, all increase in its abilities by using VTScada software. So that right there is what I've got, and hopefully, Chris, you can add anything if you want to in the last 5 seconds.
No, you did a great job there, and you always bring it in right on time. But I'll just sort of reiterate what you already said, which is that these aren't the only people selling VTScada in North America. A big part of what these salespeople do is actually serve the integrators. So we have hundreds of integrators across North America with various degrees of training and experience, some with very advanced levels, and so they're out there supporting them so that they can support their customers.
That's exactly right. That's a huge thing to say, because you're exactly right. Our whole goal is to support our integrators.
So great. At that point, I think we are now, or probably a bumper already playing. We're going to go into another demonstration where you and I actually show the wagon in motion. Do you want, since you've been doing a lot of presenting, I'm gonna take version control. Feel free to jump in with whatever.
Yep.
I know you've
Are
got
you
a lot
sharing
of.
the screen? You going to give a live demo there, Chris?
I am. I'm.
I love it.
Go.
I tell you, it is so refreshing. I know the customers are the same way. They love to see these live demos that we do. It's not
true.
just smoke and mirrors. It's not just a PowerPoint. It really is a live demo, and it's phenomenal. So take it away.
Yeah, it's hard to hide when you're doing a live demo. So what we're going to talk about now is version control, and again, that's one of those things that we talk about a lot, and customers nod and smile and go, yeah. But it takes a few trips around. It takes a few verses to finally make the penny drop about the distinction and why this one's separate. And it's really tied to our core philosophy, which is the integrated approach. Everything's built into VTScada. We're built, each license, every license is built around an enterprise historian, and all of the features that you use and that you see in our demonstrations are native. We develop them, we support them, and they are installed when you install VTScada. So I've just run up a brand new application here. And just to show you that version control, which is basically being able to record forever who did what, where, and when, and why, I've done literally nothing to this application. So if I go in and look at the configuration menu, I can actually go down here to the version log, which you can see, and this shows you right away who's connected to this application, only me, of course, and everything that's been done. And these are basically automatic things that happen when you create a brand new application. So I didn't have to set this up. I didn't have to install a third-party product or try to make it work with GitHub. It all is just there out of the gate, out of the box. And if for example, let's switch to another application that I have here. This is our Hi, Alan. This is one of our demo applications. If we go and look at that version control, it's been around for a while now, and Dave and I have each taken turns working on this application, which is important to note that VTScada does not require a lockout server. So it means that he and I, not only we can work at the same time, we can work on the same page and on the same things, and we've got a very sophisticated way of working out how that all fits together. And then everything we do once we commit it is added to this version list. So if you look down the version list, you can see. Do I have any local changes? You can see in the version name there's a D or an L. And what that means is that maybe I've done some changes on my computer, and I've committed them, and then they are deployed on my computer. I can also then either automatically or at some point in the future, I can choose to deploy those across the entire network. So this is this is how a very simple way of deploying changes and new applications through the network automatically, but also shows the power of version control. So then when that goes out, you would see this is a D, meaning deployed, which means it's deployed to everyone, all of the servers on this list. If it was L, it would just be local. So someone could easily look at this list and see what's a local change, what's a deployed change. And you can go through and right now it's looking like mostly me, of course. But if you wanted to know, for example, why did something happen? Was it an honest mistake, perhaps, or was it perhaps somebody with a malicious intent? You can very quickly zero in and find out who did what, and then, in fact, roll that back. So let's do something. Let's do something and then roll it back. Let's go to my brand new application here. Let's go to this page. I'm going to open our Idea Studio, which is our built-in screen development environment. I'm just going to swipe here, delete that. Let's look at some widgets. I don't have any IO set up right now, but that's okay. I'm just going to drag on a few things. I'm going to hit copy and paste, and you'll see that everything kind of wants to line up.
You're doing all this for the system running, Chris. Is that right?
Oh yes, that's a very good point. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why version control is so important, is that we're actually working on an online application, which means actually let's switch back to this one where I think we have an active alarm. You can see right now because it's a demo, we like to have everything alarming all the time. But if I open up the Idea Studio here, and I'm configuring away, that application is still running. And in fact, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that there is an alarm in progress. So I can actually click that and go directly to the alarm page. So you're never blind to what's happening in your system because you wanted to add a new widget or some new I/O.
Fantastic.
Let's go back to our page here, and I'm just going to make sure that I align those so they look pretty and distribute horizontally. Great. So I've done that, and now I just want to close this, and I've got this set up to automatically deploy. So right now those changes have gone out. If I was part of a distributed system, which would take just a few seconds, like Alan, you and I were both on the VPN, you would be able to right now do a get from workstation and pull this application onto your computer, and then we just set our server list, and then we would be, my changes would be distributed to you, our historians would be synchronized, and also that version list would be copied across all of those servers as well. So on any computer, you can see any change on any other computer. So if we go back to our version control, you can see that this is the commit I just did. Now let's say that caused a problem. Right now it seems pretty benign, but let's say that I did something bad and it didn't work and we needed to get out of that immediately. I could just right click on the last known good version here, and I'm going to switch to this version. And now we've talked before, and we'll talk again, about VTScada script. So what it does is it shows you can see where all the checkboxes means something, the things that were changed in this version. And if we scroll down, we can see the different colors refer to, the green is new and the yellow is old. So this is what VTScada looks like, and you can see what's been added and what's been removed, and then I can hit apply, and I am obliged to put in some kind of a note that again will become part of the permanent record. And if I close that, you'll see that we've gone back to where it was. So the yellow was where I erased those things, and the green was where I added the widgets to the screen. How am I doing, Alan?
You're doing great, but I have one question that I think is very important to show at this moment, because you keep talking about the different servers and the local deployment versus the automatically deployed. What I get asked all the time is, what about, we want to have an engineering workstation that we can do some things and test the edits for like a week or whatever. How do I set that configuration? How do I make sure that I don't automatically deploy?
In your properties, you can go in there, and actually, I haven't done that in a while, so I don't quite recall. Maybe you can point me where that is.
Tab. Go to the
Which one? Other tab.
Yeah, right there we go. And the very top checkbox.
Boom. So now now that we have that unchecked, that means that if I make a change in the Idea Studio and then I close the Idea Studio, that change will be live on my computer, and I can conduct all of the training or all of the testing that you'd need to do.
That is correct. And then when you want to deploy, you could go 2 weeks if you wanted to, testing it that way, and then deploy it out to everybody. And I'll tell you something else I found pretty cool is, and this is in the live demo as well, when I had 2 different servers. I know we need to go talk to Pat, but I got to tell this part. From a thin client perspective, if I was connected to that application over my iPad, for example, as soon as you made those changes, it showed up immediately. And now we have 2 servers. If it automatically deploys, it shows up immediately on my iPad as well. Again, nothing that I have to do on my end to reload anything. If we have that local deployment only, and then I have to manually deploy to everybody else, if I'm connected into the primary that was not changed, then I never see that change until you deploy. But if I'm connected into that engineering workstation, like with my phone, for example, I see it automatically. So it really is fantastic the way our version control allows complete control of all of your changes, all of your rollbacks, and even the thin clients connect down through there as well. So I just find it fantastic. Nobody else can do that kind of thing, and it turns a lot of heads when we show that live.
That's great. So that brings us to our time. So let's go on. Hi, Pat Cook. You're already there. How's your day been so far?
Well, I was just listening to yourself and Alan exchange some ideas about redundancy and application version control, and I guess I learned a lot. which in my case is an awfully difficult thing to do. Anyway.
I think you've probably
there's a
forgotten
big
more
cheat
about
code back
SCADA
that.
than I've ever known.
Yeah, well, no, I'm suffering from the same problem that you and Alan have, and that is that there's so much in my brain that my hair follicles have been destroyed on the inside.
Hey, I resemble that
fine.
remark.
Oh, fine. Mine is anyway. That's fine. So, I'm here to just to kind of throw in a couple of thoughts about what I've been doing today and yesterday. I took a fair amount of time to kind of click through and look at exhibitors and see how different companies have chosen to use the virtual world to present themselves. And there've been some interesting ones. I was for example, the Suez booth, and they have a video which is called "There is no new water." And, that's something we all know, but that's something that's incredibly important. And there is no new water. What we're using today was used by the dinosaurs millions and millions of years ago, or if we reach back that long ago when I was still a baby. The idea that what we should be doing is looking at recycling, reuse, changing reuse water into potable water. And so one of the videos I happened to watch was one that related to the city of Abilene, Texas, where they literally got down to 30% of their reserve capacity in their reservoirs. And then in 2015, they implemented some new systems for various types of treatment, for various types of recyclable water, and now they're up and running, and they became, I think, one of the first municipalities in North America to adopt this technology. One of the other interesting things that I ran across, and kind of gives you an idea of how international this is that as I was going onto one site, I had to accept their cookies. Now, unfortunately, we're not talking chocolate chip here. We're talking cookies. That's a very technical term I just learned in the last couple of days. But what made this particularly enjoyable was that the request was in German. So it may be Schwarzer Brot cookies. I'm not sure or not. Anyway, that was kind of fun. There was Xylem had some interesting elements, and again, I encourage people to visit exhibitors after they've watched yourself and Dave, Chris. Xylem had a series of what they call 1 minute in water videos.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating what different people seemed to bring to that 1 minute presentation. But again, you get a feeling for the international nature of this when there was a particular video talking about a relationship that Xylem has with a soccer or a football franchise in the UK working in Ghana. And, we think a lot about some of these multi-million-dollar mega projects which we're doing in North America. I guess I should throw out the new facility in the northeast quadrant of Houston using VTScada with $1.7 billion. On the other hand, in Ghana, what they're doing is dealing with the practical issues that you have to walk miles and miles and miles to get fresh water.
Right.
And, obviously getting to school late because you had to get water. I had tried that once when I was going to junior high school. It didn't work very well, so I paid the penalty. Encourage people to visit some of the partners who we have very close associations with. I mentioned Hawk, for example. Looking at how the analytics that they provide are key to running facilities, and how we, VTScada, can interface to Hawk seamlessly, and we can provide information to them. They can provide the results back to us, and that provides for much better operations within the facility. And just as an aside, Hawk has a chat session in which I had the pleasure of reading some of the the messages going backwards and forwards, and I found it most enlightening. And just generally, I guess, enjoyed the fact that I could pick what I chose to view. Some companies have little more than a link to their website, which I didn't find particularly enlightening. A number of companies obviously have created some really quite sophisticated chat sessions. Veolia, for example, allows you to have direct connect with people who have specific capabilities within their organization. So if I have a particular question on a particular filtration system, I can direct connect to somebody who could theoretically answer the questions. I mean, I realize in our case, we just send it off to one of our salespeople who can lie to you. So you have an option there as well. But that's what I've spent my last couple of days doing.
Great, thanks, Pat.
Yeah, I was going to say, Pat, a lot of what you do as well that I have over the last several WEFTECs and ACEs that I've been to with you is you've drugged me in to the Canadian-U.S. partnership things as well. I mean, it's more than just visiting some booths or watching sessions. There's a lot of connection that takes place, and it's been kind of fun. I know as I've hung out with you that you'd say, oh, yeah, by the way, the person speaking from Atlanta Water is this person. I met that person at whatever. And there's a connection that takes place that you seem to have beyond what most folks would have. So I know they've had some difficulty just from a distance standpoint, but you've been doing some of that this time as well, right, between the U.S. and Canadian partnerships?
Absolutely, because quite honestly, this is now done with voice recognition technology. And your Alabama accent makes you ineligible for any further discussion. No, the Canadian government has a reasonably extensive program, which, as you're right, we've been involved with in the past. And this is essentially putting Canadian companies and utilities in contact with American companies and utilities. So I've been the beneficiary of a number of meetings set up through our friends with the Canadian government. We also obviously have had similar invitations extended to us through the U.S. Consulate Service. So that's been another part of the last couple of days. And I think that we've made some very interesting contacts there. So it's been useful. Unfortunately, I still miss the opportunity of shaking hands, of fist bumping, recognizing people that I haven't seen in the last year or so, and getting involved in some of the chit chat and gossip in some cases, which might be appropriate. I mean, I was kind of interested. I know that in the news lately there's been some discussion, and I think I shared that with you a couple of days ago, between Suez and Veolia on the joining of those two companies. Mm-hmm. And it would have been nice to have talked to colleagues in both firms and got their unofficial response. However, life goes on.
Yeah, fantastic.
So those of you who are watching, if you have any juicy gossip, please send it to pat.cook@trihedral.com.
And I'll tweet it, or I'll send it to POTUS, the real POTS or whatever. And yeah, anyway. And by the way, Alan, the other thing that we did talk about was potentially dismantling the wall between Canada and the U.S. Brick by brick.
Hey, no worries. I'll be glad to help on that one. It shouldn't be a very long process, or process, I should say.
And I won't tell you who's going to be paying for it.
I think so far between our countries, we just have a stack of folding chairs.
That's right.
At this point.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Pat, for joining us. We'll send you back out onto the floor to troll the booths and find out all the juicy gossip.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Thanks. Bye,
Pat.
So I drove last time. Now we're on to our next sort of mini demo. Alan, now in this one we're going to talk about. This is basically the elevator pitch, and I have to say I'm looking forward to seeing. I always learn something new when I watch your elevator pitch than when I do it myself. I learned nothing from myself.
Well, all of us, I would say that's one of the things I love about coming to these trade shows is that I learn things from my colleagues. I've been listening now live for 2 days, and I pick up something every single time I listen. This morning in the first hour, I learned things as well, and I have no doubt throughout the rest of the day I'll be learning some things as well. I'll tell you what I learned from a lot, Chris, and that is why customers tell me they chose VTScada. What is so unique about that? And I will tell you, one of the things that I learned way back when, our tagline, if you will, is instantly intuitive. And then when you learn that came from a customer, it brings a whole new meaning on things. In fact, I still use this dirty mouse pad. It says instantly intuitive on it. But I love that part. And so, if you don't mind, I want to share my screen. Oh, you got one as well. Fantastic.
Although I think mine's dirtier.
Well, perhaps. I will say if you need some swag like that, send a note to Natasha or Natasha, whatever. By the way, thanks for not singling me out before on that one, Natasha. But we all have some swag we can present if we need to. But let me share my screen if you don't mind, because I think, as we've said before, it's what you can see that makes the bigger difference. And so one of the first things I point out, let me back up just for a moment, because I only have about, 7 minutes or something to talk about this. But 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, you and I were talking, Chris, about the internal database, the native historian, and how unique that is. That ends up being a phenomenal conversation. Outside of that, though, let me just show that I've got this this cool looking layout here that is totally customizable. Integrators are so used to having to develop a navigation bar and all that kind of thing, and yet ours is all built in. So all they have to do is, under a folder like water treatment, put these displays, and now all of a sudden we have live data with 4 screens in this case. A lot of the folks doing high performance graphics, which all those tools are built in as well, they're putting a dozen screens on there. And then, like we see in this left hand corner, we have this red, yellow, or orange blinking at me that tells me there's an alarm in that area. I can simply click on that, and voila, I now have access to my entire screen, the controls, trends built in. I can right click on that and see what I can do with that alarm, all those kinds of things. Very, very unique. And so what I hear from integrators is that to do those things that I just showed you automatically that are built into VTScada takes them hours and hours of configuration time. So from an integrator's perspective, what they tell me is, wow, I can now reduce the number of labor hours in my quote in order for my bid or whatever, in order to do the exact same things. So again, from integrators, they see that labor savings just from that little piece. The other thing I'll show you here, and you gave the demonstration a moment ago, but the Idea Studio has about 4,500 different graphics and pictures and animations. We call our animations a widget. And all those are built in as well. And they're very, very impressed with what we have in our bag of tricks. And I'm not going to pull that up just for the sake of time. But if you have the username, password, privilege, authority, you click on Idea Studio, and lo and behold, that comes up. Then the ability of taking those and creating your own widgets and creating your own parameterized pages and your own custom tag types. Again, it takes the entire integration process into a next level. And so that turns the heads of so many people. But we have a lot of things to get to. Let me just show you a couple other things. What I did not show you was this, and that is my VTScada application manager. And so within this, I actually have the ability of running multiple applications at the same time on the same server. The historians stay separated, or those things can be brought together as well. But I can do it all at the same place. They're blown away at that. If I can show you the next thing that I really love to show and how easy this is I clicked on this little 3 lines up here. I think Dave calls that the hamburger bud or whatever. But for me, it's the 3 lines. And I go down to this internet client setup. And here, very quickly, I can look at my certificates, I can look at my server, and I can look at a realm. I can create a new realm, add one. For example, we'll just call it WEFTEC. And lo and behold, when I press OK, I'm not going to do a total number of clients. We'll take it down to like, let's limit it to like to 10, for example. I press OK. I choose the application, which in my case, I'm going to choose this water industry demo. I press OK. I press apply, and voila. There is, that's French, by the way. There is my,
Thank you.
there's my URL of how to access this application from your iPad or from your phone or any of those kind of things. Here's our anywhere client, anything HTML5. When they see how easy that is to set up, they are totally blown away, and that's all included. Again, it's so different than what most others can do. I'll show you another really cool thing. You mentioned this a moment ago, but if I want to add a new application, I click on Advanced, I click on Next, get from a workstation, I can now see a different application. I'm not going to click into Dave's server because it would take a little bit longer than I have time for to left. But now I can take and suck any application off his server, again, provided I have username, password authority to do so. Let me go back over to here a second. The built-in alarm notification is a management rather, and the notification and tools like clicking on this analysis block here for bad actors and the alarm flood of when have these things been happening. I can click on that and it zeroes in on when alarms are happening. Again, this goes beyond just generic ISA 18.2 compliance and takes analysis a step further. They're so blown away at that. A similar way of doing it is by clicking on this area here. I can do the page menu, of course, but I want to just go to the reports page. One of the things that really turns their heads is that we have 13 built-in report types they can click on and create their own reports. And then using a report tag, they can have those kick off at certain times, dates, maybe by an event. Perhaps, you know what, you have a pump station, and if any of these pumps fail or have an alarm, it kicks out a report automatically. Those things are done with tags. So simple and easy to add those report tags. Again, sets us apart from the other guys. Might you want to use a third-party reporting package? Sure, if that's what you already know. But I would say, I don't have it, this is just off the top of my head, I would imagine that 90% or more of our customers use our standard reports, take it into Excel, then have their format for their compliance reports already built in. So that's that piece of it. Alarm notification, I mentioned that built in as well, where we can do all kinds of dialing, dial out, SMS text, or alarms. The last thing I'm going to leave you with, which again is my favorite thing, I believe you know this, Chris, because I talk about it all the time, is our historical data viewer. And all I have to do is take this tank number 3. Again, I know we showed some of this already, but if I hover over this point of tank 3 and I click on it, lo and behold, I now have a trend. And if I want to show that as, say, a 2-hour trend, there we go. Well, gee, why did this thing click off there? Or what if I go back to the last day? Or maybe I could even go back to the last week, for example. And we're seeing all of these here. I can hit the plus button. I can zoom in. I can add more trends like this tank here and this tank here. Let's zoom in a little bit more maybe by doing that. Now I'm at a 2-hour trend window. I can now look at the statistics about the minimum and the maximum and the average in that 2-hour window. I can click on some digitals here, and we see those things come up as well. Again, if I look at this 2-hour window, it tells me my run time here on the bottom right of those 3 pumps, how much they ran in that 2-hour window. Again, when the maintenance people see this, they are totally blown away because they've been having to manually take reports or pull up a trend, or not even just pull up, but they have to get somebody to create a trend based upon what they want to see. And ours is all built in. So if I put this back in current time here, I'll go back to the 1-hour trend here and watch this. I can take this and I can click on, let me see what I have here. I have some trends. All right. I'm going to click on a tag selector. I can add more tags to it, but I'm going to save this group, and I'm just going to do this as my trend for Wednesday. And so now, as an operator, as a manager, as a technician or whatever, I can create a trend that quickly. Now watch this. it is now inside my drop-down list. I'll tell you what I have seen from the people tell me, I should say. I know my time is up because I got to finish this story, though. I've had people tell me that they were out at a pump station working, and they needed to see when they turned a pump on how it affected the other tanks in their network. And so they created on their iPad, or on their phone rather, this trend by pressing on those points. It pulled up a trend. They went to save it as a group. And now the operations group back at the control room could watch that trend while they kept on working on equipment in the field. Again, totally blows people away. The last part I'll show you is we can take that by hitting the diskette button, and now I can export that data into a variety of file formats. Again, these features like this that are all built in, standard part of VTScada, blows people away. And they tell me that's why they choose VTScada. Not all the features. There's usually just 3 or 4 of those that really turn their heads based upon struggles they're having right now. So anyway, I will stop sharing my screen because my time is up. But man, I love talking about VTScada and showing it live in action. So
yeah, and you're very good at it. What's really great is when you're giving a presentation and you realize you have hit that thing that person really wanted to, you go from the arms folded to the lean in, and you go, there it is. Right. That was their thing, their baby that they needed to know to buy in. So that's great.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. Thank you for fitting all that in. And now we're into questions with Natasha.
Hello.
Hey there, how's it going?
It's going great. How's it going with you guys?
Great. So, by the way, I should just say, usually when people watch someone do a presentation like that, they'll have all sorts of questions for them. So if anyone's got any questions for Alan, you can type that into the YouTube comments right now, and hit like while you're there.
Well, actually, Chris, when they see my presentation like that, it usually ends with a standing ovation. But then there might be a few, yeah.
You bring your own music too, which is a nice touch.
Always. And today, of course, you could put Eddie Van Halen on, and everybody would, at least have some sort of a sentiment. So, anyway, go ahead, Natasha. I'm interrupting.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll get right into our very first one, and it says, "What is the difference between VTScada Lite and your 90-day trial?"
All right, who wants that one?
I'll take that since you can rest a bit. Basically, one is, as it sounds, it's a 90-day trial. It's a full version of VTScada. You've got all of the features. You've got some thin clients. You've got a high tag count to do whatever it is you need to do. I think it's 5K. But it lasts 90 days, and also it restarts every 24 hours. So again, we were just making sure that people are using it for demo purposes, but you can run pretty much any of the features that you want to on the 90-day version. VTScada Lite, on the other hand, is something that you could actually install at a lift station right after you download it. You could download it without telling us who you are or giving us your email address. You can watch the 15-minute video by Andrew Harvey about if you've never seen VTScada before, you can be up to speed. You can be attaching I/O, connecting, bringing in data, writing that data to the screen just by watching that short 15-minute video. And you'd be able to put that in a lift station. You'd be able to put that in a power plant, or in your backyard connected to your home brewing machine or your solar farm or what have you. And it's indefinite. It doesn't restart. It's not a trial. Never expires. Never restarts.
So, Chris, if I can add one quick thing to that as well that can throw people off. If they get the 90-day trial, which I do encourage as well, as you said, it gives a lot more tags. They can really create an entire demo with that. But you can't take and put that in an operational standpoint until it's touched by other licenses as well.
Right.
And so what I have found is integrators, because they know that we have a phenomenal program for our CSP, our certified solution providers, and they will actually have their OEM licenses as well. And now they can take that application they built as a demo and pull it directly in, and then they can begin to build upon that as well. So that is important. Just one quick thing to remember, that if you're not ready, it can catch you off guard.
Another thing to remember is that, like I said, that 15-minute video is tailored directly to the 50 IO tag VTScada Lite. But if you want to do the tutorial that's built into the VTScada Help, or work your way through the training materials that are on our training page, you will need the 90-day trial. You'll need more tags and more features in order to complete that.
Good catch.
Perfect. Our next question is VTScada just in the cloud?
It's funny, I hear that a lot. It's interesting. The cloud has been one of those things that people are sometimes a little bit suspicious about. It seems a little new, but one of my sales territories used to be Michigan, and in Michigan, cloud is where the SCADA is. Like, they really assume that that's how it's done, because there's a number of vendors there that are really killing it with really sophisticated cloud-based applications. But in fact, most of our, I think the vast majority of our installations are standard local SCADA systems.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. In fact, I don't have, I take that back. I probably have about 6 now in the Southeast, but 2 of those are gas companies, actually, oil and gas companies that are monitoring. And then I also have a couple that are wind farm based. So yeah, a lot of it depends on the area of the country. But I think the answer that I always say is probably 90%, again, I'm guessing at a percentage, 90% are on premises, whereas 10% are perhaps in the cloud. Dan, I mentioned earlier in our segment today, talked about, or I mentioned to him, he does a lot of cloud-based testing and trying of things, including training. We have a couple of consultants that actually have their OEM licenses in the cloud side as well. So they have multiple developers working on the same application, even though they're in different parts of the country. So
the answer is yes and yes.
And I think I can get in one more in our time, and it's how can I pull weather data into my system?
I'm going to let Chris answer that one.
Sure.
I saw a cool demo by Dave yesterday, but Chris, you answer that. It's really a phenomenal thing.
Yeah, but basically JSON is one of the ways, certainly one of the most popular ways to bring in that data very easily. VTScada, using our JSON tag, is able to import a key from a website. Like, there's a number of governmental websites in the United States and Canada that provide you with a key that you could then put into the tag configuration, and then basically it looks like a tag database. Like in our own hierarchical tag database, you can sort of go in, burrow into objects, and pick the tags that you want. Similarly, you can pull back a JSON object from these organizations, and again, they're kind of parent-child organized. So you could go in and very quickly pull in various stats like rain levels, wind speeds, but you can also go in and look under a subcategory of alerts. So on the surface of your SCADA application, I actually don't have that one up and running right now, but Dave created this very cool application that basically that shows the weather data at each of the local sites. So on the map, on the integrated map, you can actually see on the site there's metadata around each site icon that includes all of those, like what the weather is going on at that site. So at a glance, you can really see what's going on. And then across the top of the page, you can see a blinking an alert saying that there's a storm coming, because in that area there's always a storm coming. So it's
well, and yeah. And when Dave made that comment or showed that the other day, he even made a comment, let me know if you want that application to know how to make that work. I took advantage of that and used that remote data application grab and pulled that in. And next thing you know, I'm in Birmingham, Alabama, data scraping weather data from all over the country. It's really been pretty phenomenal. So feel free to reach out if you're on the other end of this. We'll be glad to help you know how to do that. In fact, there's a great video on that on our website.
Excellent. Yeah, that's true. We actually did a whole webinar on preparing for inclement weather and using various VTScada features like the multi-rate tag or the JSON driver to do that. So I think that brings us to the end of our question period, and I think that also brings you and I both. I think you and I are going to go off and get in the lineup to get a po' boy
That's right.
in the lobby of the convention center. And we'll leave you in the capable hands of Dave Spencer and Keith Donaldson, who's coming to us from the other side of the pond. Hi, guys.
Hey, Chris. Hey, how are you?
Good.
How's your day been?
It's been great. It's been always a pleasure hosting with Alan.
Absolutely.
I've been listening in. It's as Alan says, it's one of these things that you always learn. You're always learning, and it's really interesting to hear how our colleagues describe the various features and options that we have in the product. I think that's one of the things I really enjoy about the trade shows is learning from our colleagues. Every day is a school day, and we're always learning. So.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
Yeah. All right, so
gentlemen.
I'm gonna go grab the po' boy. I got some sessions to go to, and then 3 booths to check out. So I'll see you guys at the end of the day for the wrap up.
Cool. Great
Fantastic.
job, guys. We'll see you later.
All right.
Thanks. See you.
So, Dave, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you, Keith?
I'm doing great, thanks. Really doing well. So it looks like top of the hour here. We're talking IIoT.
IoT, and all the related things.
All the I's. So this
right.
off-the-cup session. Well, I'm going to jump in here with a bit of a rant, Dave, if you don't mind.
Please do.
You may have already heard it this week, but I'm gonna go again. IIoT, or for people who don't know, IoT stands for Internet of Things, and IIoT is the industrial Internet of Things, and we cover off both of these. But I think it's interesting to discuss or look at what that is, because it seems to be a buzzword. I hate to say it, but a marketing term that is used to try and grab people's attention, maybe oversell, or indeed mislead or confuse. So I think it's worth looking at what these industrial or Internet of Things are. And let's go back to the first one. And the first one was actually the first thing to be monitored on the Internet was a Coke machine. A Coke vending machine. So this was in MIT, in the Carnegie Mellon Computer Science Department. And computer science, well, that's my background. I actually studied computer science at the university, Robert Gordon University here in Aberdeen. And on day one of my course, I was in a lecture theatre, and the lecturer stood up and he said, the best software engineers are lazy. And I thought, great, I'm in the right course. I've hit the nail on the head. But in fact, what he meant by that was that computer scientists look for the most efficient way to do something, the quickest way, the most economical way to do something. And that was, in fact, how this Coke machine happened to be connected to the internet. The Coke machine was some distance from the computer science department, and the programmers were fed up of going down to the Coke machine and finding that it was empty. Or worse, they would go down and find that the machine had just been filled and the Coke was warm. So what they did was they hooked up sensors to actually read the indicator lights on the front of the vending machine, which would tell whether the Coke bottles were in there or not. And they went a step further. Once they read that onto the computer, they could then do some analytics and decide how cold the Coke would be. They figured it would take 2 or 3 hours for the Coke to come down from room temperature down to the chilled temperature that they liked it at. So they could determine, without leaving their seats, they could look on the internet. It was actually the ARPANET back in the day preceded the internet, but it was a computer network. And I think it's largely agreed that that was the first Internet of Things, the first connected device. And I get frustrated because VTScada started life in 1986, and we've been controlling and monitoring things since that time. And there, obviously there were other products before that. And I wonder what the difference is between SCADA or SCADA and the Internet of Things, IoT. And I think it comes down to the prevalence of small microcontrollers and the ability to put small embedded protocols onto these little devices, and it means that it makes it much easier for you to connect your devices up and remotely monitor them. So your fridge, your washing machine, your thermostat, your smoke alarms, any device, and in an industrial setting, that can be temperatures, pressures, flow rates, any form of sensor, but they're discrete values. Now, in the SCADA world, we're more used to connecting to remote telemetry units or to PLCs that typically aggregate quite a lot of data together. So many sensors are connected to those PLCs. And as such, the protocols that are used to communicate to those PLCs are designed around doing rapid data acquisition, getting just as much of the data from the PLCs into the SCADA system. And with IoT or IIoT, use protocols like MQTT, which I think we're going to be coming on to discussing. But these protocols are very lightweight. They're really very simple. So it allows you to very quickly and elegantly pull small chunks of data from these embedded sensors without having to have a large electronics package, bolted at the point of measurement.
Yeah, I think you're right, Keith. And I think a big part of this is that they've taken a lot of the load off of these devices. And the devices, you're seeing a lot more of these devices are set up to be report by exception. But one of the fallbacks to that is a lot of these devices can't actually be reached by any specific device. It's up to the device to connect out and talk to either the hub or the SCADA computer or whatever it is. So there's some big differences in how it works, but I think in the industrial sense, in the home sense, I think there's a real place for these devices. There's a spot where they fit very well. You know, you may have a sensor out in the field that was you didn't want to set up put it on a VPN and have it set up through your normal network, and that could go out to something. But there's other places where we've got other protocols that are able to do everything you could do with these IoT type protocols, but they actually are queued up to do a little bit better job in an industrial setting. Things like DMP3, I think, is a generally superior protocol to a lot of the new stuff that we've seen in the IIoT world.
Well, I think it comes down to how deterministic the data delivery is. So with IoT or IIoT, typically you're going through message brokers. So the device is publishing to a third-party broker or a cloud computer, or cloud computer. That cloud just means somebody else's computer. Right. And so suddenly that data might not exist within your realm of control. And that's an important point, because on two fronts. I mean, you have the front that is security, which everybody, of course, is concerned. You don't want to get a man-in-the-middle attack or to have somebody snooping or spying onto your data. But in the same terms, the story that Pete Diffley tells of a gentleman who took a small pull-along cart filled with smartphones. They had 100 or so smartphones in a pull-on cart in a city in Europe, and walked about. I think he walked back and forward over a bridge, which was the main thoroughfare through the city. And the net result of that was that Google rerouted all the traffic, thinking that there were 100 cars that were traveling extremely slowly over this bridge, and therefore the bridge was congested, when in fact it wasn't. And so traffic chaos ensued within the city because of false data that had been pushed into the system as a side effect that might not necessarily have been considered as part of the application or the data acquisition in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So I think that probably takes us to our next segment, and we'll have a bumper for that.
Great.
Excellent.
So Keith, I'll let you get going. I think we do have a pretty full 10 minutes here. We've got two demos to do for you guys. We're going to show first some work with VTScada using the JSON driver, and then I'll do something similar with MQTT.
Cool. So I'm going to start sharing my screen, and hopefully you'll be able to see that pop up any second now.
Got it.
And what we're going to do here, I just wanted to talk about JSON a little bit, because JSON is one of the drivers that we have included in VTScada, and it's really neat to be able to pool data. So it's JavaScript object notation is what JSON stands for, and we're all geeks here. So one of the things that I enjoy doing is this little demo, which I like to plot the position of the International Space Station in real time right here into VTScada. And I just want to, we'll do this right from scratch. So this is a blank application that I've created here. I'm going to go to the tag browser, get rid of that little window that's popped up. And the first thing I'm going to do is create a new tag type. Now we have these context tags, and these context tags allow us to create stations or create our custom tags. And one of the things we can do is add site properties to these tags. So you can see here, these are the properties that allow us to map a particular site. So I've just created a Trihedral UK context. There's nothing else in there other than the Trihedral UK. So if I go to our built-in Slippy maps here, you can see it shows a representation of the map, and I can update the site location, and I can actually put this over my house over here in Aberdeen in Scotland. So that's where I'm broadcasting from there. So that shows that. But the next thing I want to do is actually create the JSON driver instance. So again, back to the tag browser, click New, and I can click into the drivers section here. This is a list of all the drivers that we ship with VTScada. I'm going to select the JSON XML driver, and I'm going to give it a tag name of ISS. This is the International Space Station. And in the settings, I have to type in a URL to acquire the data. Now I've got that written down here because I can't remember it off the top of my head. So it's api.open-notify.org.
Right, and for anybody looking, they can actually do this right in their web browser. And they'll be able to see the JSON string that's coming back to Keith if you were to put that URL right in.
Absolutely right. Yeah, you can put that straight into a web browser. In here, we're just adding it straight into VTScada. Now, OpenNotify have a 5-second polling rate of the International Space Station's location. So I'm set the poll interval here to 5. And I just go ahead and click OK. And that now creates my JSON driver, the ISS tag. Next thing I'm going to do is extract out the latitude and longitude. So I'm going to create a new child tag. And it's going to be a simple IO thing, and I'm going to call this latitude. And then onto the IO tab, and you can see that our read address has 3 dots there. If I click on that, what that does is it allows us to pool. So it's already gone out and pulled the website, pulled back the JSON, and you can see here that I've got 2 pieces of information, latitude and longitude. So in this case, I'm going to select latitude, click OK. And click apply, and that will go ahead and create my tag. And if I look now, you can see that the value there is returning -50 for the latitude. And I'm just going to do exactly the same thing again. And I'm going to just do longitude, select, you can see it's remembered my last setting, so I'm just going to select the longitude for this particular tag. And there you can see that we have the latitude and longitude. Fantastic. So the last thing I want to do is actually plot this on our Slippy map. And the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to create another context so that I can actually pass in a latitude and longitude. So create a context tag there, and we'll just call this Space Station, if I can spell it correctly. I'm going to add the site property. They're already there. It's remembered my last settings. And in the display here, for the latitude, I'm just going to point it at the tag that I've just previously created, and the same thing here for the longitude. And select that and click OK. And hopefully, if I now go to the site's overview, I think I may have to go to the site map. You can see that we have a dot flashing over, I guess, just off the coast of quite a way off the coast of New Zealand there. And if you watch very carefully, you can see that the dot will move in real time as the space station moves. The final part to this, sorry Dave, I know I've gone over my slot slightly here, but I am, a green dot with a black circle, that's fine, but it would be cooler if we could actually display the space station. So I'm going to jump into the Idea Studio, and I'm going to create a tag widget here. And it's going to draw a context. It's going to draw the space station that I want, and I'm just going to call it ISS. Click OK. So that's going to create my new thing. To the side here, I've got a picture, a PNG graphic of the ISS. So I'm just going to drop that straight into the widget there. You can see it rendered on the screen. Just drop the size down a little bit. Just don't want it to fill my screen. And close the Idea Studio. I can now go back to my space station context tag. And if I go to the display settings, instead of using the default map icon, I can actually select the ISS and update that. And now we get a display which is not akin to, you might see in NASA or somewhere, showing the real-time position of the International Space Station updated in real time from using the JSON driver. And whilst this might seem crazy, we actually did a project where we were doing very remote oil field data acquisition using low Earth orbit satellites, where we only had 12 minutes in every 20 of connectivity. So it was actually useful to gain some of the information in the SCADA system, so you would know when to expect communications and when communications might fail. So. Yeah, that concludes my JSON little demo. Dave, do you want to take over screen sharing there?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just drop your screen there, and I'll start with mine. So I'm just going to pull up my monitor here. So, so basically, going back to what Keith showed you, using that JSON driver, ultimately the data from the ISS is going through its own communication channel, ultimately being put into a web server somewhere, and that web server has an API that allows us to make a GET request and receive that data in JSON. So MQTT is actually very analogous to that, but the terminology is a little bit different. So in MQTT, what we have is devices, and those devices are going to publish a payload, and that payload could be an integer, a string, it could be a JSON formatted string. And that's going to a broker. A broker is very analogous to that same web server with that API that Keith just showed. But the MQTT broker has some other features. It's very much tailored just for the purpose of gathering data, collecting that data, and then distributing that data to different people who are making requests for that. So you're publishing the data into the MQTT broker, and then you've got clients like VTScada who are subscribed to different published topics, and that those topics then will feed the data to them. So what I'm going to do is show you an online MQTT broker here quickly. So I'm going to go down to, so HiveMQ is a great one. They've got this, I can say, try browser client here. And I was going to do this in a few instances, but I won't. I'll just do the basic here because we're running low on time. So here, as I noted here, is we can publish our topic here. So there's a test topic, and we can put anything in the message. So in this case, I've already got my application here, and I like to use, anytime I'm reaching out and doing this, I like to use a container that's called public includes, and that tells me that anything in there is going outside of my SCADA system and getting it from the internet. So I've got my HiveMQ here. So you can see here that in the connection, I just put in this broker.hivemq.com, and the port number for typical non-encrypted MQTT is 1883. So I've got that set up. And then I've set up my MQTT driver. There's really nothing to do there. And then I've got this IO tag here, which is my public message. So that message you see is in string mode. And under the IO field here, I've got the read address, which is VTScada public message. So I'm actually reaching out to that Hive's public broker, asking it for any messages that are published to VTScada public message. So if you were to put something naughty in there right now, it will appear on my screen. So I'm going to try to race you to it.
Live demos, what could possibly go wrong?
So VTScada public message, and in that message, we're just going to put in, this is
Quirking, good idea.
And we'll hope, and actually I'm going to subscribe to that topic as well so I can see it here. So you should see the message here as well. So there, so I've published, this is MQTT working as a string, and if I go back to my SCADA application, you can see it right here. This is MQTT working. So we've pulled that right into VTScada using MQTT, and you can actually do some publishing that way as well in VTScada. It's brand new, and I have to say before we step off from this, that we also have Sparkplug B coming very soon to VTScada. So if you're excited for Sparkplug B, you're using devices that rely on Sparkplug B, then hold your hats. It will be available soon.
Sure. So. I think that's an important point to make there on MQTT, Dave. Just to hang on to this topic just for a second longer. I think it's really important that it's a transport. So MQTT itself doesn't actually describe any data. It's really a transport mechanism for getting data from one place to the next, from the end device to the broker, from the broker to the SCADA system, and so on. And the content of that message can actually be anything. So typically it might be JSON, it might be data value pairs where you have latitude and the number, or it might be Sparkplug B, as you say, which is, as you say, we've got that coming. Yeah, there's definitely a few different ways that you can use MQTT as a transport in the same way that TCP in TCP/IP is the transport mechanism for moving internet packets around. So,
and VTScada by default is looking for, by default, you can put anything into it, but by default VTScada is looking for an integer if it's just a number, a string if you've just put text, or any kind of JSON string, and then it will do what Keith has shown there, and it will break that out and give you that address assist so you can look through the different value pairs that you have. So Pete, I'm just looking, it looks like we've got a show report on booths up now, but do we have Tim on the line?
No, so we're actually, you've skipped over one there, Dave. You're racing ahead. We've actually got... we've actually got a few minutes. I wonder if we might jump back to your computer. I know that you've got a weather application which you've implemented using MQTT to was it might be JSON. I don't recall.
It is JSON actually in this one.
JSON, yeah, okay. And so this is a great example of how you can actually, instead of doing fanciful things like pulling the International Space Station location into your SCADA system, how you can actually pull something that might be of real value to the water wastewater industry.
So I guess we can start off with this guy here. And yeah, you can start to see that we're pulling in things like the temperature data. Now these sites aren't that far apart, so they're looking very similar. But we've also got things like public weather alerts and other things coming into the system here. So, and one thing I will say is that it can be really important. You know, a lot of people will say that yes, they're ready for this. They're connected with what the weather is coming because that's their job. But when you look back 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years at what happened back then that can make a real difference in how you react to what's going to happen that day or the next day, because you've got a similar weather event happening or you've got similar weather category. So having that into the historian can actually be extremely valuable because you're getting all of this information about the weather at that time in line with your SCADA data.
Sure. I think it's an important thing as well with the prevalence of artificial intelligence and big data. You know, we're seeing a lot more systems that are wanting to take historic data and use it as training data for smart algorithms, artificial intelligent algorithms. So not necessarily using those AI systems to do your plant control or whatever, but if you were able to if you happen to have 5 years worth of historic data that has your meteorological information, which showing your predicted rainfall, when it came into the system, how your operators reacted to the plant, and what the result of that was, that becomes incredibly valuable if you then want to start to look at the expert systems that might be able to pull out these trends in the data that are saying, well, actually the weather has changed, this event is happening, this event is happening. You may want to consider pumping down your lift stations to make sure you've got capacity for the storm, which hasn't actually come through as a weather alert yet.
Yeah.
So
you got it absolutely, Keith. And we've actually got some of that into here. So we don't have it set up to use an AI to make those recommendations. But exactly to what you alluded to, we're using the multi-write tag in this application to be able to change station modes for rain events. So you have that, ideally you want to have these guys running in the energy saver mode. But the problem with the energy saver mode is that you're running very close to the limit. So if you have a big surprise, ultimately you actually do want to be running your station, pushing as little head as possible. So if you had a big surprise event, then you wouldn't have any overhead, any buffer there. So, you may run in a normal mode where you're okay with it, and it gives you that buffer for those afternoon showers and stuff that you're expecting. But during a rain event, you say, well, I don't care about my efficiency. I'm always going to pump against the most head, but I'm going to keep that level so that I get the biggest buffer, because we want as much time as we can to react to this rain event. So I say having that AI looking at the data and saying, we don't actually think that you'll need to move things into the rain event for this, based on all of this previous data that you've collected, can be really helpful, and it makes it a lot less sort of finger to the wind on what you think you might need to do.
Sure. Dave, I wonder if you might bring up the instance of the JSON driver, or actually one of the I/O points, and have a look at the data that's available in the coming in from your weather stream. Is that possible?
Sure, yeah.
So
I'll bring this up. So again, as I noted to before, so I've got this in my public includes here. So I've got the Florida city forecast, and here is all of the different things. So I'm looking at the weather description for the upcoming days, as well as the current temperature for the site. So I'm going to go into the current temperature here, run to the properties, and as Keith said, because it's a JSON string, we've got that address assist feature. And so without having to actually understand JSON very well to get this address, I can just simply browse through. So the list is showing the different days. And so this is day 0 being today. And you can see it's really nice actually that it gives you that key pair value, so that you can really start to see too what you're looking at, because the numbers sometimes make sense, sometimes don't make sense. Sometimes you might look at rain and it would say no, as opposed to how many millimeters of rain it is. So are you looking at a string or are you looking at a number?
It's certainly looking a lot hotter in Florida than it is here in Aberdeen and Scotland at the moment.
Yes, I will agree with you. I had my heater on here yesterday. It's a little warmer today, but I think we've got a high of, what would it say, 30, for a high of about 50 Fahrenheit here tomorrow. So
wow,
it's cooling down.
I can't even do the centigrade to Fahrenheit calculation in my head. So I'm not even going to attempt. But no, that's really neat, and a lot of useful data. But each of the JSON feeds that you look at, each feed will have a different data set that you can pull information from. And there are a number of public feeds out there that you can make use of the information. But again, we would just simply caution about using third-party data in a production system is always something you would want to sort of just.
I had shown that previously. So whether it's JSON or whether it's XML, depending on the site you're using, Open Weather Map is really great. They make it really easy to make those API calls. And that's what I'm using, especially in applications like the other weather demo that I have that uses weather information for both Canada and the US. Open Weather Maps, fantastic for that. Now I have Environment Canada, which has some XML data available, and that one's just dd.weather.gc.ca, and you can grab the data there. The most important thing is to download that list of site numbers, because rather than putting in that you want weather for Halifax, Nova Scotia, you need to put in that you want weather for site 2246. And it's very similar with USGS. So again, you can get that instantaneous service. And I like showing this actually because a lot of people might be looking, and USGS has a great thing here for actually exploring sites. So this is actually looking at, I think it's lift stations in this case, but you can get information on these stations, and you just zoom down into the station area and you click, and it will give you the site number right there and tell you a little bit about that station. And you can just even click in to see what data is available.
Wow. So, well, that's fantastic. Thanks for that, Dave. We've now reached that point where we've got a show report coming up. And I think we've got Tim on the line. Hey, Tim, how are you?
I'm good, Keith. How are you?
Doing great. Having a great day today. Yeah, really good. Really interesting. So,
he's with us as well, correct?
Dave is with us as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim. Sorry, I'm just getting my screen cleaned back up here, trying to put everything back in place.
It must be a nightmare for you, because I know that you've been walking the show, you've been doing side room demonstrations, you've been doing show reports, and every time you come in, there are two different presenters in two different places on the screen. You must be like, I don't even know where I am today.
Yeah, I know. When you invite me to sit down with you guys to chat, it's great to sit down for a few minutes, so I don't have to walk that show floor anymore. Get 10 minutes to myself here to relax a little bit, so it's good.
So is your feet aching?
I did actually check out a couple of booths this morning virtually. It was actually the first time I've had a chance to. I mean, we've been so busy the last couple of days with our meeting rooms and in the show reports and sessions and so forth. And it's been good. So I got a chance to see a couple of customers today, and I looked at the list, and two that I know I wanted to get in a chance to see was Arcadis and AECOM. Mainly I looked at, okay, who do I want to talk to? I want to obviously talk to some of the consulting groups that are here in the northeast of the U.S. where I'm located, and those two stuck out for me. So I actually stopped in to see both of those folks, and it was really nice on the Arcadis booth. I came across a presentation about a system that has one of my system integrators in Connecticut and one of his customers. We won't talk about the whole application here, but it was really nice to see all that. I reached out to the system integrator this morning after that and mentioned it to him, and he's like, "Wow, he didn't even know that was happening." So we gave him one of our WEFTEC Connect free passes there, so he actually is going to go in and take a look at the presentation today. But it was really interesting the way Arcadis worked with that customer, and what they did is they held operator workshops, actually before commissioning. And these operator workshops, they brought in the system integrator, the guys actually doing the design work, to help lay out the screens and so forth, and what the operators wanted to see and how they wanted to see it. And it was really nice to see some of the screens too. That it was a top-notch project. If all projects could go that way, life would be great. Although the timing isn't there, but it would be nice to see that.
I mean, that's such a great idea, because how many times have you had SCADA systems designed by consultant and management meetings and had everything put together, then you take it on site and install it and commission it, and the operators go, well, that's not what we wanted. And, you have to go and re-scrabble and redo the screens for them. So it's neat to get their input at that very early stage of the process. That sounds like a great idea.
So in looking at the screen, so I said, okay, when we get to that part of the presentation, when they're going to show the screens, I'm going to look at this and say, okay, what are they going to use? Are they going to use the high-performance graphics, gray screens, or are they going to use, your traditional types of pumps and motors? And what I saw was a hybrid. And I think I saw that because that was the operator's involvement. So not so much, okay, yeah, definitely gray across the top, gray across the middle, bottom here or in the middle. But on some of the important stuff, let's show some color there.
Sure.
And they used a lot of reds and greens that they're used to seeing. And it really, really stood out. So it was really nicely done. And I encourage all integrators to kind of go through that steps if that's allowed in the process.
I mean, I think that's an important point just to pick up on, that, you know, with the two different standards that seem to have come out about user interfaces, the high performance and then these real colorful graphic impact graphics. You know, you're not limited to going one way or the other. You can, in fact, integrate them both, as you say, have a hybrid system, and you know, take advantage of both of the systems, and you're not constrained at all. So yeah, that's neat. That's really
good. Yeah. And then AECOM, I actually stopped in there to see if anybody could pick up any connections in there, and people that I've reached out to, and actually set up a meeting with someone by stopping by their booth. So we'll have that. Cool. I think it's scheduled for tomorrow morning through the networking session that WEFTEC put together. So they've done a good job putting that together to kind of connect with people. Yeah, it's not the same as walking up to someone and actually seeing them and saying, hey, let's go grab a cup of coffee right now, but it's the next best thing to it, so doing it virtual. And then also kind of flopped around at a couple other booths just to see some latest technology. I took a look at a company called Brentwood, which I really don't have much working with them, but however, I did hear their name mentioned at one of my wastewater customers. They were looking at they're putting in their collection system. So I said, let me go take a look at these and see what they're all about. And they've gone from non-metal over to plastic. So everything in their whole collection system is all plastic, which is interesting. I'm sure the life expectancy is going to be longer, and so forth. So it was interesting to read a little bit about that, just to educate myself a little bit, just enough to talk to, just enough to be dangerous. I don't want to be called a collection system expert, but it's nice to know some of the terminology when you're talking to your customers.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, my background actually is oil and gas, and we find that there's a lot of TLAs, as they call them, the three-letter acronyms, and they speak in lots of these acronyms. And without having the background knowledge, it's really difficult to converse with and you know, as a company, we look to solve problems. You know, we look to what is the problem you're having and how can we help solve your problems. So it's good, as you say, to be able to converse on a level, just enough knowledge to be dangerous. So this is no, it's really excellent. It's a great to hear that.
Yeah. And it's interesting to see, you know, how some booths have taken advantage of different technologies and so forth. I think it was the AECOM, or it was either AECOM or Arcadis, but I can't remember right now. That they have a virtual 360 when you enter into the booth, so you can kind of walk around and kind of see different sections of the booth and so forth. They have a little presentation area. You can actually go and sit down and watch something, and then some other ones just have your standard videos. I didn't come across anybody that's doing it quite the way we are doing it, which is really, really unique and different. And it shows when you go look at a few booths and then you come back and you look at ours virtually. When you first open up ours, this was early on in the morning before the broadcast had happened. That's when I like to get out to that show floor, you know, and go steal all those pens and so forth when no one's looking. And
I know. What are we going to do when, you know, I'm down to using a pencil now? It's like free swag, it's gone.
Free swag.
And my kids will be really disappointed that I haven't taken them any stress relievers, or, you know.
The kids are saying, Dad, where's all those, you know, freebie stuff that you bring home for us?
The little fuzzy things with googly eyes on and so on. So. Yeah, that's.
It's nice to go and look at look at some of those other booths, and then come back and look at our booth. And when you first open up our booth, before we're doing the live stream, which you're doing now, it automatically opens up to a video of Glenn Wadden talking about the history of VTScada. And no one else seems to have that when you first go to the page. You know, something that just opens up and starts playing and gets you to interact. And that's what we're all about. We want to do that engagement. So it's really, really nice. Great job you guys have put together.
Well, no, thanks for coming in. That's a great show report. It's good. We've been busy presenting and preparing and producing, so it's good to get that feedback from the show floor. And it does get. It's not a trade show as such, but it gives it that feeling. I mean, this is what happens, and when you've been manning the booth and somebody comes out and says, "Oh, you need to go and check this out." So that's really, really good. Listen, Tim. Whilst we have you, can we jump on? We've got the next section, which is just to talk about your sales area in New England there. So do you want to give us a bit of background of when you came on board and talk to us a little bit about your sales area?
Yeah, I can certainly do that. Are we playing a video too, or?
We will be.
Yeah, at the end. Oh, okay, great. Okay, I know that was probably part of something there.
You've got about 7 minutes and 53 seconds, and then we'll play your video. Not that our producer is keeping us in line, but that's.
Great. I wasn't sure if you're doing the video beforehand.
And now it's 7.5 minutes.
So you're doing good.
So a 7-minute recap of my 7. So I'll do a minute for each month. How's that sound? I came on board back in March. I actually first met up with some of you folks. Met some of you beforehand, but then the rest of the crew actually at VTScada Fest down in March, right on the cusp of the lockdown. So we all got back home, and then we were kind of stayed put for a while. But I've been getting out to see customers. Things are starting to open up again. And of course, you had that lockdown where you couldn't see anyone for a little bit, but we seem to have gotten over that. And of course, the industry we serve, it's critical infrastructure, it's essential workers, so they're there. So we're here to support those people as well. If they need something with a license, or if they need just a question answered or so forth, we're available to do that. And since the last couple of months, things are starting to open up again. So I'm starting to get out to visit with several of the integrators and several of the end users as well. But my background, I've been doing SCADA for a number of years, both from a vendor side as well as an integrator side. So it was really day one. It was kind of just, okay, let's clear the desk off with the old stuff and bring on the new stuff. It was good to go to VTScada Fest to get some of those pens and so forth, so hold me over a little bit. So it's mainly just get rid of the old stuff, and start learning the new stuff and getting up to speed. But it's been great, doing it virtual. We have our sales meetings, once a week. We have a sales meeting, marketing meeting, variety of different meetings, and we're using our cameras and we're interacting with each other. So it's just like being part of the team and being in the office.
So Tim, before you joined Trihedral, how had you heard about VTScada or?
Yeah, so I've always known VTScada for years, being working for a competitor at one point in my life, but then working for an integrator, joined up with an integrator, and they had started a project with VTScada, and I kind of took on that project and finished up the demo application with them, and that was my first exposure to it, and then just started working with it, and I fell in love with the product, and that's why I'm here. Because it's the best SCADA product I've ever used, and I'm not just saying that because I work here. It really is.
You work here because that's the case, and yeah, no, that's. I think that's something that is a pretty powerful statement, and it's something that says a lot. That was. I
think it's.
Using some of the features, the way we do redundancy. No one else is doing it. It's so simple to implement. And not just one level of redundancy. Everywhere I've always worked, it's okay, primary and backup. Ooh, we got redundancy. Well, that's baby redundancy for us.
That's not redundancy.
You start talking 30, 40 servers, multiple levels, third and fourth level of redundancy. Now you're getting somewhere. Those are the exciting applications. And I remember listening to Alan Hudson do a presentation just to kind of hear what the way we do our presentations. And for him to say that, the first system he talked about was, I think it was Sacramento water out in California. And he says, yeah, it's about 30 servers with several levels of redundancy. And I almost fell off my chair. And then he just moved on like, yeah, okay, we do those every day. But we do. And those types of systems are, okay, maybe not 30 or 40 levels.
Well,
but 30 or 40
it's funny you say that, though, Tim. I mean, it has become so trivial. There's a ship in the waters around me. So it's a ship. It's not the city of Sacramento. And it's not even a cruise ship. It's a ship that probably has, 40 or 50 people on board. And they have, for all of their generator stations and stuff. So it is a ship that serves an important role in its job. And they have 12 levels of redundancy.
Wow.
And it's mostly to do with the fact of it's just easy.
Yeah.
So they did it, right? It was they could have said, okay, this machine is redundant to this one, this machine's redundant to this one, this machine's redundant to this one. But instead of doing that, they just said, okay, it's all redundant to each other. So we're going to go to your video in just a couple minutes here, Tim.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
One of the easiest things is just the way you can learn about VTScada, the way I've been able to learn it, both from the integrator side and then coming on board. We have so much material from our help files that are built into the system. F1's your best friend. To the videos that you can watch. You can watch Andrew Harvey talk about a feature. You can Google it and usually come up with the answer from our website or from our help pages. And then our support. If you can't find it on your own, our support is there to back you up. So I'm never afraid to go into a presentation or to a demo and worry about what I'm gonna find. If I don't have the answer to it, I can usually find it within 30 seconds, which is great.
Fantastic. Well, Tim, listen, that was really great. Let's jump into your video and see just a little bit more about the New England area where you're based.
All right, thanks, guys.
Welcome to New England in the summer. The Automation Village picked my favorite time of the year to visit Massachusetts, the state that I live in. I want to take a few minutes today to tell you some of the fun things to do in New England during the summer months. Let's go. From Cape Cod in the islands to Newport, Rhode Island, in the lakes of New Hampshire, there's an adventure awaiting. While visiting Cape Cod, you need to hit the beaches, take a day trip by ferry to Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket. Once you're back from the islands, you can visit the New Bedford Whaling Museum or enjoy some great New Bedford scallops delivered daily to the docks. Continuing along the south coast, you can visit Newport, Rhode Island, my favorite summer hangout. While in Newport, you can take a tour of the mansions on Bellevue Avenue, a stroll on the Cliff Walk, fly a kite at Breton Park, or go sailing out of Newport Harbor. Heading north, you can take in all the history Boston has to offer. Visit several coastal towns on the North Shore before taking a dip in the lakes of New Hampshire. Let's not forget, when you come to New England, you cannot leave before picking up some things from my favorite football pro shop. And when in Boston, we don't pronounce our R's. Traffic circle is a rotary, a water fountain is a bubbler, and those sprinkles on an ice cream cone, they're called jimmies. And before you leave, remember to park the car by the harbor and get a lobster. Enjoy the trade show. Thanks for visiting New England.
Hi everyone, I'm back.
Hey Natasha, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Really good. Listen, Tim, I think Tim's still on the line there. Thanks for that. That was some fantastic visuals there on that video, and really good to learn a little bit.
I'm going to go have my lobster now. We'll talk to you a little later.
Excellent. All right.
See you, Tim.
You take care, Tim. So, Natasha,
Let me get right into it.
Go
so
for
my
it.
first question I have is, how much do you charge for integration?
Dave, I'm going to let you field that one.
Okay.
You typically don't operate in pounds and pence that we do over here in the UK.
Right. So the short answer to that is that in almost every case, customers are buying VTScada through one of our approved integrators. And if you go to our website, go to the integrator page, say find an integrator, you'll see a map there of all the different integrators that can do VTScada work. So that's going to give you somebody probably local to your area, somebody who you can work with, and somebody who you can establish a long-term relationship with for those small things. They can come back year after year to help you out and help keep your system running healthy. Now, that said, we do have many cases where either the system integrator, if you have something very special that you want, or sometimes the customer itself for, again, very unique applications, will come directly to us. We do have a reasonably large engineering team that is doing SCADA projects. So we do a lot of stuff, sort of smaller work for customers. We do work to add features to drivers for customers, to make custom drivers, custom reports, those kinds of things. And like, as I sort of alluded to, in certain cases, we'll do complete applications for customers as well. So we do have that engineering group, but we have a very strong opinion that we shouldn't compete with our customers, and our customers being those system integrators. So in the case that you've got system integrators who are going to want to do the work, then we'll definitely encourage you to talk to them. The other thing is if you're buying VTScada through those system integrators, you should expect not to pay anything more than if you're buying them directly through us.
Perfect. And I'm going to re-ask a question that actually one of Tim's customers had from yesterday, because I think it would be good. We don't really touch on this, and if we have some new viewers today, and that is, what is the difference between a change set file and a snapshot file?
Cool. Well, I'll take this one, Dave.
Go ahead.
So change set files and snapshot files refer to our version history or version control that is built into VTScada. So every operator action as part of configuration, so that's changes to pages or changes to tags, are held within our version control system. And our version control system records everything, but it records it using what is known as a delta. So that's only the change. So when you create a change set, what you're doing is you're creating essentially a zip file. It's not a zip file, it is a change set file, but it's the same as a zip file where you take everything that you need to create that application, including all of the changes in the revision history, and crunch it into one file. And that is known as a change set. So you can we can take a running application, create a change set, take that change set file back to another computer, apply the change set, and you have an exact replicated copy of that application. Just an important note, it does not include the historical data or the historian. It is simply just the application and its configuration, all the screens, the graphics, everything that is used to build up that. A snapshot is the top version of that change set only. So it will grab just the latest revision and not all of the history that is associated with that. So it's a smaller, lighter weight file. That said, a change set file really isn't big. It's very, very efficient. I know that people might worry that with a very busy system, these change set files would grow to become unmanageable, but that's simply not the case. We have incredibly large systems, hosted systems, where we have many tens of concurrent users making configuration changes all of the time, and it's still absolutely very manageable change set file sizes, but an incredibly powerful tool for distributing the application, and in particular where you have remote sites where it's very difficult to maybe have connectivity. So you may have an isolated server that you need to be able to take the application to and apply the change set, and it merges those changes into the running application. So
right. So Keith, you talked about the change sets. Maybe it might be important to just give a quick 1 or 2 ways that somebody could get an application if they wanted to also get the history.
Sure. So typically you would, if you can connect to that server as a client, so you can then acquire the application over the network, and that would then make a connection to the server, acquire all the files, you then run it up, and you're then participating on the acquisition network. If you set yourself up as a historian server, so this is a redundancy, built-in redundancy in the system, so it's a single click really. In the background, it will then copy over all the historian data, and it does that at a lower priority so as not to interrupt the acquisition cycle. So if you're using the system, you obviously don't want to flood the network. You may have many days or months worth of data to acquire during that period, so you don't want to interrupt the acquisition side of things. So the data synchronization takes place at a background level, lower priority task, but the system remains fully usable during that time.
Great.
Perfect. And can I archive historical data to make room on my hard drive?
Wow, that's a good question. Dave.
So the biggest answer to that is one that historian, you can easily point that historian off onto any drive you want, so you don't have to actually carry that historian on your C drive. You can also take any kind of program that can do a shadow copy and pull that historian out to whatever you want, if you want to make backups of that. But the reality is that in almost all cases, customers don't need to do any of this. A 1 terabyte SSD for most applications is plenty of storage. And if people are just actually a little unfamiliar with that as a mindset. So we talked about people using, even panel PCs and stuff for a 50 IO license. And they think, well, they see an SD card to put their historian on. And they think, okay, well, that's maybe I'll put a week's of data on there. But no, in a small application, you could probably get several years of data on that SD card if it's 64 gigs or something, and you're just running a reasonable number of tags. So VTScada has an extremely efficient historian as the built-in historian, and you'll see that we've done demos of that where we pull a year or 2 years worth of data from a thin client, and you see that come up just in a second. So the reality is that in most cases it's not a problem at all. And in cases where somebody might be seeing their historian filling up a little faster than they expected, they can probably solve that problem by looking at their polling or looking at the dead banding.
I think it's a real interesting point that you make there, Dave. The built-in historian, when it was developed by our R&D team, they didn't set out to write their own historian. They did look at all the options that were available, all the standard MS SQL, Oracle, MySQL, all the relational databases that existed. And one of the problems that they discovered was the performance, the speed of performance. Because these off-the-shelf database systems are relational databases, they have to store a vast amount of information to keep the data synchronized in the relationships in the tables and all the things under the hood. What VTScada requires is to record a timestamp and a value. Now, there are a couple of other things that are recorded there as well, but essentially it's timestamp data. That's all that we're really interested in. So that's why the team, headed up by Glenn, developed the historian to record the data rapidly, so that this bi-directional synchronization, so if you have multiple servers and they get isolated for any period of time, when they come back together, they bi-directionally synchronize that data and keep everything in sync. But I guess for the most part, people tend to size the disks for for their application, and really can, with modern hard disks being relatively cheap these days, it's easy to size the application to ensure that you're able to store the data live, and of course that gives you, the operators, full access to that data through the historical data viewer. They can just drag the thumb, go back in time travel, and view all of that data. It's available online all of the time.
Perfect. So I know we're going to do a switch over of hosts here. So I do have one more question. I think we got to bring Chris maybe back in. I can ask it and let you go, Keith.
Wow. Yeah, please do. That sounds, I hope it's
All right.
an exceptionally difficult question.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate you. It's a pleasure always to chat with you and co-host with you. So Keith, you're going to start doing, I think, some yoga for a little while to bring your chi way down to prepare for the big transfer of the streaming service. So everybody on YouTube, when Keith's back, he'll be in the background hosting the stream, producing the stream from the UK. So he's got to run that cable all the way from North Carolina.
So line up the satellite dishes, get my tin foil out and baker foil, and wrap all the antennas and get everything lined up. So yeah, no, that's great. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the time, and good luck with the questions, Chris.
Okay.
Thanks. Glad to be back. Great job, guys. It's nice to be on the outside looking in.
All right, well,
Not the
I'll
one
be ready to
spinning the
sign
plates.
off with my last question, and that is, does VTScada do radio telemetry?
And the answer is yes. In fact, that was... we absolutely do radio telemetry. That was the bread and butter of VTScada. In fact, now we support all kinds of other things like cellular and of course over a local area network. But radio was one of the things, again, that we did a lot better than anybody else a long time ago. In fact, we even have our own built-in polling driver that can handle polling, very sophisticated polling cycles without needing a master PLC.
Right. Great job, Chris. And yeah, I guess a big part of that is that VTScada was first developed for use in areas where the population is fairly sparse, and so efficient and cheap communications were really what was required for these water systems, because our first systems were areas closer to where we are in Atlantic Canada.
Mm-hmm. Next.
Is that it? Natasha's gone.
Oh, that's it. She's gone. It was one question.
That was my part.
Thanks, Natasha.
Over to you, somebody. Oh, it's me. It's me.
All right. So, Chris, let's do an off the cuff.
Let's do that thing. Let's do it right now. But let's not think about it. Let's just off the top of our heads or the top of our cuffs. So what we're going to talk about, let's talk about polling. Since we're already talking about polling, a lot of people sort of ask, especially when you talk about a multi-server environment, which is really where a lot of VTScada's superpowers really come online, when we got more than one server connected to a network. They say, oh, well, you've got all those servers. Are they all pounding on the same I/O at the same time? And they think it's bad, and other people assume that's the way it should be. So it's,
well, I was going to say it's kind of the catch-22 is people assume that should happen, but at the same time they're not happy about it.
Right. You better represent that system that I don't like.
Yeah, and I guess we're sort of alluding to the fact that no, we don't do it that way. VTScada works actually differently in that we have we look at the communication network between the servers. Typically is can be very high bandwidth for very low cost, and so we try to move the communications between VTScada servers. Although, as Keith was talking about, it is extraordinarily efficient comparatively to other systems, but we keep that bandwidth back at the main server. So the primary server distributes the information that it has to the other servers, and the other servers, who may be primary servers for other things, distribute that information back. So it's a bi-directional communication. It's all done in one of our best but least talked about technologies, which is the RPC service. And from there, you're able to say, okay, this server is reaching out to all these devices on this network, this server is reaching out to all these devices on this network, and that polling is done based on how you've set up the polling for the I/O, which means you can poll once per second, twice per second. You could poll once every 10 seconds if you want to. It really depends on your data. And then that information gets then parsed back in the historian and then synced as values between the different devices.
And setting that up, again, requires no scripting at all. You may have seen us on a previous High Diving Act demonstrate how Dave could reach through the network, see my computer, pull the running application off, install it on his, and again, like 3-4 clicks maybe. And then the last step of that is to go into the server list, which is a very simple little configuration utility where you basically, again, use a drop down to say, I'm going to add myself as the primary server, and now I'm going to look at the other available servers and add one of them as the secondary server, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. Again, it's just a few clicks, and it's done. And that list in that order is the order of failover. So the primary is the one that will do the polling. The others will synchronize with that. Should that go away, it's the next in the list, et cetera. And that list is distributed across all of the servers automatically.
That's right. As soon as you add a server into that list, or if that server is a client of the application connected to you, then that list will continuously update. And the same is true of thin client servers. And that list, like I say, you can actually go into the advanced mode on that list if you want to, and you can break out each of the VTScada services. So whether it be the alarm dialer, the thin clients, you can do each driver individually, or you can create driver lists to have a single list for a group of drivers.
It's true, and so this again is the struggle of working against expectations. That people expect things to work in a certain way, and the irony is, like you said, that people often aren't happy about that old way. People don't get really excited talking about having to license all those different components, but they assume it's the way it's supposed to be, and so they'll get grumpy if you don't do it.
That's right. Yeah, and it kind of goes back to that mentality of you've got that cold backup where you've got something that just isn't on, and if you have a failure, you turn the other thing on, and eventually it comes to life. You've got that hot backup, which is what you were describing, where you often have everything actually running. So it's truly redundant in the fact that you have two systems running, each is getting their data. Each actually, because they're running and they're both managing that polling rate, trying to poll sort of independently, they're each actually oftentimes getting slightly different data. So a report run from one server may not actually be quite the same as a report run from another server. And that's another sort of differentiating piece of VTScada, is that data absolutely is synchronized. So it doesn't matter where you're running your reports from or what you're doing, you would expect the exact same values and outcomes.
That's a good point, and also sort of speaks to the point that because you've distributed all these servers, you can have a local I/O at each location where you have a server, and then at that location, that server is the primary, and then maybe also is the secondary for another server. So what that means is you could have all these distributed locations. If the whole network just goes down, all of the local sites can continue to poll then become the primary server of their location, and are logging at that local location. So again, when the network comes back up, like Keith was talking about earlier, you get bi-directional synchronization between all of the servers, and that's throttled in such a way that it's not just chaos. That in fact it doesn't choke live data with all of the synchronization. It's very efficient, again, because of the very lean, purpose-built historian that we have.
That's right. Yeah. And so you kind of alluded to one thing that people have taken really far, to the whole concept of drive-by data too, where they may just have a server on site and be able to move in passing to that server, synchronized to a computer, and that computer eventually goes back to another computer and it synchronizes with it there. So you can have your guys in the field who just have a laptop in their truck that's logging all the data from each of these sites as they get near it, and then bringing that back if you didn't have telemetry to and from. So there's other examples of that that I can't talk to because there's some new technologies coming out where people are really implementing this in pretty clever ways.
It's true. We pretty much had that set up, that model set up when we were doing the HoloLens video that day.
That's right.
You
Yeah,
actually had a little wide area network set up in the back of your car.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty fun. As we're actually running the server then in the vehicle, and yeah, running around and, as they say, going to those sites and setting up those displays and everything else, just with the VTScada running on my laptop.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So that brings us to the end of this segment. So next up, we're going to go back to revisiting the why of all of this. Our Vice President, Barry Baker, always keeps saying we need to talk about the whys, not just the hows. And Glenn's going to basically talk about the corporate philosophy. He's going to talk about the mindset that went into creating VTScada, including the sort of reactive programming language that it uses.
We have the president of Trihedral Engineering, the creator of VTScada, Glenn Wadden, here to join us to give a special presentation.
Thank you, Dave. I'd like to give you a little background about the start of Trihedral and a little bit about how VTScada came to be what it is. Back in the early 80s, I worked for a system integrator, a local company here in Nova Scotia that was doing some work on trying to do telemetry based on these new IBM PCs. And one of the things I was hired to do as a summer student was to write some software from scratch to basically implement a SCADA system on a water collection system. And it was a really neat project, actually. Summertime worth of work, but it actually did have all the elements of what we now consider of a modern SCADA system: graphic displays, drivers, logging of data, plotting of the data, alarms, even remote call out after the hours, although it was a single contact. So I let a little buzzer go off in the fire department. Everything was still there. So then the next project came along. I went to work for this company after university, and we did a few more projects, all with different programming languages, none of which are still supported. But we still had a great time until it certainly came to be realized that this isn't really a scalable model. Writing software from scratch for every little city that comes along is not very maintainable. So I thought, well, we should create a tool to do this thing. And that was the genesis of VTScada. The company I was working for wasn't really interested in doing that, so I spawned off and created Trihedral. So one of the things I realized from doing this project was that you needed flexibility to do these things well. And we needed a scripting language of some kind. And so, why a scripting language? Well, flexibility was one of the driving factors, but we also needed something that you could create expressions from and small scripts and my requirements. So I looked for a language that could do this, and my language requirements were kind of driven by what I had learned in university. I did a graduate degree in University of Minnesota. Along that line, I had a project that I was given at the time that my professor gave me a paper that was about doing how to simulate digital electronic circuits, and that was applicable to the project I was doing to try to create a testing for these advanced circuits that were very complex, and to simulate the circuit efficiently was important. And there was the whole idea of don't simulate every circuit at every cycle unless the inputs have changed for it. And that created this whole idea that I think Keith may have alluded to, that we have this idea that when something changes, you only do the things that depend on that change. It may cause subsequent changes, but those changes will trigger the next set of changes. This was the basis of what is now known anyway as a reactive programming language. This was back in 1986. Google cites the invention of reactive programming languages in 1997, but I beg to differ. We find the next thing we wanted to do is we wanted to fit the problem. The problem domain for this is not the same as the problem domain for accounting or for games. When we're doing control systems, state logic is a much better model for following things like drivers or pump controllers. A driver, well, to illustrate the point, a driver has a state where it transmits a packet, waits for a response, processes that response, and passes those changes on to the next tier in our event-driven logic. Now, each of these steps are different states, and I thought that was a really key idea to the VTScada programming language, and that's something built into the language. One of the other things that was really brought home to me at the time was that you need to be able to make changes without restarting. If you have to make a change to the software in any way, a configuration change, drop a new widget on a page, you don't want to restart. So there's no separate building environment and then shutting down the system and restarting. It was key to be able to restart the app or to make changes without restarting the operation. So really important to 24/7 operations. Extensibility, that's a really key thing too. Now, it's important to look at how you expand the system, how do you adjust the system. So if it was all just in VTScada and you couldn't adjust or use the script language, it'd be very limiting. One of the key aspects of the whole product is that half the product itself is the interpreter for VTScada. It's the language executor. It's all written in C++. The other half is actually the VTScada language written in itself. So we have this idea that VTScada, as the language, implements all the drivers, all the user interface, all of the synchronization, and all the historian. All that stuff is built in script code. One of the outfalls of that is that we have this ability to do overrides. Instead of just doing extensions to the system or hooks into the system, where you say, when something happens, you can call something else. We have that support too. But what if you don't want the original behavior? We have the ability in VTScada to override the existing behavior in the product with what you need in your facility. So we have this override, and that we've taken to another level we call the OEM layer. Now, OEM layers are something that's specifically a fallout of our scripting language. You can insert a layer into the product or above the product layer, and those changes to the product, those additions or overrides or even hooks into the system become your layer, but they don't affect the core product. They just override the core product. That means if you get a new version of the product, your OEM layer doesn't change. So you can create a private label branded version of a system that you can add your own IP to the deliverable. This is something pretty unique to VTScada. And you can even take that level to layering these OEM layers. We call them OEM for original equipment manufacturers to get the idea that you're actually adding value to the product. And you can add them at the application level too. So if you have a complicated application that you need some special widgets included, it's part of the capability of the system. Forward compatible, a really important thing. One of the things that go back 30 years, it's still true today, but many systems out there are built on technologies that you see are becoming obsolete. That's one of the key things that I wanted to be really careful about avoiding. There are lots of languages that were around, Visual Basic for one. Pascal was one of the systems I used back in the late 80s to write a SCADA system. They're not really supported anymore. And you see these systems coming along. You'll hear languages today which are popular, and wait 10 years, they won't be there. SCADA systems really aren't built like you're to be replaced every 5 years like a car. They're going to be something that you're going to live with for a very long time. You invest a lot in the actual configuration of the system. When you get down to writing software to implement a large SCADA system, you don't want to have to throw that away in 10 years. You want to be able to support that for the long haul. And so if you take our applications that have been written for VTScada back in, say, 1989, you could take those applications and run them on the current VTScada script engine and you'd still have them function. So that forward compatibility, long haul support is something key to us, and why building our own language, we ensured that we could have that long haul support, backward compatibility that would be there forever. So we take this VTScada script language, and we look at it as a SCADA purposeful built language. It really is, it's more than that. So just a couple of examples I have is, just for fun, I had written a Sudoku solving program. You drop the grid on the screen, you fill in the numbers that are there, and it'll solve the puzzle for you. That's all written in the VTScada script language. Totally non-SCADA, but just to illustrate the point that it's a powerful programming language. The VTScada Fest scheduling system for last year in March, we had a full house there, sold out audience, trying to schedule, I think it was 30 different sessions running, and having everybody fit in as many optimum sessions as possible is one of these very intractable problems, but wrote software in VTScada. It found the optimum scheduling for everybody so that you don't have someone teaching two different sessions at the same time, and everybody got to attend the maximum number of sessions that were possible by the constraints built into our time schedule.
That's great.
Yeah, one of the last ones they got is, I think is a really cool application. Dalhousie University is a researcher called Dr. Kai Kemper. He's a researcher in the simulation of the neural system of the heart. And he's been working on this idea that there are essentially a mini brain within the heart that actually controls the heart somewhat independently of the brain at a high-speed level. And he's used VTScada as the language to simulate the neural network in the heart. He's been doing this for years, and it's a really neat system because neurons fire. They trigger the next neurons down the line. It's a very event-driven kind of scenario. And the whole system, based on VTScada, just gives you a whole idea what this language is capable of. But where it really shines is in the real-time environment. That's the environment that has been tuned to meet. So if you take a look at our Idea Studio, our drag and drop drawing tool that you can use online, although you're doing all this GUI editing and all of the configuration you're doing online, it's actually generating VTScada script code in the background. So you can actually take that script code, you can view it in the Idea Studio. There's just a button there to look at it. You can edit it there. You can cut and paste it and put it on other pages. You can enhance it in any way you want. So all of the normal configuration tools are just working with the background script code. It knows how to interpret the script code and show it to you in a graphical way. So for the vast majority of applications, you'll see that VTScada doesn't need any script code. But it's interesting to know that it's all there in the background. And if you really need to do something powerful, you can just turn it on and have a go at it. As a product, we continue to build on the script language. It's not something we built 30 years ago and then just, let it go. It's something we continue to grow. And right now we're up to over 750 built-in functions in VTScada. It's a full object-oriented programming language, and there are ongoing things that we're working on. One of the cool things that we're working on right now, cool to me because I'm just kind of that kind of guy, we got this thing called bubbles. We're working on this idea of creating entirely independent script engines that are running in parallel in VTScada with the ability to pass messages between them. And some of the things that you'd be able to do with that is to spawn off buckets of work to another core on your processor and have those work in parallel. One of the essential things about the real-time world is that things tend to happen in a sequence. So not always can you sort of say, oh, I'm going to do the last step before I get the first step done. But there are cases where there are batches of work, and this will allow that to happen. I had a go at it last week with some of the experimental code, and it worked a treat. It's going to be some months before we get anything actually moved to that level, but it's pretty cool. So one of the things about this VTScada scripting language is that it's available in any development system that you buy from us, VTScada Lite included. So if you don't have a good at VTScada scripting, you can just download VTScada Lite, and there's no limit on how big an application you can run in VTScada Lite. So go give it a try if you want to.
And I invite you just to go and engage with us to find out some more about the product. The scripting is just one aspect. And as I say, most of the time it's in the background, you never see it. But I think if you come and check us out, you'll be surprised by the power that we have in VTScada, the simplicity of the product. And it's something you'll I think you'll get your eyes open when you have a good look at it.
That's great. Thank you, Glenn. That's a really that really drives home the point that the VTScada was always built on a tradition of innovation and advanced features and sort of pulling out from the crowd for all of our 34-year history.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought up Dr. Kemper's story there, because I remember having a discussion with one of the system integrators in Atlantic, Canada, and he said to me that he came to Trihedral to go through the VTScada, have his lobster, do the whole thing. And Dr. Kemper was on that course with them. So this was when they were both being introduced to VTScada, and, oh, well, what are you using it for? Yeah, I'm going to hopefully convert the, lift stations in town and maybe a water treatment plant. And what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm trying to simulate the nervous system between the heart and the brain. And the guy,
no big deal.
The system integrator said, oh, if you're going to do that, then I can probably do my water station. So anyway, he was kind of sold from there. He said, yeah, I think this will do what I need.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool application. It just illustrates the power of the language. Not that you necessarily need that kind of power, but it's great to know that it's there. If you think that you need to pull out and program something in some other language like Python or JavaScript, it's not the case. You do it all in VTScada, and it's supported forever.
Right. And yeah, one of the things that you didn't mention is there is a lot of built-in error detection and other things too. So if you are trying to do this, like even the concept of pick valid is something that's almost slightly unique to having VTScada, where it's so easy to say, if this variable doesn't exist, then use this, or if that doesn't exist, then use that. And you just wrap so many things into these simple statements that make your language run so easily.
Right, and I think you're kind of getting at or hinting at the idea that things like dividing by 0,
yes.
You don't worry about that.
Yes.
It just that and marks the data as being invalid, and just carries on. Nothing blows up, and nothing slows down. It just keeps working.
Yeah, I was playing around with an app the other day with some scripting, and I created 0 blue screens, and I divided by 0 several times.
Well, thank you, Glenn. That's a great keynote that comes on the heels of the WEFTEC Connect keynote. So we'll say goodbye, and we'll see you again throughout our live stream. So thanks, Glenn.
All right. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Thanks, Glenn. That was recorded earlier. I think that keynote was so good that we played it again. In fact, I would go as far to say is that keynote deserves an award.
It's funny you should mention that, Chris. It's almost like we planned to talk about awards next.
It's Segway with Chris Little.
People would love to see you on a Segway as well, probably.
I would like to see me on a Segway.
So getting to awards. So we've seen the control engineering. It's kind of year after year. Whenever we have that major version release, which is one of the requirements, that we seem to always be in with the control engineering, but we've had some new opportunities this year, and one of those being for Oil and Gas Award.
It's true, and now we've been, like as we've said countless times, we've been in the oil and gas business for decades, but we don't often lead with it in our marketing. So as a result, we haven't really been applying for the awards or things like that. So yeah, this is kind of exciting.
Yeah, that's right. And the oil and gas companies aren't the first ones to tell all the other oil and gas companies about the great SCADA software they're using.
Exactly.
So I say it is one of those things that has taken a little bit more investment in that marketing. So, but yeah, so it's a great opportunity. This one's, I think, a little bit different in that I think you do have to be a subscriber of the magazine to vote.
That's true. Now, if you are a subscriber or would like to become one in the very near future, I'm just sharing my screen here. I'm not sure if we've got that up yet. But on the main page of our website, if you scroll all the way to the bottom where you see all of the news, you will actually see.
And there's Dan looking to give you some assistance.
Oh, yes, that's right. Sometimes it's me. Sometimes I pop up.
If you can't find it, then you can
that.
ask whoever's little bubblehead that happens to be where it is.
Right. Exactly. And right now we're going to ask Dan, how do we vote for the oil and gas award for control engineering? And he would say, click right there, which I just did. And that takes us to a page where you can find out a little bit more about it. You can read about our oil and gas case studies and stories, and you can click to go to the actual website for control engineering, where, again, if you're already a subscriber, you can log in and vote. Please do. Vote as early as you can. Vote as often as you can.
And if you're not a subscriber, then sign up and then vote.
Excellent. Yeah, it's an excellent publication. Why not sign up? If you're going to sign up for one magazine, it would be Control Engineering.
That's right.
So, and it's time for a show report, and we have back with us our star reporter, one of our star reporters. They're all star reporters. Tim Donaldson. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
So you've been out and about, and you've been gathering information to bring back and share with the live stream. What have you brought back for us now?
So I attended a session on productivity analytics in waste collection systems. And in watching that, and then also kind of flipping back and catching some stuff that you guys have been doing, and Dave and Keith talked about it a little earlier today, and I'll kind of segue that in a minute with the JSON driver and things we're doing with one of Dave's demos. But this was about it was put on by it was an analyst company, or not an analyst company, consulting company. They did a study for a town, and what they wanted to do is reduce their costs, operation costs. And typically, when you're looking at analytics and you start looking at KPIs, your driving force behind that is, I got to lower our costs. So let's throw some analytics out there, and let's gather data, and let's run it through models and reduce our costs. What they wanted to be able to also reduce their costs, but be prepared for storms. And what I mean by that is, more storm, higher rainfall, obviously more in the collection system. So they want to be prepared for that, so they can run the pumps and so forth. And I know Dave's got a really nice demo on that, on what he's done there. But what this particular application, what they did is they took 6 years of data, which again is no problem for us with our historian. And this was on data on rainfall as well as flow data. So weather data as opposed to what they're actually seeing coming in, flood levels and so forth. Matching that up with what happened in a storm in the past, and then they're able to predict, okay, we got this kind of weather coming in, this is what we predict is going to happen, so therefore we need to make sure we're going to turn our pumps on at such and such a time. It's been going fairly well, pretty good for this particular application. They said the stronger storms, what I mean by stronger storm, more rain in a shorter period, it's easier to predict that with their model, as opposed to a storm where you're going to get a lot of rain. However, it's over a longer period of time. It's not those short bursts. You're going to get kind of rain in within 3 hours.
Right.
Those are easy to predict, but the ones that kind of more of the 12-hour, 24-hour storms where your surges are going to just keep rising and rising, those seem to be different with the model. And I can see that probably being, how much the ground saturated and so forth. And obviously they're not monitoring that into the predictive analytics. But I'm going to give Dave a chance to talk a little bit, because I know he's done he's smiling.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no. But, I mean, I know, Dave, we've done this. I mean, this particular company, they've taken SCADA data in, and then they're taking weather data in, and they're putting it into another engine to come up with this predictive analysis. Okay, we're not giving that whole predictive piece, but we're able to tie in the weather data with our JSON driver. And then we are also able to, I know you showed that about an hour ago with Keith. You had a nice demo where you're showing the, being able to have different models built in to turn pumps on and turn pumps off. So you maybe just talk about that for a quick sec, kind of good segue for this.
Yeah, sure. So a big part of that, and I'm glad that you did kind of note that we aren't doing that AI analysis and those analytics in the engine, but we do have all these interfaces. So you can have that AI done. You could use the REST interface to be pulling the data from VTScada, and you could have a simple API or something to provide a JSON string or anything back to basically say, here's what we would recommend that you do, or here's what the AI would recommend based on what it's seeing. And I think it is important actually that, yeah, people consider that in layers right now, because if you had that, I mean, we could program that logic right into VTScada. We could make a little connector for it and have that happen right in the software. But AI sometimes can make decisions that are a little Skynet-like. It's not necessarily making its decision based on all of the variables that the human may consider important. So so it is nice to basically be able to reach out to something, get that recommendation back, and then influence based on that. And again, it comes back to Chris. I think we talked about this yesterday. Is the PLC is the and I can't forget the word that you used for it.
It's the lizard brain.
The lizard brain of the whole system, and you get into some of the more advanced parts of the brain, which are sort of like your SCADA software, and then your AI. I like to think of it as kind of like the smartphone. It's pinging you with the notification saying, "Hey, it's going to rain in a little bit. You may want to do this." So, but it's not actually a direct connection into the influential system. It's a place to give reference and advice.
Sure, it's a reference point, and
that's right, and it's tied into the system in that it's able to buzz and it's able to connect, and I've got that little like binger on my watch and other things. So I am actually feeding information to my phone, and my phone is coming back with recommendations for me. Whether it to be that I've been sitting at a console talking on a stream all day. Maybe I'm getting these buzzes occasionally to get up and run around for a bit.
Well, what also I thought about is if, doing this with VTScada, I mean, with our operator notes being, tying into being able to match it up with our historical data. I know here, I mean, they talk about storms and they say, oh, this storm is going to be like the storm of October 2002. Well, I'm sure, our operators could say, well, I remember that storm in October 2002, and yeah, we got flooded, but we were able to maintain that by doing such and such with our pumps. Well, if say he made a note of that in his historical record, he could go back to that particular time frame, find out exactly what they did, and they're going to be prepared for that. Yep. You don't have that knowledge with an AI system.
Yeah, and what you're saying ties back exactly to having that, without the AI system to sort of automate that process. They're saying, we know there's a storm. They're saying it's going to be like this. So I'm going to look back at that time because there might be some critical differences. Maybe they look back and they see that actually the water level in the watershed was significantly higher or lower back then than it is currently. That, actually, yeah, if you recall, there was that storm the week before this one that actually brought the water levels up. And so this time is, it's not going to be so bad. So if we did that, then we should be safe. We know that, we got away with it then when things were a little worse. We'll do it again, and we have a little bit of buffer.
Or they could say, that storm that was really wet before that storm, but now this storm coming, we've had a drought for the last 3 months, so the ground's going to be a lot, more absorbent. So we're going to absorb a lot more of that. And again, it's another factor that, is that AI element going to be able to pick that up? Probably not. I rely more on my town operators and so forth to supervise.
The big thing they need, though, they need to have that data in the historian, or they need to have that data available. So if, even that watershed level might be a simple data point that they can use just as a reference. It's not really taking up any of the historian. It's so easy to go out and get it, but it could be so valuable to help with that decision making, or even help with that risk analysis on how confident they are that what their plan is going to be realistic or going to be able to be executed.
If they want to get that weather data, they can use the JSON driver that we have and pull that data right into the SCADA system as well.
That's right, and there's no cost for that data.
They They don't have to rely on their phone weather alert going off, telling them that the storm. Most likely, he knows there's a big storm coming, but he can use the tide, to tie directly into the SCADA system to use that.
That's right.
It gives them the both worlds.
That's right. So Tim, I really appreciate you coming on, and it's great that we got onto this discussion talking about AI systems and some of the advanced topics and other things, because you've done a perfect job of leading us into our next topic, where we're going to show a little bit of a futurist idea on the HoloLens and looking at augmented reality. And so we've got a little piece on that, and then Chris and I are going to come back and we're going to discuss what was shown in that piece.
Okay, I'm gonna actually move over to the live stream and watch that. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thanks, Tim.
Take care. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Great. What you'll see in this video is the HoloLens running today's VTScada thin client as projected holograms. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm the manager of operations for water and wastewater treatment for the town of Windsor. That includes overseeing all aspects of the day-to-day operations for our water treatment and 2 wastewater treatment facilities. I've been with the town for 10 years. I've been in this position for 2 years. Incredibly interesting. The industry's changing constantly. As we do daily rounds through the water plant, we have a long check sheet that we go through every day and on weekends as well, and we check every system in the plant, every pump, every chemical feed. So I think it would be pretty cool to be able to walk through the whole water plant with this on and look at every piece of equipment through the eyes of real-time data, instead of just your general look, listen, and feel, and writing numbers down on a chemical feed pump, or amperages on a motor, to be able to physically look at everything in your facility, and it shows those amperages and run times and alarm statuses as you look at that piece of equipment. I think it's a mind-boggling technology. I think the augmented reality is a pretty neat concept. Again, like to have all that at your fingertips is that's a pretty cool thing. The way of the old school operator is slowly dissipating. The more conferences and courses and information sessions that I attend, there's a continuing trend of younger operators that are a little more comfortable with technology. Just the guys that I work with, we're all roughly the same age, and we're all kind of on board with trying out the latest and greatest. Going from our new wastewater facility with the technologies we're using there to one of the first utilities to be using all the SCADA. So I think it would be well received. Obviously, there's a substantial amount of training that would have to be involved there, for everybody to come comfortable with it, and you're bound to have a few staff members, I think, that are gonna have some hard times with it, but I think in general it'd be quite well received. I did notice, like just trying to get your fingers just becoming accustomed to it, I guess, is the biggest hurdle for anybody, and to convince them that it's a good thing and that it's a good tool. And when I first started, I was overwhelmed with just the SCADA coming from what I was using and from my last job, and it was a bit of an undertaking to learn that and become comfortable with it. But once you got it, I couldn't operate without it anymore. And I think something like this, in 20 years' time, might be somebody could be sitting there saying the exact same thing. Like without having a HoloLens on my head walking through my plant, how could I ever know what's going on? So it's a pretty neat technology.
And we're back.
I was just going to say in the background. Sorry, that was me shouting cues and going, "Yeah!"
Automation Village live stream.
That's it. I was saying that we're
enjoyed that moment of zen.
It's funny. I was watching the video, so I would have got there eventually.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. That was the producer being asleep.
What was interesting is I've since watched the video introducing the HoloLens 2, the next generation of that device that we saw in the video. And of course, after we got home from that day, I don't know about you, but my finger was really tired from doing this. Like it really is as slick as it looks.
It's not the most natural movement. You really have to be very on the first version. It's a very distinct.
Yeah, you have to get it right. So there's a lot of mental stress that goes with it too. But now the HoloLens 2, they actually had this demo where this woman was actually playing a virtual piano with all 10 fingers. It was amazing.
Yeah, the hand tracking has got actually phenomenal, and so we're starting to see that. I think Facebook has a new VR device released very soon with hand tracking, and then Microsoft's working with some other partners to come up with some other devices, and they're really putting a focus on the hand tracking and also sort of augmenting things like your keyboard or whatever into that virtual space, even in virtual reality as opposed to the augmented reality. So I think you're getting that virtual reality is starting to give you a little bit of a hybrid into augmented, and the augmented reality, like you say, has a little ways to go, but really is probably the right technology for things like the
situational awareness,
automational industry.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate form of heads-up, situational awareness.
And Martin was a real champ when it came to do that video. We kind of called him up one day and said, "Martin, can we come to your plant and do a thing with this device that's going to project this stuff out, project your SCADA values out onto all of your things?"
Sure.
And
in a snowstorm.
Yep. And it was a real snowstorm that day. And
what's interesting is that the new HoloLens, just a simple little thing that makes such a difference. At one point, she just said she set up the screen just like we would set up the thin client on a surface, and then she'd say, "Follow me." And then everywhere she went, that virtual control room that we created could basically have followed him everywhere he went. So he wouldn't have to go back 5 feet away to the virtual control room that he built next to the brick thing.
Yeah, that's cool. And so we've seen that HoloLens, we showed it with SCADA, but for just general maintenance type things, you can connect in with somebody so they can see like a Zoom style meeting going through, so they're seeing the HoloLens, and they can actually feed things through that to say, okay, I'm going to send you a document, and the document sort of will appear up to the side, or a schematic or whatever it is. So there are some really neat things that are coming with that. It's still a little ways, I think, from hitting a lot of production environments, but it looks like it will be helpful at some point into the future.
Yeah, so that's one of the examples of a technology that's already revolutionizing how this kind of monitoring and control gets done. Now, recently in the Automation Village, in our own virtual trade shows, we've had some presentations by other people who've been using other sort of nascent technologies like drones, for example. We've seen a number of very, very interesting different uses of drones in the SCADA field.
Yeah, that was really cool to see that kind of paradigm on the update in drone technology, and drones being used to, they say, one of the neatest things that I had seen was the one where they were doing the radio pass. I thought that was really pretty revolutionary, and it was a real paradigm shift because they weren't replacing helicopters with drones, or I mean, you see a lot of time where they're replacing things that fly with drones because they're lower cost. This was replacing things like temporary towers or hiking people up towers to go up and down, and instead they're basically able to plot this path of communication strength.
Right. Because previously, when they were mapping paths across areas that were really dangerous, they would have to increase their quote price significantly in order to cover that cost. And as a result, they were actually losing bids and losing projects. That was Custom Controls Unlimited, actually, out of North Carolina.
Right.
And also, just really briefly before we carry on, there was another drone application, which is another kind of slightly wild thing, where they would actually, to map sites along a river, they would put these sort of submarine, very insect-like, very amphibian-like robots into the water, and they would automatically just map all the sites along the river.
Yeah, so you're getting a full kind of 3D grid-style map of whatever parameters you're looking at, if it was one of these drones. And we had one in Western Canada as well, doing oil and gas with some automatic object detection, and that was using VTScada. So they're running the system from the drone into VTScada to lock down all of those different points that they're seeing.
Right. And it would basically notice a pattern that was undesirable. Another use of that might be looking for algae blooms in the water and wastewater. So on that note, that brings us time for questions, because we all have questions, and Natasha is the one to bring them to us.
Right. Hey, Natasha.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
Good.
So I'll jump
How are
right
you
into
using
it.
drones to bring back questions? That's what I want to know.
Yes, your question is coming in via drone now. What version control component does VTScada use?
Well, if you want to go on the live stream, there's a little playhead that shows where we are. You could grab it and drag it back about 3 inches, and we did a whole segment on version control. And I guess the short glib answer to the question is VTScada is VTScada's version control, and it is native to the product. And as a result, whenever anything's built in and native, it has a ton of sort of superpowers that fall out of that. And then one of them being that if you've got multiple servers, your entire change history is distributed across all of them.
Right. And I think the biggest superpower that comes with that is that when you click new application, it's all set up, it's all done, it's all there right off the bat, logging automatically.
Yeah, so you don't have to write any scripts at all in order to set up that kind of version control. You don't need a third-party sort of repository software that you then have to configure to be a repository for your SCADA system, and then figure out how to back that up.
Right.
It's basically done.
The other part of that is as you upgrade your SCADA system, the features and tools in that version log automatically upgrade with it. Because it's all part of the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So we didn't drone on too long about version control. Sad trombone.
Can VTScada connect to Allen Bradley PLCs?
Yes.
Next question. Absolutely.
This is Can we do question challenge and see how many questions Natasha has back there? One word answer per question. So to talk about the Allen Bradleys a little bit, the answer is yes. And we've got a number of different protocols that are all part of the software. They're no extra cost or anything built in. And so I'll do the first two, and I'll let Chris do the third one that we commonly see with Allen Bradleys. So the first one being Modbus, you see that a lot on like the Micro 850s. The other one being DF1, and you see that on a variety of different Allen Bradley products. But Chris, I'll let you talk about sort of the holy grail, or our probably favorite protocol to Allen Bradley.
I had hoped that this was the one you were going to leave for me. So that is the SIP driver, of course, which once we got that, all of the sale. Remember the Lunch and Learn where we rolled out the SIP driver, where it actually supports tag browsing. So it because we don't we don't sell anyone else's hardware, the thing that people want is that plug and play experience. So now you can take an Allen Bradley device that supports SIP, plug it in, and actually browse in and pull those tags out right onto VTScada without having to sort of duplicate that manually.
Yeah, that's right. So if it's a single tag, you just go in and the address assist, like you've seen a million times earlier today for all kinds of different drivers, and you can go in there. And this one's a little different. It allows you to filter and other things by things like type. But what Chris was alluding to is there's actually an import feature. So even if you have nested tags and other things, you can pull the whole tag database out of the Allen Bradley PLC and bring that right into VTScada on the PLCs that are using the SIP driver. And I think we have an update coming fairly soon to that SIP driver, which is going to allow that to work with more of the Allen Bradley PLCs and perhaps some others.
Right, and like I was saying, in the lunch and learn where they rolled that out to us, like everyone on the sales team sort of sat up straight and pulled out their phones and started like writing people who'd want to know that and saying, "This is huge. This is huge."
I remember that.
Yeah, a lot of people say we do Allen Bradley PLC connections better than Allen Bradley.
So let's move on to my next, and I think there was a recorded webinar once on that as well. Maybe I'll dig out that that link and I'll pop it into the chat for people to check out. And while I'm looking for that, I will ask you our next question, and that is, what are the server requirements for VTScada?
Pretty modest. I think there's sort of been a misconception out in the world that I'm not sure where it started, that VTScada requires sort of heavy-duty hardware, but in fact, the opposite is true. Because of that sort of reactive programming language that Glenn Wadden spoke about in a number of his sort of keynotes and presentations, it's a very lightweight engine. It runs very cool. And it means that you don't need to have some super-powered blade server in order to run VTScada. In fact, and for most applications, a pretty modest business, office computer or laptop would do just fine.
Yeah, so I'm just looking. I'm running an application right now. I've got a number of tags running, and VTScada currently is using less than 1% of that core, and I'm using 1.3 gigs of RAM, and that's actually running a whole pile of simulating data for 8 lift stations and also the Hydra station, and also running the Modbus devices to talk between those stations and doing all the historian work and everything else.
And if you want if you really want a more specific answer, we used to give very prescribed sort of recommendations or requirements for servers, but really what that came down to was, what is the minimum amount of hardware that it will work on, because people are looking to keep costs of hardware down. Yeah. But we sort of stopped doing that. I think Dave, you made this point originally, was that we really want to make recommendations about what would be a really good experience.
Yeah. Well, I think it was even certain people. I mean, if we recommended that they were using, a Pentium with a 1 gigahertz processor, some people would see it as that's the requirement, but that really wasn't what we'd recommend. But you actually could spend more money to get some of this older hardware. And yeah, we kind of switched that a little bit to say, you know what, let's give sort of some suggested system styles, which was more to look at, the i5 or something, where you've got a pretty good balance between the number of cores and the speed per core. And also these are, you're talking about like $200 processors at this point.
I'm just going to share my screen. Pete, heads up real quick, just to show on our website here where you can find the actual recommendations. So if I go to resources up here in the menu and down to system, we still call it requirements because of Google SEO. And here you can find our recommendations, our best recommendations for a good experience with a small system, and as you can see, this is quite a modest piece of hardware right here, and then something a little more for medium systems, and then for once you start to get up to 25K IO, then things do start to shift, and we do recommend a little more bulk, something a little heavier duty, and we also make a few other recommendations, for example, around alarm notifications. around modems and things like that. And increasingly, we're getting asked about virtualized servers. There's a number of things to keep in mind there, and then just some miscellaneous recommendations. So peruse that at your leisure.
Perfect.
Right, and if you can't find that, click that bubble down in the bottom corner there and ask Dan or whoever has to be
Just
there.
click Dan on the face.
I've also added it to the YouTube chat window there for anyone who just wants to click on a link. And I think I can end with one more question. Can I use Excel to access VTScada data?
Yes.
I like how you guys just answer everything with a yes.
It's almost like we wrote some of these questions.
It's almost that way. But I will be back next hour. So if you have any questions, definitely send them to us in YouTube chat, over social media, email, by drone, however you need to get those questions to us. You go ahead and do that, and I'll be back live in about 50 minutes.
Thanks, Nat. We actually have about a minute, Dave. Why don't you give a slightly longer answer to that question, or I can?
Sure. So the Excel data, we have been bringing data into Excel a number of ways for a long time. The most common was for people to use ODBC. And so you just go to VTScada, you can install that ODBC connector on your client computer, and you connect into VTScada. And that was actually using SOAP in the background. But since we've updated that ODBC connector to use REST, but we've also added a Excel add-in, which is available in the Microsoft Store. And you can get that and you can try VTScada. We have a demo server set up. You can go in and you can try that Excel add-in. Its big benefit is it has the tag browser in it. It makes all the SQL queries for you. So it's super cool. I hope that we get to show at some point. So next up, though, we want to go into our next spotlight. So let's go straight to that.
Over to you, Barry.
We've got a couple of minutes to our next piece, but I think we might have Barry Baker on the line there.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Chris. How are you guys?
Hey, Barry.
Hey, Barry. Doing well?
Good.
So Barry was listening to those questions, just trying to decide whether or not we could keep our positions.
I'm loading up the pink slip gun. I'll let you know.
It makes a boing sound. So while you've been listening, of course, you having the unique perspective of being the vice president of the company, is there anything we've missed that it's important for you to fill in?
Actually, yeah, I was actually going to maybe step back. Besides all the technical things, and I hear the occasional questions on, can I do this? What's that cost? That sort of thing. I want to talk briefly about our philosophy on pricing and how we conduct ourselves as a company. So I'm just going to share up my screen here for a second. Hopefully it comes in no problem. Right. Hope you see that right now.
Got it.
Right. So why we do what we do. And it's a sort of philosophy. So this month marks my 27th year with Trihedral, starting my 28th. And one of the things that I was attracted to Trihedral when I first interviewed, I think there was 3 people in the company, and when I joined there was 5. So we had rapid growth many years ago, percentage-wise. But is just the philosophy of treating employees, customers, and suppliers fairly. And we've talked about this before. Now, a lot of companies say that, but so I'll just go through some of the policies we have to make that work. As we noted, and you've, I think, as Price said many times, we only have one product. So we're a pure play company, and we invest a large amount of revenue every year in R&D to keep things going. Our core element in everything we do is fairness. So I think you guys mentioned earlier in the questions, we publish our prices online, and those are actually what we charge. They're not not subject to a whole bunch of strange multipliers, so everybody's being treated differently, or we're treating our new customers better than we treat our past customers, like the cell phone companies or the cable companies. We evaluate them against our competitors, obviously, for fairness, and we don't make people buy to actually try out our software. We get our VTScada Lite installed in almost 200 countries around the world, but we offer free demo licenses, and we have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Even if you install the software, we'll give you the money back if you're not happy. So our pricing history, just to give a little background, we used to only have 2 prices. for as for development runtime or a runtime, and had no other options. But as more players have come into the marketplace, we've actually added bands to lower our pricing. So you have distinction between a large end user and a small one. And we have a wide range of customers. From the large city of Houston's to the large enterprise levels for Patrol Niagara Falls to many, many small towns. So what we did is we added options to keep our pricing low. We've also put our pricing or our tags, which represents an IO, called IO tags, we put them in buckets. And the idea was so people didn't have to buy more than they need. Not everybody needs unlimited tags. Like I said, back to the pricing of before, everything was unlimited. We put these buckets in place to lower the pricing, to treat a small customer with, I guess, better value, and I'll show you per tag than the larger ones in some regards. So, and you can see the dollar per tag drops dramatically. But if the customers want to upgrade their systems, they can upgrade just by paying the difference in the system, in the pricing. So our customers can start with a 1,000 tag system, and if later on they want to upgrade to a 5,000 tags, they just pay the difference in licensing. So as again, try and keep people free. Try and treat people fairly. Our standard features are, you said, displays, historian. So we don't need third-party drivers, and we don't need external databases. These are all built in. We have optional features. The list is short, so our pricing is fairly easy to understand. No extra charge for historian, IO drivers, redundancy, and people can add them at a later date for the current feature cost. Other elements is our thin clients, and they're priced on a per current user. So you can't tell the difference when you're working on one of our thin clients when you're looking at the server or the thin client. If you look at the machines side by side, you cannot tell which is which. They're that good, and you didn't have to code anything. So, but that's based on a concurrent user. And when we introduced those many years ago, actually we stopped selling runtimes because it became very flexible for the customers to use those while they're on premise, like the Microsoft model, or after hours when they're doing support, and now on their cell phones and their tablets. So it just turned out to be a better way of working. We also offer license packs. So for very small I/O systems, we sell them in packs. These are mostly for SIs and OEMs who want to put them maybe on a small display in a panel. And we're actually getting interest right now for a large number of customers that want to put them in operator displays at a local substation or a local lift station. So it's very attractive pricing in terms of per cost per license and the ability that they can add support over time. The other thing we have, so we keep customers for a very long time. That we talk about Niagara Falls Power Generation. They've been running VTScada for over 20 years. It's never failed. And they take advantage of one of the things we have is our fixed price on support. So one of the things we do on support is different than like a Microsoft. We're more like an Apple. We think Apple copied our philosophy. That's why they got to such a market cap today, is we combine updates and support together. Because we never wanted to have the situation of telling a customer that they're paying us for support but didn't have an upgrade. Oh yeah, we know what your problem is. It's fixed the next release. Oh, you can't have that because you didn't pay for that. And the customer like, so why am I paying you for support if I'm just supporting you to tell me to buy more software? That doesn't sound like great support. I want you to help me with my problem. So they're bundled together, right? And the ideas behind this is this ugly looking train. We want to avoid people getting into what's called the train silo, right? Where it's Windows XP, where it stops advancing. So it rusts the silo. It's no longer useful, right? VTScada is almost like your Apple. Apple's now version 14. VTScada is version 12, right? They're putting it too much. They're getting ahead of us slightly, but that's okay. They can keep copying us. We're fine. Anyways, but that's a support and upgrade policy. System expansions. We've had utilities start with small installations for one plant, then they add another plant, then they come back and say, well, can we trade those licenses in and have a master enterprise license and change our licensing around? And we allow that. So if they're current in support, we maintain their current value. And one interesting thing is if the customer buys support and upgrades, as we mentioned earlier, again, it's optional. It's based upon 15% of the original license price. So that Ontario Power Generation or Niagara Plant Group, the price they're paying today is the exact same price they paid 20 years ago, not adjusted for inflation, not adjusted for any changes in cost of living. It's just the same price, and they pay it. They happily pay it. They think it's great support. If customers let it lapse, we cap it out at a maximum of 75%. So essentially, it's worth a 25% discount on any license value. Again, we take pride in our product, and therefore we do not want any version of VTScada, no matter how old it is, to be considered worthless. Right? Try doing that with Microsoft XP. They might charge you to throw the discs in the garbage or the CDs. So we're, again, pure play company, fairness, and that's the heart of our core belief, is belief in our product and supporting our customers. Other things we have bundles and pricing to make decisions easy for people who are looking to buy software, include a number of common components. We also have enterprise pricing, so we can go above 1,000 tags, 100,000 tags. The City of Houston system was, the new plant was quite a large system. And then we also offer, people don't realize this, we've been offering software as a service since 2001. That's before everybody invented IoT. We were it. And this internet thing, I never thought it would catch on. I remember putting in Netscape Navigator and Gmail into our office or email service for the first time. Anyways, we're now conducting all our business virtually in the cloud. So we offer that, and just to close this, we also offer enterprise pricing for very large customers that want to do a large geographic region or a number of plants. So I just want to say it's a common question we get at the trade show, and it really tailors to why we publish our prices, and these are the policies that are around them.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks, Barry, for that.
So that's the second coin I have to put in the jar for muting myself. Yes, thanks for that. And now we've come to our another segment where we're going to demonstrate some part of VTScada, and in this case, that part is all of it. So we're here to answer the question, why choose VTScada?
Right. So Chris, I think you have some slides that you'll probably bring up here.
You know what? I had a crazy idea. I was inspired. Normally in the trade show booth, we sort of pride ourselves on. There we go. Oop. There we go. We pride ourselves on demonstrating the software and not the PowerPoints. Now, there's sometimes PowerPoints can be useful for showing some of the more esoteric ideas, but I think this time around I'm gonna do the whole thing again using just VTScada. So why VTScada? And I guess the simplest way to answer that question is everything is built in. It is an elegant, well-designed software that isn't meant to be kludged together. It's not Meccano. You can't make, although you can certainly customize it. The idea is that we built every part of it. We maintain every part of it. We protect every part of it. And once you've installed it with our simple single installer file, we will maintain it for the life of your system. So this right here is a very simple demo application that represents a simple water and wastewater system. And I'm just going to use that to move through the screens and talk about some of the features that that really stand out to people about VTScada. So this is our like a sample wastewater treatment plant. In fact, I think this is based on an actual one in Texas. And so what's important about this is not just that these are pretty graphics, but these graphics are all made from drag and drop, from our simple drag and drop utility. All of these images came with the software and are easily sort of, if you're used to using PowerPoint, then you already have most of the skills you need as a developer to create create this screen. Now, from the point of view of an operator, it's very simple to navigate, it's very attractive to look at, but one of the big things is, and this is something that really sets us apart, any object on the screen that represents a point of data, and you could tell just by hovering over them, if I click on that, I can open up a trend. And of course, this is sort of simulated data. So, and I've already kind of been playing with some of the appearance of these things. So this is the historical data viewer. It's built into VTScada, and the more things I click on, the more things I can add to it. And right now, I am just an operator. I am not a developer, and I created this customized trend group. Actually, I'm going to add digital as well, because you can add analogs and digitals, and I can blow this up. And I didn't have to call an integrator. And if you are an integrator, you didn't have to drive all the way to site just to script one trend group. So it's a win for you as well. And as an operator, I can actually save this. Actually, first I can go in and adjust some of the appearance. So if I go in here, and I can change this to style 1 and change the color to nice purple. Who doesn't like purple? And I can easily make that look the way I want. And when I've got it the way I want, I can go in and save that. Whoops, hit the wrong thing. I can add more tags or remove tags from it, and I can save that group as Chris GUP. And now, whenever I open this trend viewer, which you can embed in a page, it has its own dedicated page, or I can open it spontaneously by clicking any number of I/O. I can go in there and actually see Chris's group right in the middle there. Boom. And it looks just like this. So again, an operator has the power to create an ad hoc report without having to drag somebody else in to do that. And also, let's go back and look at the navigation. From the point of view of an operator, it's very simple to get around. This intuitive tiled page menu, again, required no scripting, no configuration. The person who created this application, who I believe was you, Dave, all they had to do when you create a new page, it says add to menu, and you say, yeah, boom. And then you get this very nice intuitive way to navigate the application. So
that's right.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and yeah, if you want to change that, you just bring up the tag browser there, and you can restructure how all of these things look and which pages are shown, which aren't. It's
this is a nice little introduction to our integrated hierarchical tag browser.
Right, and you've got a filter on there right now, Chris.
Let's see here.
May or may not affect what you're about to show.
There we go. Got rid of that filter. So again, it's easy to navigate, easy to filter. It's hierarchical so that you can have sort of parent tags that contain child tags, so you can use those structures to mirror real world objects. But in this case, Dave was mentioning the menu system. You can go in and actually very easily drag and drop the appearance of that menu if you are a developer with that privilege. And so what it means is, one of the nice things from an operator point of view is that we do support multi-monitor. You could buy a bunch of monitors, and you could very easily configure VTScada to put a different screen on each one of them, which is a very effective thing to do. But if all you've got is one big 50-inch monitor on the wall, or maybe you have a projector, then out of the box you have a very simple way to have a multi-screen environment. And again, if you see something wrong going on, something bad, you can click in and have a look at that. So this is an example of a water treatment plant, and this water treatment plant uses a slightly different development methodology. This is called high performance, which many of you are aware, and you can use high performance to, it's basically a way of managing more and more data more and more effectively. Isn't that right, Dave?
Yeah, I think that's actually a great way to put it. So the idea is that because there's so much data available, rather than looking at all the data all the time, when everything is fine, the system's fine. It doesn't need your intervention. You want to make those areas that have gone into problem, or areas that are outliers that maybe are outside of the normal condition, really stand out for the operator so that they know where their attention should be focused.
Right, and already you can see that there's alarms running in the background because this is a demo application. But I'm just going to give an example of that. So like Dave said, from across the room, you can tell pretty much everything's fine. I'm just going to initiate an alarm, and right away, you might not know exactly what it is, but you have to walk over and look at this. So we just acknowledge that. So basically, we support either methodology. If you want to create very high contrast, photorealistic representations of your process, which some people do, because the other thing is, from across the room, you might not immediately know what screen this is, thanks to high performance. A lot of people kind of want to put a lot of things on one screen, whereas if you were to sort of create a blended approach, then you could see something more representational that makes it easy to scan from across the room, but then use this to kind of identify exactly where issues are arising. So those are sort of operator. Let's go back and navigate. See, I'm using the forward and back buttons to navigate through the application. Out of the box, VTScada has built-in alarms, built-in operator notes. I'm kind of skimming a little bit because I literally have a minute, I think. Built-in reporting and an internet client monitor. We haven't really talked about this too much, but VTScada basically is an internet server. So if you are licensing our thin clients so that you could look at VTScada from a phone or a mobile device, we are the server. And you could use this internet client monitor basically to see who's using it at any given time, send the messages or boot them off if you need to. But let's go into the alarms manager. So as you can see, these alarms have been cooking away. This interface was designed to meet the standards of the ISA 18.2 alarms management strategy, which is sort of the alarms counterpoint to the high performance methodology that's outlined in ISA's 101.
Yeah, it's actually a reference in ISA 101.
Right. And both are solving the same problem of complexity. Now it's very easy to put alarms on everything. You could put a critical alarm on everything. Isn't that better? But then, in fact, you've got critical alarms on nothing. So this interface was designed, I'm just going to acknowledge one of these, designed to basically remove noise alarms, to be able to go in and use these built-in reports to identify, for example, bad actors. See, this alarm seems fine. It's, these ones, 6 instances, 1 instance of that alarm, that's probably fine. But 740 instances of an alarm, some humans got to go look at that, and odds are someone removed that PLC years ago and just didn't bother to take it out of the SCADA. But it's generating noise, it's distracting. Same thing with alarms, floods. You can go in there and try to look at the causality of try to recreate what's causing these floods so that you can remove them. And this is a nice one. This is the distribution of priorities based on ISA's 18.2 standard. Of course, 5%. This just forces you to make some decisions. What's important? What's not important? Everything can't be important. So they recommend 5% critical alarms and 15% high, and the rest are just warnings. So then you could very, very quickly look at the rest of your system and say, yeah, we've got some work to do. We've got some decisions to make. So I've gone a minute over time. I hope I've made a dent in answering that question.
Perfect, Chris. Thanks very much.
So it was a bit of a tractor pull.
Our next bit is going to be a panel discussion. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Automation Village, and that's part of what we're doing today is coming from the Automation Village to talk at WEFTEC Connect, but the Automation Village has a whole lot more than that going on.
It's true. Dave, are we allowed to park here?
I'm sure it's fine. We're in a bus. We can park these anywhere.
I guess we're in the middle of the woods. Let's put the high beams or the blinkers on. So everybody, this is the Automation Village van, which you may have seen from the opening sequence of many of our own Automation Village live trade shows.
That's right. And so Chris and I have been coming to you guys virtually about once a month for around the last 7 months now.
That's true, and we right out of the gate. Let's bring on Pete Diffley and Natasha Lutz. They're actually in the van already, but
I'm
say
hungry.
hi.
Hey guys.
I'm hungry. Can we stop yet? Can we stop? I'm hungry.
We haven't fed them yet. So when we're done the live stream, I told you, then we'll go to Arby's. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, talk to the nice people about the Automation Village. Petey.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, the scariest bit is the fact that you guys look like you're some kind of axe murderers with what's in the back of the van. Every time I see it, I keep thinking that there's bodies dangling or something. Some kind of
We've been in the van
massacre.
too long. I'll
I
leave
think
it
so.
at that.
Yeah, we're kind of delirious or something. So cool. Yeah. Well, a great job again, guys. You're really doing a superb job as always.
Thank
you. Yeah.
So right away, when this happened, when the world changed and trade shows went away, and everybody spent all of their lives staring at Zoom windows, I think you were already a few steps ahead, trying to think of a way to think outside the Zoom. Take us into that process a little bit.
No problem. Well, I mean, I'm sure everyone at this point is already suffering from, we call it virtual conference fatigue. Well, we tried to bring something kind of different right from the get-go by having something that was, I guess, based around this idea of a global village that we then translated into the Automation Village. People were in lockdown, and still in many parts of the world, people are still in lockdown, full lockdown. So the idea of being able to do something fun, not having just a VTScada show, as much as we enjoy, having all of you just here to hear about VTScada, the Automation Village was really to broaden that theme out right to the automation industry as in general. So we started in March, just before the lockdown had kicked in. We had about a week, I think it was. And we decided, okay, well, let's see if we can do something kind of, a little bit more breakthrough. So we started this idea of a virtual conference very quickly and had initially 9 exhibitors that we wanted to kind of break it all down into like short 10-minute, we call them shop window moments with each of our exhibitors or presenters, and keep it short and sweet. And we did our first 3-hour stream. And interspersed with that, yes, you'll hear a little about VTScada, but you actually have a bit of fun. So we then expanded it even further and decided, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could take this thing on the road somehow? So we couldn't. So we came up with a virtual bus, and that's what we've been doing, going from place to place all over North America and even across the pond. We've been over to the UK and back, and really just having fun with this to present some content in a different way.
Yeah, it's a nice way to not just, as you say, get our message out there, but also to strengthen our relationships that we have with both end users and integrators who come on and participate in these virtual live streams, these trade show experiences, and also our breakout sessions afterwards. A lot of the salespeople have reported back that that's been a really positive thing when they deal with them in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's all about kind of relationship building anyway, and we're a very, I guess, we like to be present, as they say, to physically meet people. That's something that is part of the DNA of Trihedral and our VTScada. So trying to do something that is kind of neat and try and maintain those relationships has been a big deal. But Natasha has been the person who has actually really I guess been the stalwart, working away in the background and helping to get all our exhibitors together. So Natasha, you've had fun with this too.
Yeah, I really have. And I know we don't have very much time. So just to go back to the point where you said Dave and Chris are looking as if they might be, axe murderers there with their backgrounds, that ties in very nicely with our October Automation Village virtual trade show, which is going to be on the 29th. So it's going to be spooky horror automation stories. So what I am going to be doing this month is reaching out to people to come on and tell us some of their automation nightmare stories that they've encountered and how they've overcame those. And so if you do have a story that you want to share with everybody, that you have some knowledge you would like to relay so other people don't, get faced with this horror, reach out to us. We'd love to bring you on. You can reach out to me by email. I'll pop it into the YouTube chat. And so it's going to be a really, really fun broadcast this month for sure.
So I have a question. Is spooky an analog or a digital value if you are representing it on a SCADA screen?
Analog.
Like levels of spookiness as opposed to it is or it isn't. Nice.
I was going to say, Chris and Dave, Keith is going to join us as well, actually, right now, to go into the next piece as well. So we're going to kind of expand the topic around the event, this event, and maybe we can even talk about some of our
Keith,
fun technical things.
You're brand new. This has been sort of the first dive into the Automation Village for you. Tell us a little bit about how it's gone.
Yeah, well, I've been on the periphery. I've actually watched you guys on the streams that we've done, the automation villages that you've done previously up to now. This is the first time that I've been involved in any real aspect of it going live. And well, I've got to say, you guys have done an amazing job. I've come on board this week to assist Peter run as producer. So it took quite an effort to get set up. I don't know if people really realize the amount of effort, I guess, and equipment and the technology that we have running to bring this all together. Hopefully it looks smooth. But actually, we're running, we've got streaming devices, we're running broadcast software, we've got Skype feeds from, 3 different countries. So we're different time zones at the moment. It's 6:30 in the evening for me here in the UK. On top of that, of course, you've got all the graphics and the sliders and bumper videos that you guys have produced. And, I was really blown away with just, how professional it looked. And, what a great idea. Because very quickly you were able to, when the COVID lockdowns were announced and things started, it was just after VTScada Fest. I was out with you guys in Florida, and things were starting to lock down, and we flew home, and things stopped altogether. And the shows started cancelling, and quickly, the idea, you develop that, and we're able to, bring what is trade shows. Or in place of trade shows, something to bring people together, and just to get the conversations going again, and to, for us, it's important to spread the word about VTScada, and there's been a lot of good engagement with customers and vendors, other vendors as well. It's been really good. So no, I've totally impressed. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I have to say, I really enjoy speaking with you guys. Saying earlier on when Alan was on that, I learn a lot from hearing different people. Our sales guys and how they represent the product, because they have different views. They're obviously speaking with different customers, and they use the product in different ways. So it's really interesting for me to hear just how people use it.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I really think Pete's done a really excellent job. He's the one really kind of leading this effort. And He's looking at what people are missing with the whole idea of being locked down and other things, and then helping to incorporate elements of that into the automation village, not to make just the content interesting and relevant to people in the SCADA industry, but also to fill that void of having this virtual road trips between different sites and topics and other things. And I know for me, making some of those videos and stuff is, I keep going back and drawing things on the map and thinking about the times that we were in Vegas and what did we do, and in Colorado. And so I've actually routed that map occasionally through a lot of places that I've been and think about some of the experiences that I've had in those locations. Most and a lot of those, the way I got there was actually to do with traveling to and from trade shows.
That's a great point, Dave. Yeah, and actually, you have just raised the bar so high on the those intro videos. Absolutely, I have to keep taking my hat off to you. You do a great job, and
they're so good.
Yeah, and
I think most of the credit goes to After Effects.
Not so sure. Well, actually, the funny thing is that that even going from place to place. It's been great, having our local sales team also deal with that. So even Dan Naughton, who's, I always say Naughton, it's a force of habit from Ireland, but Dan Naughton is actually here as well, and he made a great video as well. So hey Dan, how are you?
Hi Peter, I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can indeed.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
So what news do you bring us from out in the trade show?
Well, what news do I have from the trade show? I've just had some interesting stories. This not to be like a political thing, but people are asking me how to vote. And you know who they're asking me to vote on? The Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, the sewer industry in Chicago. They want to know who will run the sewer system the most effectively.
I was hoping you were going to say VTScada for the Oil and Gas Award.
Oh, so they know who I work for. They're like, which one of these guys will run VTScada? And I'm like, I think they're more administrative and not really controls people, but I'll look into it. So anyway, yeah, good morning, guys, or good afternoon. So I sat in on one of the sessions this morning on watersheds, kind of like stormwater management. And
Cool.
Yeah, it's not normally something we get too mixed up in. I think the only times it comes into play is, at least as far as SCADA goes, are like the combined storm and sewer systems that you find in some of the older towns. Right in those instances, if usually after a rain event, they have quite a lot of discharge that goes untreated. So that came up, and it was I don't know, it was an interesting thing. It's not really my area. Most of it had to do with what are they called? NPDES permits. For those of you listening, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. It's a permit system that came out from the Clean Water Act in 1972. It was originally targeted towards, like chemical waste coming out of factories. That's back when our rivers caught fire. And now it's I normally see it in the water treatment facilities, right? Each state gets to manage theirs, so each state's reporting requirements are unique. So when we get mixed up in that, that's typically the crossover point. These NPDES report requirements for all of the wastewater treatment plants, every one of their reports are unique for each state. And sometimes there's dozens of reports required. So, yeah, that was interesting. Other than that, a lot of internal jargon, when you're talking to all these government officials who work in the industry, whether they work for the U.S. EPA, some of the local EPAs, or some of the consulting firms that do stormwater mitigation plans and projects, those are most of the people on the call. So, it's always interesting to see how the rest of the world in water works.
It's true. There's the sort of jargon and buzzwords and acronyms everywhere you look. Certainly in our own backyard in terms of how SCADA works and monitoring and control. But boy, in the regulation world, you must have to have a little flip book with you at all times, a little key to decode everything everyone says.
Yeah. There's in between that and like the general corporate speak. It's almost like a different language.
Yeah. It's funny, you've got acronyms like MQTT that have just gone totally beyond. It used to be message queued, like telemetry something. And anyway, it's since the technology's changed enough now that MQTT stands for MQTT now.
Right. It just is what it is. It's a word.
Yeah,
And doesn't.
That came up on a call the other day. Some of the newer protocols, that one and the OPC-UA, are probably two of the more. People always talk about it, but finding people who've done the implementation on it and who are really good at all those gory details, very few and far between. And the one person I talked to was a big integrator in the Chicagoland area. They have done hundreds of municipalities, and yeah, they're not even looking at either one of those two.
Right.
But doesn't mean you're not going to see it. So it keeps coming up. Everybody's asking about it, so it's good to know about it. And one day.
So in your area, what is the, everyone says, oh, our area is different than other areas. Our customers are unique and have unique needs, which is true. How would you say, what are the the ideas, the acronyms, the buzzwords? What are people in your part of the United States most interested in right now?
Oh, in the Midwest?
Oh, in 1 minute.
In 1 minute? I would think some of the things with algal blooms were probably the more popular ones that I sat through the other day. Us and probably the Gulf of Mexico, the guys who are at the business end of the Mississippi River. I think those two areas of the country are, those are their bigger water concerns that are somewhat unique to the Midwest and to New Orleans.
Right.
Other than
unfortunately, we can't be there in person to see the algae blooms.
Well, maybe next year, Chris. We can. I can get some fertilizer and just go start spreading it out on Lake Michigan and make you one for next time you show up.
I appreciate that. So, where are you off to now?
Oh, me? Yeah, just back to work. There's part of the business of SCADA is there's sort of some overlap between computers, right? People are going to install all these systems and they're like, what kind of server should I buy? What kind of PC should I buy? Right? Because if you just simply buy on cost, you may buy the cheapest thing in the world, which may save you a lot of money, but it may not work. Right? So you need some, I don't know what you call it, some knowledge to put in at least some baselines for these people. So that's what I'm working on this afternoon.
Great.
That
well, thanks,
and more EPA reporting. Those are my two favorite topics.
Right.
I
usually they go to Dell's website and whatever's right around $1,500, slightly on sale. That's probably the good computer for your 5K system.
You're probably right. I mean, with that, you could get a Core i10 with an SSD with 16 gig of RAM. You could do quite well in the $1,500 range, probably even with 2 monitors and a keyboard and a mouse. Those are usually pretty cheap. Throw in a UPS and you've got your small town covered.
Yeah. Oh, and sorry, I'm talking in Canadian dollars. So that's like, I guess, $65 US.
We're not going to make fun of the conversion rates here.
Fair enough.
Neither of us had anything to do with it.
Okay, Dan, thanks a lot.
Oh, it was good seeing you guys. Good talking to you. I'll check in again later.
All right. See you, Dan.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Okay, so now let's we've got actually a video we're going to go to that actually talks about. We, of course, have talked about the Houston office. We've had Blair Suley on to co-host and to do a variety of different presentations. And now he's going to talk about, we're going to have him on to talk about one of the great successes that's come out of that office. So speaking of high energy, Blair, it's I guess it's no coincidence that how long was it since we opened up the Houston office that we scored the Houston project?
Down there for a little less than 4 years before that happened.
Wow.
Now, there had been some installs down in that area before I got down there. It was probably a dozen or so locations that were using VTScada at that point. A little more maybe. But
right. I think Houston maybe, or the Texas area, maybe our fastest growing area right now, is it?
I think so. We're getting about 50 new utilities a year that are taking it on thus far. I'd like to quickly double that. That'd be even better. But we do have utilities of all sizes that are jumping on board, and it's great. Water and wastewater, collections, distribution, management districts, and then all of our wonderful HUDs, SUDs, WCIDs, water supply corps, water supply districts, on and on and on, irrigations, you name it.
And training, that has now become the close second in terms of most required training courses is in the Texas area.
Yeah, I think it's everything seems to be due to the amount of population growth in the area. So we've got 3 or 4 of the largest or fastest growing cities in the U.S. A lot of people from California getting out because there's so much population growth over there already, coming over here for new opportunities, and that's causing a lot of population growth here, and thus new utilities.
Right. So, Blair, why don't you tell us a little bit about, regarding the Houston project, what do you think were, the 1 or 2 biggest differentiators that made that Houston project kind of come toward VTScada, or the things that they thought were the real biggest differentiating features of the product versus some of the others?
Well, we gave them the ability to have a quad redundant server system. So 4 levels of redundancy without some kind of really, really high level price on that. That's typically stuff that would be done, and also load distribution across those 4 servers. So that's something that's typically only done in a couple of products in the industry. I don't know if any of the other SCADA products that are out there that are not in the DCS type world allow that kind of functionality. And then we have our the thin client functionality, high security, the ability to easily take a single server out and have its load redistributed to all of the other servers that are running. A bunch of different features that make it very easily scalable, from, as Keith mentioned earlier, from a couple of I/O points all the way up to, in this case, it's going to be somewhere around 120,000 I/O points. So it's going to be no small beans of an application when it's done. And templating is one of the big things as well, being able to identify assets that are going to be very commonly used throughout the application. So to date, all of the different groups that we've been working with CDM, formerly CH2M, known as Jacobs Engineering, and Embro Engineering. Those 3 groups are all working as part of the Houston Waterworks team, and we're running a single development central location that all of these consultant teams are working on and configuring simultaneously. So that's given us the ability to make everything templated, and so that one team is doing templating tags, one team is doing templating of the graphical elements, and then you just duplicate, and you've got a quick rollout of many more tags, many more graphical representations. If you want to change a template, all those changes to that template then are distributed to all the instances of that template throughout the application. So those kind of things make the application very easy to roll out, not just this one, but make large applications very easy to roll out. I just talked a whole bunch there, but yeah, there's all kinds of.
Oh, that's great. And it's all gold. So I don't know if we actually buried the lead off the top, but what we're talking about is the city of Houston chose VTScada as the sole SCADA software provider for their 400 MGD water purification plant expansion.
That's right.
And that's after many years of work.
Yeah, and everybody just finished watching a little video on that. So they're able to see some of what's going on, see some pictures from the plant and other parts of that. If people want to see that video, do we have that available? Because we were talking over it during that piece.
We do. If you actually go to the front page of our website, you'll see it in the news section on the top right. You'll actually see a link for City of Houston chooses VTScada. Just go into there and then scroll down about, just scroll down 1 click, and you'll see it there, a YouTube link. It's a great video. It's really worth looking at.
Now, if you got a second, I'd really like to describe the development environment for that one, because it's, I think, one of the most exciting pieces of that thing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we've got currently is a centralized server that is maintaining the configuration for the entire application as it grows. We've then got remote connections in because everyone's working COVID. They're all working either from home or from remote offices, not co-located often. So you've got 3 different companies that are all doing development on that same application, and the changes are being sent into this central configuration node. You've also got multiple users at those companies who are also making changes. So in total, I believe we have changes being made by, at this moment, it's 5 or so different users in 5 different cities. Possibly even more that I'm not aware of at the moment. But they can make their changes, and as those changes are made, they can distribute those changes out to each other. So it's a very exciting kind of a design that I don't think we've ever had to deal with before. There was some hurdles to get over in ensuring that everybody who's VPN connected into a centralized configuration node is able to do so and synchronize with each other. So there are some networking items there, but that methodology is now being adopted. Actually, that central computer configuration node is now being adopted for development of 2 more large US cities in Alabama, and then one other one in Fayetteville, Arkansas as well. So that's 3 more applications that are being done using that exact same central configuration node.
That's great. We've got less than a minute left. Is there anything that, again, you think we need to get out there that we haven't touched on yet?
One interesting piece of Houston is that they're going to be using a data diode. So for separation of the SCADA network and the business network, typically that would be done using firewalls to ensure that the business side of the network only got a copy of the application and that no connections would actually enter from the business side into the SCADA network. In this case, they're going one step further by placing a data diode, which is a unidirectional data transfer mechanism between the SCADA network and the business network, such that data will literally only transfer from the business side, or sorry, from the high security SCADA side into the lower security business side. There is essentially no routable path back in.
Interesting. So is this a literal diode or a figurative diode, and the data can only go one way?
It's a literal data diode. It is a in that it literally only has one transfer path. It is done using an optical connection that only allows the transfer of data. There is no receive optical connection.
That's very cool. Well, thank you, Blair. That's great. And I'm sure we'll, every time we have you on, we'll find some reason to mention the Houston project. So mostly because you're so good at talking about it. So once again,
great.
Thanks, Blair.
Good
We'll
chat
talk
with
to you
you,
soon.
Blair.
All right. Good talking to you again.
And now it's time for questions with Natasha.
I couldn't even.
Chris is getting ready for Halloween a little early.
Getting ready for Halloween.
Little early. I had no comeback for that. You rendered.
Sorry. Excuse me here. Ah, that's better. Now it's time for questions with Natasha.
So the first question I'm going to ask came from a customer of Tim's, and it came to us yesterday, but I thought it would be good to re-ask it for new people watching the stream today. And it is, if I am using a primary server and a backup server, can the backup server be in a separate building?
Yes, easily. So it's really just comes down to how you're networked there. And the most common thing for people who want to have an offsite server would be to set up a VPN between those buildings so that they can keep their servers connected.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a nice way to have a complete backup of the entire system in another location, so in case one of those buildings, something terrible happens to it.
That's right. And that said, when I talk about setting up that VPN, a lot of the times companies will already have those VPNs in place.
Great. Keeping with questions from customers that were brought to us yesterday, because again, I think they are important for new people, is one came from Alan out of his breakout session yesterday, and it was, if you silence an alarm on one computer, does it silence on the other computer?
Yes, as far as I know. Although I think there's a slightly more complex answer than we thought to that, if I recall correctly.
You do recall correctly. So it's based on the user, actually. The logged in user determines whether or not. So if you're logged in and you silence an alarm, then that will be retained any sessions that you're logged in at.
Perfect. And another one from Tim's customer. What additional software is needed for your thin clients, and how is it licensed?
It is, there is no third-party product required to host our thin client connections. You don't need like an Apache or an ISS and then license that separately and then maintain that separately. VTScada is the internet server. You can you can configure SSL/TLS encryption for your connections. It's very simple to set up, and again, it's licensed along with the base product. So basically, it is an optional. Now I am starting to get hoarse. It is a fully integrated optional component. Maybe Dave, you could while I drink some water.
Yeah. So basically, it's the number of concurrent connections that you can have into your system is a function of the licensing that you purchase with us. And so we sell those as individuals. We sell them in 5-packs and we sell them as unlimiteds. So VTScada has some built-in tools and stuff to help you monitor who's connected, where they are, and you can even send a message or boot somebody off if somebody's left a console logged into the system for a while and that's taking up one of your uses, then you can simply just boot them out. But yeah, but again, it's based on current users, so you don't need to license 5 devices. It would be the number of devices connected at any one time.
What's kind of interesting, though, is that if you have 2 servers and one of those licenses on one of those servers has thin client connections enabled on it, then they will be shared amongst that application. So that if that primary does go down, the secondary will still become the backup internet server, even though only one of those licenses technically has the thin clients associated with it.
That's a great point, Chris. And something else I could mention is that for customers with fewer clients, let's say you have a 5-pack of clients and there's something dramatic going on, you're worried that all of those clients are going to be used up by people who aren't critical to the decision making on what's going to happen next. You can always reserve clients for use, and so you can set up one realm and say it has a maximum of 4 clients connected on that realm, and another realm that can only be accessed by certain decision makers who always will have the ability then to get into that system, even though they're limited by the number of clients.
Oh, that's a really good point.
So it's a way to balance that cost and the ability of the network to manage the system.
Great. Cool. Next question. Do you support Kepware?
Again, yes, we do.
We do not provide support for Kepware.
That is true.
But we do work well with Kepware. It's quite common. That used to be the way for people to do OPC UA with VTScada. That's where we saw it a lot. But more recently, we've added OPC UA client to VTScada, so we don't see it as much anymore.
Okay. My next question, do we pay the amounts on your pricing page every year?
You do not. So if you go to our website and look...
You can, but you'll probably run it. You'll probably have a lot of extra licenses.
That's true. That's one way to scale your SCADA app. No, basically, if you go to our website and go to the pricing tab and go to the pricing page and then download the pricing PDF, you'll see a pretty small table of prices there that are broken down by tag bands and also optional features. And the prices that you see there are one time only. And we've had many customers who paid us that money, got those licenses, used those licenses forever, and never paid us another cent. But more typically, you can choose, if you want to pay 15% of the original purchase price per year. And that would give you access to our tech support and also to upgrades and new versions, like security patches and new features, new versions, that kind of thing.
Awesome. And I'll get one more in this question period before I'm back in 50 minutes. So if you do have any questions, make sure that you get them into us so I can ask them live. And my last one's going to be, does VTScada work with Win 911?
And the answer for most people will be no. It has been done, but the reality is that VTScada does have a built-in alarm dialer. And also we've got things like through our thin clients, you can see the alarm page in a list view. We've essentially got everything that you might need with a system like Win 911 already baked into VTScada. So it makes a lot more sense to use the integrated product.
Right. In fact, a lot of people one of the reasons why people turn to VTScada is because they're frustrated with the fact that you have one platform of SCADA and another platform of dialer. And over time, those things, once you do firmware updates, over time, they work together less and less well.
That's right. And doing those upgrades really isn't as simple because you can't necessarily upgrade one without finding the associated match for the other. And depending on your system, you don't quite know exactly where that is. So they say VTScada, 2 clicks of the mouse, and then probably a couple more clicks to click through some next, and then you're done.
That's it. So I think this hour. I'll be back in about 50 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Bye, Nat.
Bye.
Okay, let's climb the high ladder and take a dive off the high diving board. Oh, we're on the we're actually off the cuff. Later we'll climb the diving board.
That was as off the cuff as it got.
Exactly.
I am completely off into the next segment.
I'm off of either cuff right now.
So
what we're going to talk about now is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say the exact same thing as you, so I'll carry on. Is scripting versus standard features? That's right. So again, it's choosing between the thing we do really well and the thing we do really well. So of course, VTScada, the refrain we sing over and over again is that we have all these built-in features. They're all pre-integrated. They're all simply unlocked with a key. They're not licensed separately. We maintain them, all those things. They age super well. But also we can do infinite customization using our own scripting code. That's right, Chris. Yeah, and it's funny. I was thinking about this a little more, and I think the guys who fall fault to this the most in using scripting when it's totally unnecessary is our own development group. You see some certain applications that they build, and they're working away, setting up things, and you're thinking, guys, you could just drag that into the Idea Studio and place it exactly where you want. But they're just so used to working in that environment that it's the first place that they think to go to do anything, even though oftentimes what they're doing could be done in the tools that they've actually built. It's a bit like saying to someone, hey, you could just drive this automatic, instead of driving stick. And, right, exactly. That little bit of a... That's right. So if you're trying to eat your lunch and drive to work, then perhaps the automatic makes a little more sense. So interesting example here is right now one of our biggest customers in Ontario who run a massive multi-decade old application that is super mission critical that I can't talk about. Decades ago, basically
they chose VTScada because no SCADA platforms really contained the features that they needed. So they were able to use our built-in scripting language to build all those things, like customized navigation, customized alarm management, all kinds of super customized things. And they were very happy with that. Now, of course, since then, we have built pretty much all of those features into the base product. But because their system's so mission critical and so locked down, every time they want to make a change, they have to make sure they don't break any of that customized stuff. So what they're doing right now is they're actually revamping the application to remove all that customization in one fell swoop and rely on the standard built-in features, because those are just so much easier to take care of over the next 2-3 decades.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, there's certainly a place for the scripting. There's all kinds of things that you may want to do special, even simple things. Like I know one place that, again, it's just barely scripting, but oftentimes if I see a system integrator asking me about something and it's more than 2 or 3 lines of code, then I need to kind of rethink what's going on, because I'm thinking that this is now getting sort of beyond probably what we need to do to meet their needs. Right. So oftentimes things like if you have a widget or a group on the page and you want to rotate that based on a certain parameter like a tag value, then you'll notice that the rotation button works for images and stuff, but it doesn't work for widgets and groups. So editing that script code, though, is an easy way to make that happen. There's other things like I've had, so we do have a script tag in VTScada that will, on a PLC command, will basically run a module in VTScada. So I've got other customers who are doing things like logging users in based on a door, like a RFID sensor on a door, which is easy. That's built into VTScada. But then logging that user out when they perform an action, like print a ticket for whatever they've done or whatever it might be. So then they get logged out at that point automatically. They are able to take their ticket and leave. So that basically prevents somebody from being left log in after a user interfaces with the system, in the example that I'm thinking of.
Right. But again, whenever possible, we're often dealing with previous expectations based on previous experience from some other platform. So often people think that they just assume that that's the only way to do a thing. No one has a built-in version control. That would be crazy. I wouldn't even imagine that you had that. I'll just be annoyed that I don't know how to script it, And the advantage, of course, in whenever possible, like you said, you want to go back and actually find out what do you really want to do. Because if you build things on standardized features, that means every time we put out a new version, it will work in lockstep. We mentioned a little earlier that we do have a checklist in Andrew Harvey's onboard help, the electronic help, that every time you do an upgrade that you can just sort of go through and just make sure you check this and check that, and it's not a big deal. Yeah. But by and large, all you have to do is run the VTScada installer for the new version over top of the old one, and you will upgrade your whole application.
That's right. And truth be told, your custom scripting will more than likely be perfectly fine. However, it's not guaranteed to be the case, whereas with the normal version, it's been tested.
It's I guess it's probably worth mentioning too that you can write things. We have developers, I think you alluded to this, that create applications completely out of VTScada script from scratch.
Right. So the VAM actually is one that is done totally in script, I believe.
Oh wow, yeah. And so what that means is that you can actually go in and sort of write things in a text editor. But in order to apply those things to VTScada, just to sort of allay the fear that someone could go in and sort of rewrite your application by going in and just rewriting code outside of VTScada, our version control system, basically you could do that all you like, but it's not going to get into VTScada unless you run it, you do basically an import process, and then it's recorded in our database, in our version control.
That's right. And what's really cool about VTScada is that when you do that import, especially if you're developing that application, you don't actually need to shut the application down, recompile it, and start it up again. You can actually do those imports into VTScada, so you can make some scripting changes in the product, import those into a live running application. So it's pretty neat.
It's true. Now, and is there anything else we haven't talked about in terms of
we
the
could
pros and
touch
cons?
very quickly on the fact that a lot of people probably have never fired it up, but VTScada has a built-in source debugger, and that allows you to open up a toolkit, which is a full debug module that you can actually just click on the thing that you want to examine, and it will bring it up and it will show you how many instances of that object are running, show you the instance that you're looking at, and you can go right through and look at all the variable values. You can look at the code. It's an extremely powerful tool, and it's more of an advanced tool, but there's that for digging into the code, and there's the trace viewer if you want to dig into things like your diagnostics on a COM port or your RPC traffic, or which servers are actually running different services at any time. So you say all of that's available in VTScada. So you've got the internet client monitor there, and there's even some other hidden apps that you can add after the fact, like coordinates, which you can use to quickly see different screen coordinates. If you wanted to make something custom, coordinates I think was much more popular back when people were actually scripting things, because you'd always be looking at these different reference points for different boxes and other things. But now it can still be a helpful tool, and if you need it, you just add it, and it's available.
So again, you've got the best of both worlds that you can really do. For most people, dragging and dropping using the standard tools built into VTScada will get you everywhere that you need to go. And if there's something highly specialized, then we do have that native scripting language. And I guess it's another opportunity for us to point out that every part of VTScada, including that scripting language, is VTScada.
That's true, and a lot of the VTScada development is done in VTScada script.
So why didn't we, and this is leading questions with Chris Little, Dave, why didn't we use somebody else's scripting language?
Because back in the day, Glenn had looked at many of these languages. He needed a language that was going to live the long haul, and he also wanted something that could do SCADA applications and scale very easily. So, and when he looked at these different languages, at the time there really wasn't any language that was event-driven. And we've seen that. We've had some really sort of unexpected applications where VTScada script has been used. And you saw a video with that earlier. With if you haven't, then check out Glenn Wadden's section, and Glenn and I have a quick discussion about that. But yeah, some areas where this event-driven programming language really was key to making VTScada work very efficiently from small applications to large applications, and not just spin its wheels constantly because you had a number of tags, even though nothing was happening.
Right. So is it that time yet? All right. Yeah, jumped the gun earlier, and now it is in fact time to climb the high ladder and leap off of it.
Right, and if you saw that, I should note, that's my head and Chris's body that you just saw fly by. So
keen-eyed viewers might recognize that.
So Chris, for this one, do you want me to share my desktop here?
Sure, yeah.
Great. So I'm going to pull up an application. Let's take this guy. All right, so we're going to be looking at doing some dragging and dropping of different objects and other things onto VTScada to just show some of that working in the Idea Studio. All right, so I've got my application here. I've got different objects on the screen. You can see everything is made up of different pieces. And if I were to go up to the side, then I can click a number of different boxes, and over on the side here you can see all of the different selections that I have. So if I just wanted to grab, say, one piece, then I could say select only, and I've got that frame there. So for this, let's go back and let's take a look at adding an object. And I'm going to run down to my high performance bars here, and let's just put a horizontal bar down at the bottom here. We'll just kind of sneak them in right around here. It's not going to make a lot of sense, but for the sake of doing this, let's go here. So in this bar, I've got all kinds of different things that I can do here. We'll come back to this in a little bit for now, let's just add a corner radius of, let's just put it down to like 1 just to see if we get anything here. Just barely rounded the edges. So I'm going to go off and I'm going to say link. And this is going to allow me to go and pick a value for this tag. So let's go down to our, so I'm inside my Bernoulli Lake object, which is this. And I'm going to go down to my site driver here. And inside I'm seeing all of my different tag values. So let's take a look at the upstream flow rate here. And I'm going to select that. And you see a whole bunch of things actually
see all the values in the tag browser.
That's right. So so you saw a bunch of things happen here. There's actually an expected range. There's this white bar of acceptable space, and then there's this darker area which tells me that I'm going to go into alarm if I were to get into that space. So the other thing we could do is we can always just bring up the tag browser and do this in the exact opposite way. So I'm going to do essentially the same thing again, except this time I'm going to go from the tag. So the upstream flow rate here, I'm just going to right click on that and say draw. And this time let's just put in the value right here. And so I'm going to drop them down here. I'll close out of that because I don't need it. And I'm going to go into the text tools and just change that text color to white. And let's also go in and just change that font to something a little nicer to look at. So you can see that the value was brought in and the number was brought in. So we can go into the properties. If we wanted to, we could change the number of units, change the format, change all kinds of things about that. But this is basically how you're dragging and dropping objects in to create an application. And then that application that I've done, I've got it set to auto deploy, but if I hadn't, I could just click this and those changes would be deployed out to the other servers and other things. So from what you see that I've drawn here, I can even just click into this and start bringing up the historical data for exactly what we're looking at.
That's great. For the longest time, the only place I ever saw that star graph, which is another high-performance standard element, was here in your demo. But since then, I've actually seen one in the wild. Electric Machine Controls in Trussville, Alabama, actually implemented one at their new water-wastewater system at Valdosta, Georgia. So
right, okay.
They're cool. Out there running free.
Right, so, and something that I should, I guess, mention here, I haven't done a whole lot of it in this application, is that you can grab things. If you want to have components that are reused, then you can grab components and you can actually just group those right into a widget. And then that widget, you can pick the type of component that that's going to represent and then say, and then you could just draw that over and over again. So you could actually grab a whole bunch of values, or you could grab properties and parameters of values and then turn those into a new widget that you then can reuse and edit independent of a page, and any changes that you make would propagate out to all the other instances of that.
That's cool.
So Chris, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on to that, or?
Well, I think maybe that might be a nice opportunity to either select that widget you just created, or another one, and do the fun thing where you copy it and paste it into a text editor, just to kind of show that intersection of code and drag and drop elements.
Sure. So I'm going to take something relatively simple, so we can just take a quick look at it here. So, and that's going to be this value. And I'm just going to copy, actually, you know what, let's take this widget because the text is probably less exciting. So I'm going to copy this widget, and I'll just bring up Notepad here really quick. And we will paste this into Notepad. So I'm just going to bring this full screen so you can see a little bit more here. So you can see here there's all kinds of different properties that can be passed in here. And we've got all these kinds of pieces. So here's the analog bar, which is the tag. And then there's other things here like the movement, visibility. So we can even put variables or values into these different areas. So if we wanted to, I can't remember which of these is actually the rotation, but I could take this, copy that, and bring it back. And this is going to move, either place itself slightly out of place or turn itself. So it looks like I've just placed it slightly off where I meant to. I'm just going to grab the other guy here and see if I can get that to rotate there. So let's just try that. I'll try pasting this guy in there. So there you see. So I've rotated that 90 degrees and just kind of bent that object in a way that it may or may not like, but nonetheless, that's it's an easy way. So if you had something like a widget and you wanted that widget to twist and turn, like maybe a valve or something, then you can create that in VTScada, and you can even link that to. I just showed it to a constant, but you can actually link it to a variable if you need.
And you don't need to do that using a script. I think with rotation, you can actually go into the standard properties and connect that there.
Well, I guess it's an important differentiator is that on a widget, that the rotation is actually is not selectable, but on an image,
interesting,
you can actually go in and do that rotation.
Interesting.
So, like I say, is a simple example where somebody might actually be working on a widget or something, and they have, because a widget can contain other widgets, they have a piece in there, and they want to work with that. You know, if they need that to turn or rotate, then going into that source code can be a really easy way to do that. So, the source code for the page is also available. Right. And you can bring that up right here. And you can see that this page essentially is just a whole bunch of different simple objects. Go ahead, Chris. You were going to say something.
Oh yeah, you read my mind. I was going to say, why don't you pop open the page code so you can see all of the different examples. So everything you do when you drag and drop things onto the screen, it's writing code under the hood.
That's right. And the best part of it is that all those changes that I've made have all become part of the version control. So I could look at everything that happened today on the 7th, and if we wanted to, we could go back. So I think I want to keep the port change. So let's just switch to this version. And do I want that? Probably.
So again, for people who are just tuning in and haven't seen us demonstrate the version control utility, up top are all the computers that have ever sort of been a part of this application, and down below is a list of all of the changes that anyone has ever made from any of those servers since the beginning of the application.
Yeah, so they say it's pretty cool. So I think, Chris, that takes us pretty well to the end of our
right on the money
piece here. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there, Pete. And
so I think we're going to talk about VTScada Lite, which is a way that anyone right now can go and download VTScada. But we're going to put Dave on the spot again to show off a really cool application he made using this free industrial version of our software.
All right, so let me just get this queued up here. And I'll bring my screen up again. Luckily, my background changes every day, but I use this because it's giving me something that I don't have to worry about the licensing of my background image constantly. So yeah, I'm just going to fire up this application Launchpad, and while this is coming up, I'm going to show you. I know I am running a bunch of different applications here, but we wanted to talk a little bit about VTScada Lite. And I guess before we get too far into it, let's fire up a new browser window here, and I'm just going to go into the VTScada homepage, and I'll show you how you can get VTScada Lite. So if you go to VTScada's homepage here, you can say, what is VTScada Lite? The other thing you can do is if you were to hit Google and go free SCADA software, you'll almost definitely find VTScada Lite there. So here, this is the web page. You can learn about VTScada Lite here. You can also watch this great video that gives you the sort of quick start on how to get going with VTScada, how to connect to some I/O, and there's a little built-in demo in the software. But if you want to download it for yourself, you just click here, and you can just click download VTScada, and we have some other information here in case you're interested. So that aside, we'll assume that you've done that, you're downloading VTScada, and while that's happening, we've got all kinds of different things. So of course you can connect VTScada to your I/O. The limit on VTScada is 50 I/O style tags. So that's basically 50 tags with addresses. It gives you the full development, everything. So the things that you're not getting with that is the ability to become an alarm dialer. So you can't, do your SMS, your roster type dialing of alarms. And we allow anybody to download 10 copies of the VTScada Lite there. So I'm just going to acknowledge this alarm. So things that you could do with VTScada. So let's say you don't have a device to connect to. One easy thing to do might be to create a application that goes and gets the weather. So I've got this weather app for Halifax here. So again, I've got this set up so that you can change this to whatever you want, and we can go in and see the different built-in maps and other things. So this is showing me the site where we are. So let's just say we wanted to change this to. So I'm just gonna hit Vancouver. And if I zoom out here, we'll see if we made it to the correct Vancouver, and that looks good. So in Vancouver, it looks like it's misty, not a surprise for Vancouver. And the current temperature is 15.6 degrees Celsius. So, and this is using just built-in drivers. So if I go to my city here, I've got my driver is using the JSON XML driver, and we can go into the properties and look at the settings here. And then you can see here that it's basically just a URL. So let me actually copy that out, and I'm going to jump back to my browser. I just want to show you how simple this is. So if I did paste that into my browser, then you can see here that all the information we're looking at is just coming out of a simple text string. But in VTScada, we're able to take that and actually turn that into all of these tags to show us the information. And if I go into the properties of any one of these tags, I can go into the IO, click, and you can see a much, much easier to read view of that string of data that we just had. So Pete's just asked us to update this to see if we can go into New Orleans. So I'm going to go to the United States here, and there we go. That's come up with an actual result, so it's better. Thank you. So, and that looks to be in about the right spot. So let's see. Oh no, it would have been awesome.
By the way, it's kind of worth mentioning that if you don't want your operators doing what we're doing, which is skipping all over the world, you actually can sort of pen them into specific elevations and specific geographic areas.
That's true. And the map data that you have, you can cache locally. So we've actually paid the licensing for those Carto maps so that you can download the tiles and you can store them on your server if you happen to be behind, not accessing the internet. So let's just say that you're not interested in the weather, or, that's yesterday's news. Yep, you've done the weather before. You really want to get VTScada Lite because you want to learn about scripting in VTScada. So, and there's a lot of information in VTScada. If you hit F1, you can bring up our help files, and we've got all kinds of things here, like the different functions available in VTScada are well documented, and you can get all kinds of information as well as examples and other things of using the functions. So you can see here, if I go into the function reference, then there's all kinds of different things, and I can go by, if I want to see all of the M functions, then they're right here. So it's a great resource, and it's where I get most of my information on anytime I'm doing something. So this is a quick demo. We've got a few minutes left. So this is a little rocket simulator that I have. By simulator, I mean game. It's not accurate. But what it does is it's running on just page script, a little simulation of flying this rocket through the air. Well, I'll try to control the rocket. And then what it's doing is it's logging that information into tags in VTScada. So I have a little rocket here where I have a whole bunch of values, and the different values get logged as the rocket goes. So you can see here we've got a bunch of telemetry data that we're showing based on what's being logged to those tags. So I'm just going to get going here and see if I can grab this rocket. And the idea is that I want to land it on this pad over in the side here. So here we go.
So are you using the arrow keys to adjust the direction of the thrust?
Oh yeah, right now I'm using the keys on my keyboard to vector the thrust. and also control the thrust. So you can see here we got pretty close to our max Q limit. So I try to not go over that. I think I need to be a little more aggressive here. Vector that thrust back.
Dave. Houston, we have a problem.
Wait for it. It's really, really fussy about getting a soft landing on this pad. I'm not very, I guess I'm a bit of a gorilla when it comes to rock. Can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? Oh! So
that seems brutally difficult.
Never in a live demo. So they say there's all kinds of different things that you can see here. So we can just click after we've gone through this. If we want to look at our velocity vectors, we can look at our altitudes. We can also look at the stress on the rocket and things like our fuel usage and our reaction thruster usage. So we can click on any of these. So here's basically a replay of everything that happened through that demo. So like I say, it's you know, it really didn't take very long to script this. If I go into the Idea Studio, then I can show you, because I do have a couple minutes left here. I can show you that actually this is very much a combination of what's gone on. So all of these guys are actually just objects on the page. And I've got my rocket here, which is a simple object, and I'll just do Control A to grab, so you can see all the different little bitmaps that I have for the reaction thrusters, and we're just changing the visibility based on conditions. And then I've got my dashboard that shows the information here. And again, this is just a custom widget that I created that is built to reference the rocket tag type. So I could have any number of rockets and just build the widget for those, and it would automatically connect in and know what to look for. So on the overview page here, I'll just click on the source code quickly, and you can see I've got my different variables here, a few things to find, and I've got things. So this is where I'm running the number of cycles, and I've got everything basically set up on a time differential, and we just run our calculations here for different things like the air resistance of the rocket, whatever. And I've just got a few little transform matrices to do the calculations of how the rocket's moving through the world and how the forces on the rocket would react and how the rocket should basically be shown there. So, and then we've got a few conditions that look to see if you've crashed, if you've overstressed the rocket, if you've landed successfully, or if you've hit an object in the space there. So I say, and this is all the code just to write out to those tags. And I'm doing that 5 times a second or every 200 milliseconds.
So again, just to kind of reiterate for those who may have come in halfway through that cool demo, this is a very cool rocket simulator that Dave has built using the free industrial 50IO version of VTScada that we call VTScada Lite, that you can download from our website anytime without having to identify yourself in any way. Dave, can people contact you to get a copy of this application?
Probably. Until someone tells me they can't, then I'll be happy to send it out. So it needs a little bit of refining. I noticed that when I explode on the launch pad, I haven't successfully created the explosion sound. Whereas if I were to explode on the ground or by overstressing the rocket, there is an explosion there. So there's a little bit of refining that certainly could be done. Also, I haven't put anything in to show the keys. So I do need to add something that tells you, it's basically WASD for your basic controls and Q and E for your thrusters there. So anybody who plays Fortnite would probably get it pretty quick.
So now we've come to the part of our day when we use a very similar interface to this one to transfer control from our Charlotte, North Carolina control room, where Pete Diffley has been working all the controls, to our office control room in Aberdeen, Scotland, where Keith Donaldson is waiting to take control. So we're going to go off the air for a little bit. You'll see a little graphic and video come up, and it might be a little while, it might be a little bit longer. It depends on how long it takes us to fly that graphic from one side of the screen to the other.
That's right. And one thing I will note is that if you're watching this on the WEFTEC page or the VTScada page, you're watching a playlist right now. So if the stream does end and the next video plays, just give us a few minutes to get that sorted and hit F5 on your keyboard. And once we've got everything worked out, then you'll be refreshed into the latest version of the stream, and you should see it automatically.
All right, stay tuned.
I'll just give you a thumbs up if I see it going at my end as well. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking through. Actually, that went quite well, I think. For those of you just tuning in, this is part 2 of day 3 of our live stream at WEFTEC Connect 2020. Hey, everybody.
All right. So yeah, so that let's say that worked smoother than any of the other times that we've tried it. We've got a different way of moving this now that apparently works a little better. So great job, guys.
Literally, what we just did was transfer control from our Charlotte, North Carolina control room, literally, to across the ocean to our control room in Aberdeen, Scotland. So, hi, Keith. Well done. Actually, I don't know if Keith can't even speak. I'm just saying hi. It's one-way conversation. So on that note, why don't we go to a show report?
Great. So on the line, we have Blair Suley.
Hey, Blair. Welcome.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing very well.
How's it going out on the show floor?
It's tiring on the feet, let me tell you. All that concrete walking around, tough stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And it's so long from one end to the other.
It's true. You know, they talk a lot about the convention center in New Orleans being a mile long, but now it's an infinite number of pixels long.
It is that, yes. And I got nothing.
It's that time of the day called getting punchy at the Automation Village. So basically, you've come to give us some kind of view from outside of our cloistered little live stream, and tell us about what's
Chris
going
and I
on.
have a very narrow view, and we hope that what you guys tell us is true, because as we repeat everything, it's
Well, the assumption is whatever we say is going live, so it's true at the moment we say it, only because we say it is. But
then it's recorded forever on YouTube.
There is that. So I had the opportunity to review there's a 24 hours of water stream. I don't know if it was a stream, but a bunch of recordings that were quite interesting, papers. And one that I looked at was the Cleveland Water Alliance by Max Herzog presented. I thought it was really interesting because it's about the area around Lake Erie. And they've been having a lot of problems around Lake Erie lately, in particular with some contaminants in the water that are affecting the water quality. And they've created something called the Smart Lake Erie Initiative that doesn't just deal with one city or another, it deals with quite a number of different utilities that all take their water out of Lake Erie. Obviously, it's quite large. One of the major driving factors for this was the city of Toledo. So Toledo had a major algae bloom, which happened essentially overnight, and to the point where typically in a situation where they see something happening, they'd be able to make changes to the incoming water and deal with it in a way that it would never reach through the pipes to the end users. And if so, they'd be well aware that it was coming down the pipes, as it were. In this case, it happened overnight and no one was aware of it, and all of a sudden people were waking up with very, very deep green water. It was like nothing I've ever seen, except when I turned the pool off and turn it back on in the spring. That kind of a look. So they ended up with no water access for 3 days. Typically in this kind of a situation, you would just you would boil the water and it would make it drinkable. In this particular case, when you apply heat to an algae bloom, you get really good algae bloom. So you ended up with a massive amount of algae growing from the heat that people were trying to use to boil the water. And so that was a non-factor. They had to move to a situation where everyone was bringing in potable water for everything. So after they got through that process, they realized that this whole situation has to be dealt with, and they tracked it down to phosphorus that was in heavy quantities in the Lake Erie area, and that was due to runoff from local agriculture that typically is located, of course, close to the water system in order to provide irrigation. So like we see, I lived in a place when I was in Nova Scotia that we were near a lake, and we had a lot of runoff from stuff we were using to keep the grass green, and we lost a ton of the local ecosystem when they made a lot of that illegal, we all of a sudden had a massive number of frogs that appeared around the house, which was kind of cool, you know. So we got our ecosystem back, but it took a while. In this situation, they're trying to do kind of the same thing, but instead of making it illegal, they're trying to do three things. First, instead of making it illegal, what they're trying to do is to make it more of a return on investment and a benefit to the farmers, the agricultural industry, to reduce the amount of phosphorus in the water. So they attacked it from three different ends. One of the, at the very far end, is the letting everybody know that there's a problem coming. So how do you do that? You have to have some mass information, informative system that lets everybody know through massive outgoing calls or emails or whatever that happens to be, which actually reminds me of something we're doing currently with a company out of Texas to discuss how we would send out notifications for electrical substation outages. So it's called an outage management system. Very common in the electrical substation industry, not very common in the water industry. So we've now created a specialized driver called Multispeak, and that allows us to send out information to the outage management system that would indicate that their substations are down. But since we have this and we have all these water utilities, there's no reason we couldn't do the same thing through this software that then provides notifications to users that their water system quality was down en masse. So interesting, we're kind of combining different industry benefits into one another through VTScada. So they figured back to this situation here, their goal was to reduce the amount of phosphorus in the water by about 40% by 2025. And they found the majority problems that they had were lack of good quality data on the system. So they put in some smart sensors and started collecting some big data on the lake, and provided that information through a set of dashboards. Those dashboards were then usable by all of the local utilities, by the local universities and such, so that they could do detailed analysis and come up with ideas. They ended up with a situation where they created competitions, events, so that people could contribute their ideas and potentially win things like money for going to university and such, bursaries and such. They created university studies that were then funded, and they went through active projects to look for ways to, say, recuperate the amount of phosphorus that was being run off into the water and returned to the ag people. But this was the most interesting thing. They created a methodology by which they could collect data through volunteer activism. People that are in the watersheds, in the areas, walking around, could download an app, and in using certain methodologies, they could collect real-time data that would then go to the cloud and be made directly available to all of the those who wanted to consume that data for whatever their projects would be. So great way to have a massive collection system on a very meager budget. So I thought that was a really interesting project.
All right, cool. So what are some of the strategies that you say the biggest problem was lack of data, and you've got this real-time system that's actually collecting that data? What is the how does that loop close in terms of how do they put that information to work? You know, how specifically does that reduce the level of phosphorus in this case?
Well, they didn't talk about this. Well, they did talk about several projects there, but I didn't get really into the details of them. It was a relatively short presentation. But what I thought was interesting was the cost of collection is usually very high. Now we have the volunteer collection, but we also have some professional collection methodologies as well, telemetry systems, which I mentioned when I was talking to Tim yesterday. And one of them is called LoRaWAN. And the idea of LoRaWAN is that you have concentration collectors. They grab data from a number of hub and spoke type situations. The LoRaWAN itself would be the spokes all sending its data into the hub, and the hub would then have a direct connection or a cellular connection to the internet and send that data in relatively real time up to the dashboard such that it could be analyzed. So you get that combination of data set that's actually pretty reasonably inexpensive if you're using a concentrator in a single connection, as opposed to each individual component having to go to the central itself, which could get quite expensive. And then you've got the additional collection by all of these spoke end users who are using their own devices with their own cellular connections that they have available in real time.
That's great. So did they have any, what was there a major takeaway at the end of this presentation, or at the end of this film that you watched?
The major takeaway was that they expected a net negative impact of about $1.5 billion over the next 30 years from this, which could be quite significant, and obviously the interruption in availability of quality water for their users. In this case, if they're able to reduce the impact by up to 40% in 4 years, I would expect that impact would be greatly reduced, and also obviously the quality of available water would be greatly enhanced.
That's great. Well, thanks, Blair. Thanks for joining us. Again, thanks for bringing us rays of light into our dark and lonely live stream.
You're very welcome. I hope you guys have a good rest of the afternoon.
All right, thanks. We'll see you again soon.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
All right, it's that time again, everybody. Nat. Questions with Nat. Hey there.
Here I am.
Hey, Natasha.
Hey.
What rays of light do you have for us?
Now, our producer, I think I really want to start this question period with something very interesting.
Dynamic. Share your screen, then unshare it, then share it and unshare it, and we'll get Keith to keep up.
Okay. So he told us a story earlier about the first IIoT, and he said that no Coke is better than warm Coke. And I'd like to know, is it? Is no Coke better than warm Coke?
It depends on who you're asking. If you're asking my dad, what's that?
I'm asking you two.
For my dad, warm Coke is the A game. He would, when he'd get home from work, back when the last iteration of glass bottles for Coke, before they introduced like the big 2-liter plastic, were these giant glass pillory shells, and they had a cap on them like that you could wear on your head like a hat. So he would crack that open at the end of the night. He would drink all that Coke through the night, and then he would fill that cap with cigarette butts.
And Dave?
So I would not have filled that with cigarette butts, but I would say that warm Coke versus cold Coke is sort of like asking, do you want your Brussels sprouts frozen or slightly thawed? I'll take a Pepsi any day.
I'm with you, Dave. Moving right along. Can I share process data with other parts of my organization?
Yes, you can.
I'm still going to say Pepsi.
Over Brussels sprouts. Yeah, absolutely. We talk a lot about our built-in historian. It's native to the product, all those good things that come out of that. But again, when you start to sing that song, people often get a little bit suspicious look on their face because they're like, oh, you have a proprietary database. You're going to be greedy about that data. But no, in fact, we try to make it pretty easy and straightforward to share our historical data with anyone who needs it.
Yeah. So sorry, Chris, your image froze up there, but it was a very scowly image of you that it froze on. So you're back. You're fairly pixelated now, but you're back again. So this is, oh, you froze up on an even better photo.
That was
yeah, so to what Chris was saying, yeah, although it is a proprietary database, we do make that data so accessible. We've got this new REST interface. We've worked really hard to make that as efficient as possible to get the data. So it's something that you could do as simple as putting a query in a browser, and you write in the SQL part that you want, and it will reach out to the VTScada system and request that data. So there's lots of ways to do that. Like I say, that's probably the most efficient one. But if you want to get that data done another way, you can always set that up and bring the data into your own SQL database or anything else as well. However, for performance reasons, amongst many others, our built-in database is built for SCADA data, and over again, we show people that it is the better performing database.
Perfect. Can I just pay for new versions but not support?
The answer to that is, and I see Chris looks frozen up, so I'm going to jump on this. Chris, if you're there, feel free to jump in. The answer to that is no, and the reason is that we've got a little bit of a mentality there that with support and versions tied together, then we're always, rather than trying to create individual patches for individual things, and at some point having to sort of degrade or walk away from an older version at some point, we're telling people that they're always in support, they can always move to the latest version, and they'll always have that support there to help them. And so anybody can upgrade their application to the version that solves the problem. And that doesn't mean they have to rebuild their application or anything like that. And that support is always there to work with them on that.
Again, it comes out of an expectation from a different from a different platform, or from different platforms, where the process of upgrading your application is risky and or onerous in some way. So I don't want to do that. Just give me the patch. Give me the bare minimum I need to fix this specific thing. Whereas our process is much more straightforward. It's much easier and safer to continually upgrade to the latest version. And therefore, it's just better than once you do that, you've got everything. You've got the new features,
that's right,
and you've got all the patches.
Yeah, it's a little closer to the Apple model as opposed to the more classic Windows model. Now with Windows 10, we're actually seeing Windows kind of moving a little more in that direction as well, where the expectation is that you are to be running a reasonably recent version of Windows if you want to be carrying through with the features and stuff that you want.
Okay, perfect. What are the requirements of being a VTScada integrator?
Well, you need to have two thumbs, and you need to point them at yourself. If you want to be a systems integrator for VTScada, all you need to do is go to our website. There's all sorts of information. Let me just bring that up real quick. I'll go to our front page, and I'll. Hey Keith, I'm sharing my screen now. Heads up! It's our secret sign we have for when we're going to share our screen. All right, here we go. So this is our website. And up here under integrators, you can go and you can find a local integrator if you're someone who actually would like to use VTScada in your area, and you can very easily, Dave made this cool interface. You can zoom in, and as you zoom in, you get the short list of who's available in that area, and you can actually click on people. Hi, Flow Data Inc. And so it's an easy way, or you can go down and say, oh, I'm from Canada, and in Alberta, who do we got? And you can see who is certified and who has advanced training as well. So you can sort of horn in, and then you can go in and actually find out who to contact and follow up with them. But that was not the question that you asked. So you asked about becoming an integrator. So
the requirements of being a VTScada integrator.
Sure, which is all part of the part of this process, which is if you are an integrator, and all you need to do is basically sign our CSP. And that is our Certified Solutions Provider program. And it doesn't cost anything to sign. And that agreement basically, mostly it's just sort of standard. There's a standard version of it for anyone who wants to become a VTScada integrator. But if you wanted to join the CSP, you just have to sign the agreement, and that gives you a 15% discount on purchasing VTScada software. And if you want to get more involved, we basically want to reward integrators for becoming more active in using VTScada. So if you list us on our website, on your website, and link back to us, that's another 5%. And if you purchase and maintain your own OEM license of VTScada, that's another 5%. So up to 25% discount.
That's right. And that
all of
OEM
that
license is very affordable, and actually the whole value of that license comes back to you in training credits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very worthwhile to do. And again, it gives you that extra 5% for a total of 25%. So to do that, all you need to, so as per requirements, that's it. The ability to, the willingness to sign the agreement. And then, of course, if you want to be listed as an advanced integrator, then you are required to take the advanced training course, which requires that you've taken the basic training course.
Great. So I believe that Tim is subbing in for Dave. So I do have one more question. So maybe Tim will want to take this one over when he subs in. And does VTScada manage alarms?
All right. Do we want to make that handoff?
So Tim just disappeared there for a second. So we'll see if we get Tim back in a minute. And
he was here.
He was here.
Why don't we could just carry on answering the question and he'll jump in. He's really good. So do we support alarms? Absolutely. So VTScada has built into it a complete alarm management suite and also an integrated alarms notification system.
Great.
And we're actually going to talk about that in some detail coming up. But so it's important to know is that the alarm notification system is standard in every license. SCADA, or if you've downloaded the free 50IO license, that is built in. And we also have the built-in alarm notification system, which is an optional component, which we can also talk about a little bit later. So now we've done that. Hey, Tim.
All right.
Hey,
All right.
Chris.
See you guys. I'll be back in about an hour.
Take
All
care,
right,
Dave.
see you, Dave. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good, Chris. How are you?
I'm good.
I was actually in the session, and I heard Natasha mention my name, and I went to unmute myself and get my camera ready, and I hung up on the call by accident.
So, yeah.
In case you and Keith were wondering what was going on with me.
Thought maybe you'd been abducted by aliens. You were there 1 second.
Let me look out the window. No, there's no spaceships here. Even though I was using Dave's nice little launch pad demo that he has. I went on the computer and grabbed that, so I was playing around with that a little while ago. Awesome. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a nice little demo. I can't wait to get back to real life trade shows to use that to get people in.
I know. Have that up on the big screen in the booth. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that will be. Hopefully, it's coming soon. So, Chris, I think I'm on with you for the next, next hour or so.
That's right, until I'm off for the rest of the day.
Oh, there you go.
So you've sort of come in on the end of a question.
ISA 18.2?
There you go. Exactly. We're going to talk about. So I've already talked a little bit about alarms management in a general way in the Q&A that came just before we switched over. Do you want to talk a little bit about what ISA 18.2 is and what problem it solves?
Sure. Yeah. So I always like to say what does it solve, and then go back to really what it is. So what is really good for 18.2 is if you're getting a lot of alarm chattering, alarm overload, 18.2 is kind of a guideline to kind of let you narrow in on your alarms. I found a really nice white paper that I've used in the past. It's put out by a company called SCADA. Let me pull that up. Chris, Keith, if you could give me the controls, or let me share my screen. I can show you this paper. Great. Okay, so let me just share my screen then. Okay. I should be
there
up.
You go. Yep. And you can just sort of click off Keith there and me.
Fantastic. Sorry about that little housekeeping stuff. So this paper is put out by a company called SCADA. Their name's down here, EXIDA. And I ran into these folks in a previous life when I was trying to really understand ISA 18.2. And let me zoom in a little bit on the life cycle chart here. And again, sticking to my no PowerPoint slides, I'm going to work right from the PDF here. I'm a firm believer of that. Whatever we can show with finding information and live demos, it's always better than flipping through a PowerPoint. So what is an alarm? I mean, it talks through what is an alarm, and what it means to the operator, what it's talking about when it means to the equipment, and then timely response. And that's really the key to it. I mean, how quickly can you respond to an alarm? You don't get flooded with alarms. Say a pump goes off, or it's intermittently is chattering. You want to, or a float or something. You want to, minimize some of that. So following these guidelines helps with that. And of course, you have the lifestyle chart here that kind of walks through there. I'm not going to flip through everything in this document, but if somebody wants to go grab this later, they can. And then the different stages are spelled out down here, from the philosophy, the identification, and so forth. And then it comes back to a complete audit. So you go through your thing and you keep auditing this to make sure you're living up to what people have set for standards.
Right.
That's that. We also have it in our product. I'll pull that up real quick and go over to my alarm screen. And so right here, if we look at our alarm report, we always say, okay, so this particular report is showing me my report history, my current configuration, and then what is the ISA 18.2 recommendation for that. So you can see here it's saying 5% should be critical, 15 high, and 80 in warning. And you can see that this particular case here I'm running is current configuration is a little bit out of that sort. So we're reporting too many critical alarms and not enough on the warning side. So we may want to go back in and reconfigure some stuff here.
Right. So talk a little bit about some of the other concepts with ISA 18.2 in terms of managing complexity and eliminating nuisance alarms. One of them is shelving. Do you want to sort of show that off?
Do I want to show that off? Can I show that off within my alarm page here?
Yeah, I think so.
I think I can, right? Can I right click?
Just right click. Do you have permission? Have you granted yourself permission?
I should. Let me go to current alarms, right? Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah. So right from, I was on the wrong screen. So when I go to current alarms, I can just pick an alarm and click on shelf. And I can shelf that alarm for a number of period of time. So that's kind of, we put this into the product to kind of help eliminate some of that chattering.
That's right. So, for example, if you knew you were going to go and replace a PLC, for example, and you knew that was going to generate some alarms, you could go in and, like you're doing right now, set the period of time that you expect that you'll be doing that, and after that period of time, the alarm will rearm itself. And during that time, it will still be, every time that alarm is triggered, it will still get recorded to the alarm database, but it just won't ring a bell and cause confusion. So it's another way to look at your system, audit how how you've set up your alarms and what choices you've made about what's important or not, and try to keep irrelevant noise from covering up the real problems that might be emerging.
Right, and you can set your time frame from 5 minutes up to a day, and then you can also select a day of how long it's going to take, or just do it indefinitely. Once later, and doing indefinitely, you always want to probably set a stop time for that.
And actually, it's funny. Somebody, I was at a trade show, and somebody kind of said, "Gotcha! You shouldn't have that there." And that could actually be unconfigured in just 2 clicks in the configuration settings. So you can choose to make that go away.
Mm-hmm. And you would do that underneath your application configuration, find the and the property.
That's right.
Correct?
Yeah, you could go down and find it in that long manual list, or I think you can find it in the basic view.
Oh, okay. Basic mode as well. Under alarms?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Can't quite read the... So basically, in there, you just check or uncheck one of the boxes that says that you can disable indefinite. Also, in those same settings, we haven't talked yet about alarm notes, but you have the option. Actually, if you just want to X out of there for a second, and right-click again, like you just did, you could actually leave a note, which is another important part of ISA 18.2, which is contextual information. So if you're going to go and acknowledge an alarm, or at any time you can actually go in and add a note to an instance of an alarm. But you can also use that same dialog that you just had open in configuration to check a checkbox that would require that anytime you acknowledge an alarm, you have to leave a note. And you can also designate exactly how many characters that note must be. I think if you scroll down a little bit. So, and then those notes are part of the encrypted history of the application, so they will be around forever and ever.
Here it is, our alarm notes.
There we go. Yeah, and you can see there next to it. Once you've selected that, then you can actually say you can't just put in A. You actually have to write in a meaningful, or add enough characters to add a meaningful message to that alarm instance.
Right. Probably a safe measurement there is probably, if I would say anywhere, I'd say 10 to 15 characters. That should give you enough as a minimum.
I think so.
Yeah, that's going to be good with just accidentally typing something in. Right. I'm going to put this back to normal so I don't get caught on that. But I could always go back and do version control and get rid of that too.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everything that you do here is recorded.
Right. So that's those are all important steps with ISA. Chris, is there anything else you wanted to add about the standard itself? And I'm gonna stop sharing my screen right now.
Just basically that it's kind of, it walks in hand in hand with ISA 101, the HMI configuration application. I can't remember now whether ISA 101 is part of ISA 18.2. I guess it's lower, so therefore it must be.
I believe there are separate specifications.
But one actually references, but they're both kind of, they're both solving the same problem, which is in the old days, it used to be very expensive to purchase a PLC and a sensor and then attach that thing to a control system. So you had to really spend some time thinking about what was important.
Right.
But nowadays, it's become very, very inexpensive, and it's becoming even more inexpensive still. So the problem is you can end up with, well, if you're going to add new alarm, make it critical. Why not make everything critical? Then we're safe, right?
Yeah. Well, no, that's not a good thing to do.
Yeah. So ISA 18.2 is kind of a process of you as an organization. It doesn't necessarily say what you must do, what you must not do. It says you need to make it, like you showed earlier, that ISA recommendation of alarm priority. It's saying you must decide what's important. You must go through and say, you've only got 5% that you can designate a critical alarm. So make sure you understand what's important, and the rest of it is not important.
Great. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
So yeah, and these are nice built-in features that again allow you to take that strategy that you come up with and implement that across your organization. And that's a built-in feature. I think one of the other things, I'm not sure if we talked about in terms of the, why don't I, hey Keith, want to share my screen? I am going to share. Here we are. Let me know when I'm live.
Looks good to me.
Very good. So I'm just going to go into the alarms page, and why don't I go into the history? It's just a little easier to see it there. Oh my goodness, what a because these are demo applications, we kind of want them generating alarms all over the place, but clearly somebody's been making some poor decisions at this plant. So one of the things that's important to know is when it comes to situational awareness in an alarms context is that not everybody has the same visual acuity. I think at one point they called it color blindness, but now I think that we know that it's not just a binary all or nothing thing. Some people can see no color, some people can see some colors, some people just see colors differently. And so right now, of course, we've got all critical alarms. But what you can do is actually designate using numbers, symbols, and colors, and also sound, you can tailor this list to make sure that everyone in your organization at a glance can look at this and immediately see the status and the priority of an alarm in that alarm list.
Yeah, that's a really nice feature. Having that different shape for different, for different levels is really key. So not only can you do it by color, but you can do it by shape and even sound. So we kind of covered all the bases for whoever is actually viewing the system. You don't have to rely on one. Is it red or is it a shade of red?
Right, exactly. You can tailor it so that everybody can see. The other thing I think we already talked a little bit about how you can actually go in and easily filter your alarm list, but VTScada also has alarm lists already built in, already pre-filtered, as it were. So these are the ones that are active. Of course, I can acknowledge, or as we saw before, you can shelve.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go with an hour. And you can see current alarms. And here's the shelved alarm I just shelved. So you can very easily see, and here's what's disabled. That's a handy thing.
Yep.
And all of the ones that have been configured.
You know what else I really like, Chris, about the way our alarm page works is you can actually go in and see where that alarm is being used, and then also configure. If you want to do some configuration work with the proper security, you can go in and configure that alarm too, or change the parameters.
Exactly. So we already saw shelving, notes, and you can. Oops, I lost it. You can actually you can plot that value or go to that page. You're absolutely right. And so there's 2 pages where this alarm is referenced, and this is one of them. So as you say, you can quickly jump to that page and manage the alarm there, or get a sense of what's going on, get a slightly wider view of the situation, and you can even embed alarms directly on the page.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think this list has a different filter in it.
Absolutely, sure. So that can let the operator say, okay, I'm seeing this alarm. Where is this? What screen is this on? Because I may want to go look at some other conditions before I acknowledge this alarm. So having that feature there is really, really key.
And I can even plot that, so I can right from here I can right-click and open a trend and see what's going on with that value, and then very quickly use the trend picker to add a few other things, just to again on the fly say what's going on here. One of an interesting use case, I was doing an interview with electric machine control, and they had done a project for the city of Valdosta, and they were demonstrating how they were using the JSON driver to bring in weather information, so that in a situation where you're like, oh, what's going on, then they could easily map that weather data directly onto a trend and say, oh, I see. There's been extended rain, and clearly that explains what's going on.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, I think we've still got a few minutes left.
We can get to the properties, too, of that alarm as well from that right click, which is really nice. So
so from here you can right click. Yeah, go ahead.
And come right in, and if you wanted to do some customization to the alarm, you're able to do that as well. Well, you're bringing right to the tab. You can go to the alarm tab, and if you wanted to change your set points or when it's going to trigger, you're able to do that right from this screen as well, with, of course, the proper security.
That's right. And anytime you change those kinds of things, they are recorded for posterity. Right. And you can actually see, there's one other thing we haven't shown, that show details. So again, this is another, you can right-click on the tag and just basically look at the history of that tag. You can see the configuration of the tag. You can see the statistics. This is a really interesting, again, sort of mile-up overview of what this alarm has been doing. And again, you can see all of the notes that had been associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
So what's important about this is that this...
You need right at your fingertips.
Exactly. So all of the things that we've shown you about this alarm interface are part of every application. So anytime you install VTScada, this is available out of the box, and that includes our free VTScada Lite and, of course, our 90-day demo. VTScada Lite's the free 50 IO industrial license that you can download and learn to use, watching a very simple 15-minute video, and from there you will have access to all of these ISA 18.2 features.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they're all pre-configured. The alarm page is, this alarm page is pre-configured for you, so you don't have to go in and build it all. You set up your alarms when you build your tag structure out, and voila, they just pop up.
So again, to sort of end where we started, what we're really trying to do, I'll stop sharing here. Really, the goal in all of this, whether it's high-performance graphics or whether it's ISA 18.2, is to help operators be more effective because they are more and more responsible for more and more things. So how do we reduce that complexity? How do we allow them to do their jobs better when they are responsible for more? And I think with ISA 18.2, again, it's not a set of rules. It's not a set of features necessarily. It's about creating a consistent culture of alarms management. So it just means that as a team, you need to, it helps you focus the conversation about what's important in your system.
Sure, just having the standard is nice, but you need to actually implement that within your culture, within your process. I mean, we give you the tools to allow it, but you actually have to embrace it and say, okay, what are going to be our guidelines for this particular process, or this, what's our corporate guidelines, and then what do we need to do from a plant level as well? Absolutely.
Right. And that means sort of bringing together all of the stakeholders to kind of make some decisions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that pretty much brings us to the end of this segment. Yeah, I need a glass of water too. So all of this talk about alarms, of course, it's about maximizing uptime. It's about protecting your system,
keeping your system operational for in downtime. Sure.
And VTScada certainly from the ground up kind of designed with that kind of thing in mind. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of the ways in which VTScada's basic design helps with that uptime?
Sure. I mean, a lot of the built-in features, redundancy. Obviously, primary backup. So if your primary goes down, your backup takes right over. But we have multiple levels of that redundancy. But and it's all seamless. That comes out of the box. Our redundancy. It's not something you have to go configure. It's built right into the software. So that's one level of keeping your system up. All of your, that as soon as if that primary was to fail, that backup's going to take right over for you. All of your history data is seen on both. Your controls and everything are done over on the backup. When you repair that primary, you maybe replace the whole server, your history data starts to populate in the background while everything is up and running. So you never miss a heartbeat.
It's true, and I think just to back up a step even further from that, because that's absolutely where the rubber meets the road for most of what this subject includes. But the reason why that's possible is because of the integrated design. Again, it's part of the song that we sing over and over again. But VTScada is one product made by one manufacturer with one install and one license agreement, and that includes the historian and the alarms database and the events database. All of those things are native to the product, which means that when you install it on a server, you have got so you could just buy a laptop or a basic machine, put it on a desk, and it would install VTScada and have a fully featured advanced SCADA system. But like you just said, where things really get important is for the very modest cost, I think, in both purchasing another server, another computer, and the configuration time to set that up redundantly, which actually is, seconds to set up that redundant connection that you just described. That you now have, like you said, a complete a copy of the entire application and a synchronized copy of the historian and the alarms database and the configuration history and all of those things.
And we really make that cost effective too with our bundle pricing. Of course, we're not going to get into pricing in this discussion. I think there was a session on earlier. Barry was going over our pricing, and of course it's all up on our website, so you don't have to go and hunt and peck for this information. You just go to look at the bundle pricing. That's where the really savings comes into play. When if you start talking about your standard application, primary and backup server, get some alarm. You need alarm notification. Again, another feature built into the product. Maybe some thin clients. The bundle pricing is really the way to go on that.
It's true. It's a good point. And for a lot of people, we literally created it as a way to kind of push people over that hurdle of adopting a second server. Because often when you're putting in a new system, you want to keep that price as low as possible. When you're bidding a design, you don't want any extras in there at all. So it's, just put one server. Because I think in a lot of people's minds, the cost of adding a redundant server, because it's not just the redundant server, it's the redundant historian and everything else, and the redundant third-party, dialer. So it just, in their minds, they go, oh, this is all adding up and all the configuration time, and it's no, I don't want to go down that road. I just want to win this bid.
Yeah.
Whereas when you actually show them that bundle list that you just mentioned, it starts to, they go, oh, I see. Oh, it's easy, and it's actually not that expensive.
It brings up a good point. There was a bid that came out, and I had a few different people bidding it, and the bid actually called for redundancy, but it was your old school redundancy, where it's just a laptop sitting on the shelf, it goes down, and. So I was talking with the integrator, one of the integrators who was going to bid this, and I said, there's any chance that we can have a conversation with the design firm or even the end user about this? And he says, I got a pretty good relationship with the end user. Let's have that dialogue. And we just talked about, for, not much more money, you're able to have a fully functional system that's never going to miss a heartbeat.
Right.
We showed him, with that laptop sitting on the shelf, you're not going to have all that history data. And he said, well, I don't need all that data. But then we just started showing him how powerful it is to have all of that information. And he goes, oh, if I have all this history data, I can go and run these reports. I can go back and look at time. I can go see what something looked like a year ago. What's going to happen if that computer goes, primary goes down, that laptop, you can put it on and start running your process. But that history data is not going to be there for you. So,
right. So he could see the value in it. He just didn't think the value was worth his perceived difficulty in terms of setting all that up.
Sure. But then after showing it to him, he said, you know what, we can find a couple extra dollars here to go with the real backup.
Especially when you compare it to the cost of what an actual, what a process interruption would be. Because again, in that early days, people said, it's fine, don't worry about it, just keep the price down, it's fine. But when you actually get that system up and running and you experience a failure, then there's definitely a dollar amount associated with that, with recovering from that.
And what's important, 24/7 zero downtime. I mean, that's the key right there.
That's great. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a good thing, right? To bring up our support, because we have 24/7 support, which is another sort of part of this equation.
Yeah. 24. Yeah, keep your operations running 24/7. You touched upon a really important part about our licensing, where alarm notification and thin clients and historian, and it's all integrated. It's all one. And when you start thinking about keeping your system up and running, okay, so you have a primary and a backup server with someone else's software, but what about that alarm notification? What about that thin client? Okay, I've got my SCADA server back up with the license, but now, geez, where is that document that has the license about my alarm notification or my historian? That's a separate install. With us, it's all one install. Everything runs right out of the box. One license takes care of it all for you.
Yeah, and there's no risk going. There's when you again this idea in their minds that every time I upgrade, everything's going to fly apart. I'm not going to run any Windows updates. I'm going to lock down that machine because I know it works now. Don't look at it wrong. Whereas we have a different approach, which is maximizing uptime is really is about applying those changes, about being confident enough to move to the latest version of our software and of Windows and getting all of that stuff up to date.
Yeah, and that's an important factor about upgrading of your going to the current version. I mean, we do it quite regularly as users of VTScada software. I mean, we get that notice every Friday morning to here's a new build. Let's update that. Update your local copy, and I always go ahead and do it right away. Even if I have a demo scheduled for later in the day, I'll go ahead and install the latest version because I just know it's going to run. I'm not going to have any of those hiccups. All my projects are going to kick up. I'm not going to have to go through some of these nightmares you see with other applications where you install and it breaks this service, or, I got a Windows update last time, so now this feature is turned off. I've never seen that happen to me. Knock on wood.
Right.
I mean, it's just that's the level of functionality that we offer.
Right, and in the few time, I think we should talk 2 minutes we have left about the alarm notification system itself. So as you pointed out, it's a native part of VTScada. It's not a third party, so every time we upgrade our version, it will work in lockstep. It is VTScada. But that is an important part of the puzzle. It's an optional component. So whereas the alarms page we just looked at earlier, it's in everything, you get it by default, the alarm notifications where it can send you a text message or an email or call you up and speak an alarm to you, that is a built-in component that you can choose to license. And that certainly is, again, something that's really important in terms of maintaining 24/7 uptime.
Sure. Yeah. And then with the thin client technology, you're able to go. You get that alarm notification with the thin client. You can actually go in and acknowledge that alarm and take a look at your process. So they go hand in hand.
Yeah, that's right. So all of these things are, a lot of these things come down to fighting the mindset that out of the gate, when you're trying to win the project, that you're going to sort of lowball yourself by these things, but really spending a little bit more time and effort and thought ahead of time will save you a lot of money down the road in terms of keeping your system online.
And what I've seen in my area is educating the spec writer, the engineering company that's writing that spec, being able to go ahead and, you know what, it makes sense to add that to this particular project, getting them to add that functionality into the spec.
And a lot of it, you're right, and a lot of integrators will say, yeah, I know we're going to do that, but for now we're just going to do this, and then the next thing we do once we get this project is bring it up to a redundant, using one of those bundles like you talked about earlier.
Exactly, yeah, yeah.
Very good. So I think that brings us to a close here, and now it's time for Show Report with Mike Stark.
Hey, Mike. I think you're muted.
There you go. Unmute me, so you
have to put a
so
coin
you can
in.
Hear me. Hey, Chris, what's going on? Hi, Tim, what's going on?
Mike, how are you? Again.
Oh man, the show is just great. I've been having a bunch of virtual cocktails, and I gotta tell you, I feel good virtually. I feel the best I've ever felt in 20 years.
You look virtually loaded.
I virtually loaded. Luckily, this is all. The only cocktail I'm having is water, and water is really good. And gosh darn it, I'm really good. I'm going to talk about water and I2I, which that stands for infiltration and inflow. As we all know, that's a real problem that we have here in the United States and really across the world because of piping systems that are older and what have you. So what I&I is, especially in water and wastewater systems, wastewater systems, is the fact that, you've got these old pipes, they are leaking water into it, groundwater and rainwater. And so, you've got a lot of issues to have to treat those kind of things. So I attended one of the booths. They were talking about some of the different technology that they look at, where they have like a Marsh-McBurney sensor, which is basically an ultrasonic sensor. There's a couple different ones. One is a depth meter that actually measures the depth of the water in the pipe, and then there's another ultrasonic type sensor that actually just measures the level in the pipe, and you can get flows. They have several different types. So what they're doing with that is by putting these different sensors in different areas, they can actually find out what's going on with the pipe, so they can go back in and say, all right, there's a big leak right here. There's all these kinds of leaks. So it's pretty interesting. It's a huge industry. So they went into a lot of different details about talking about using the Manning equation. This presentation actually talked about, and I didn't realize this, that measuring water flow started back in 2500 BC. The Egyptians were measuring the level in the Nile River. So that's pretty cool. Those guys were fairly advanced. So, however,
their
those
alarm
guys
notification was somebody just on top of a pyramid shouting.
That's right. was going to say, I don't know what the VTScada was called back then. That's right. VTScada wasn't called back then, but it was all in gold, and there was a pharaoh there or something, you know. But
that's right.
But anyway, it was pretty interesting, and this actually reminded me of something that kind of is close to home for me, working with Cincinnati MSD, Metropolitan Sewer District. And it's the largest area obviously for the city of Cincinnati, and they've been under consent decree for good golly, like 20 years or so, where EPA is saying, hey, you're having all these issues, not just I&I was definitely one of the issues that they'd have. So about, I want to say maybe 6-7 years ago, they put out an RFQ to actually have some technology or newer technology to be developed. And what the company that actually came up with it was a battery-operated RTU, remote terminal unit. So what was cool about this device is you could connect any kind of device, measurement device to it, and because it was battery powered, they could put it in places that they've never been able to put information gathering equipment before. So it was pretty interesting, and companies that I was affiliated before my life started here at VTScada, thankfully, I was fairly interested in some of that, and it was part of some of those things. So they ended up putting in, I think up to the last thing I heard is that they've got about 400 of these devices that are in all the distribution area for Cincinnati MSD. And what I was told was their budget for 30 years, their MSD's operating budget was something around $3.2 billion. And they believe on a very conservative level that all this information that's coming back to them is saving them 10% at the very least. So, $32 million of operating costs, because they can do all types of different things. They can find out where some of the II is. They can find out some of the issues with temperature and smell and all the different sensors that are there. And the way that it intersects with us is that all that information has to come back through a very good SCADA system. So that's what's pretty cool. That's also the company that is doing that. That's an IoT device, the Internet of Things, which that's interesting. Chris and Tim, do you obviously you guys know what that is, but I've been talking about that for, I don't know, maybe for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and there's a lot of consulting engineers who are like, what is IoT? Have you had any experience with that? Or it's a clunky name, right? The Internet of Things.
Well, I can speak from my very limited point of view at trade shows and things. But Tim, you've sort of been you're more immersed in the industry. It's a good question. Who's actually talking about this? Who's asking for this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen it so much in water and wastewater. I mean, it comes up a lot in manufacturing applications, the industrial Internet of Things, where smart devices.
Exactly.
Getting more intelligence out. I sat through a session earlier. They talked about it was a smart pump, and I was waiting for them to talk about some of the technology on there. It was just a couple of sensors on there. Okay, it's not really smart because it's not doing decisions down there, but it is smart, I guess, because there's some sensors on it. So smart compared to what it was, a couple of years ago.
Right.
But it's really, just getting more. Distributing your technology, getting more device, more information closer to the source.
Yeah.
But in terms of the people, like when we actually went through when we first introduced the MQTT driver in VTScada, we actually made these cool little devices that were little IIoT devices and worked them into our VTScada demo that were like these little Arduinos that we hooked a sensor to, and they would register the temperature, and you could carry them around the booth, and you could see on the big screen the values going up and down. So each one of those was a sensor that was connected to a publisher, and VTScada subscribed to that. And you could see that up on the screen, and it looked kind of neat, and we were giving them away, and lots of people took them. But a lot of the people who came in to kind of watch us sort of walking around with these things weren't super clear what we were talking about. And when we started saying, "Oh, it's MQTT from the IIoT," their eyes kind of glazed over and they went, "Thanks for the thing," and they took off.
Yeah.
But I think there are some consultants that are sort of really trying to differentiate themselves in the marketplace by talking about this new paradigm, this new way of doing everything, even though I think a lot of the mechanics are not that new.
No, that's what's been interesting. Like I said, I kind of reading all this information, and according to what I've been told and read and stuff, this is supposed to be like a $15 trillion industry, IoT, and not just smart water, but home automation systems, medical systems, smart water and wastewater, and all those kind of things. So I don't know, what I've been told or what I've been reading. I don't know if it translates to what's really happening, but I think all that stuff, all that technology, is going to move forward in some ways, and and it comes back to, again, with water and wastewater, you have to have a very robust SCADA system, which is VTScada, and that's been pretty cool. One of the reasons why I'm really excited that in Ohio, I cover Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Western Pennsylvania. But in Ohio alone, I've got 20 utilities that are transferring over from some of the other SCADA programs into VTScada, and that's exciting to me. A lot of the work's been done prior to this. Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing.
Right.
That's really cool. So
yeah, you've been doing a great job there. You guys are both have hit the ground running in terms of Mike, you're in Ohio, and Tim, you're in New England. But clearly things are moving pretty quickly. It makes such a difference having people on the ground, again, who can walk into an office or virtually walk into an office and open up the software and actually show it to them and show them what it can do. So thanks, guys, for all that work that you've done.
No, appreciate it. That's it's been fun. It's continuing to be fun. I'm going to work for another 150 years probably. Something like that. Because I have to. No, it's not because I want to be here for a long time. So that's
for the love of the game.
You got it.
Thanks, Mike.
Absolutely. All right.
Thanks for joining us.
Take care, Mike.
Tim, good to see you. I'll see you guys a little later.
Yeah,
I think I have something up with you later on. I think when you're in my seat and I'm in your seat a little later today.
Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I haven't got that far yet. That's like a couple hours away.
I know. It's ages away. All right, guys.
Okay.
Take care.
See you, Mike.
See you. Bye.
Yeah, I'm really. It's been so great having all the different sales and marketing people and all the different members of the sales team who are located all over North America. We would normally be having beers in the trade show booth at this time of the day, or asking people where they got theirs. And
it's only 3:40. Come on, Chris. It's only 3:40 on the.
It seems like the beer comes out earlier and earlier at WEFTEC in the day.
As the week goes on, right?
That's right. And now, of course, that we're having it at our home. I started at noon.
Well, there is actually a virtual happy hour part of WEFTEC this evening, 6 to 7 o'clock Eastern time, and I'm going to bop in and see what's there and
that's great.
Catch up with a couple of folks.
Actually, in all seriousness, what's kind of interesting about that is that many of the people who are sort of giving away beer or various things are doing so using actually reclaimed water. So it's
right.
It's a really important issue right now. It used to be when I first joined the company that everybody who was doing wastewater treatment was selling it to golf courses. But I remember one sort of old timer saying, we do that now, but the public doesn't know, but the time's coming when it's all going to be reused because there's no other way. And we're really intersecting that now where there's a bit of a not just a technical process, because it's not that difficult, it's just selling that idea.
Right. Well, there's a lot that movie that is premiering with WEFTEC, The Brave Blue World. Right. It talks about a lot of that reuse of water, and it's going to take a lot of policies and government policies and so forth to get put into place as well to get that to pass. But it's definitely coming for sure.
Right. So a big. We are now on to. Oh, here's a bumper. It's the High Diving Act.
Oh, High Diving Act. Okay.
And in this case, this is
who's
something
diving?
that we.
Who's diving, Chris or I?
That's a good question. We're going to show off the reports page, and do you have a preference?
I can start, and then you chime in. You want to do that?
Sounds good to me.
All right. So I'll share my screen, and actually, let me get it open first.
So while you're doing that, I'll just do a little bit of an introduction. So again, with all of these things, talking about what Mike was talking about, and or even now, one of the important things that'll make water reuse possible is basically having good data, being able to make good decisions to make sure that that's safe. And now VTScada has, as we've talked many times, has a number of built-in features that are native to the product, and one of them is a built-in alarms page, and also an alarm tag, which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Are you going to share your screen there, or?
Is it shared now?
No, I don't see you.
Okay. Oh, because it would help if I clicked on the Start Sharing button, right?
Oh, There's so many things to choose from. So yeah, this is
Oh, that's a good thing. Now you can see my screen. I'm on the report screen.
Yep, that looks good.
Great. So I think we're talking about reporting right now. So what I like about VTScada is there's a lot of different ways to. Well, reporting means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To me, it's about getting data out of a system into a usable format that I can use as a report. So if you look at it in that context, there's a lot of different ways to do that. We also can integrate into other third-party reporting packages, but just within the package, just within VTScada itself, there is the report page, there's the report tag, and then from several different modules, you're able to dump data to Excel as well. Right. So I'm just showing you right now the report page, which again, like the alarm page that Chris and I were talking about a few minutes ago, it's built into the product. You don't have to go and configure this page. It's given to you for you to go and then configure. So,
and you are about to receive all of the training you need in order to use it.
Oh, good. Okay, so
you're the one doing it, so.
Great. All right. Oh, fantastic. So across the top, one is your report type. You pick your report type you want to run. So we have some pre-canned ones here for you. So what alarm summary, daily detailed report, standard report, rainfall report, depending on what type of tags I have. I only have 3 levels of tags, so I'm going to stick to my daily snapshot report here. Yeah, we'll do it. No, actually, I do an alarm summary report. And then 2 is this is where you load your tags or your groups. I already have this pre-configured for 3 tags because I know we only have 10 minutes, so I wanted to find these tags that I wanted to show, the 3 levels of 3 different tags, because it'll make sense when I talk about something else in a few minutes. But if I want to go in, I can come in here and just look at my digitals, or I can just look at my totalizer tags. So depending on how what type of report I want to run and how I want that structured. So I actually picked analogs, and that's how I got to these particular tags over here. Well, let's go back up to all. So, and then also I can select by my area as well. So here's just my different areas that are built into this demo application. Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. So actually that's when I clicked on those 3 tags, I actually went to Zone 1 and then found my level of tank 1 tag and so forth. And when you find a tag, you simply just click it and drag it and use the single arrow and drag that over. Or you can grab them all and move them over.
I always accidentally do that.
Tags, you just simply click it and move it back over to the group. Do you have a question, Chris?
No, I was just saying I always hit the move all button and have to back them all out again.
Oh yeah, that's another way to do it too. Depending on how your brain works, I guess, right?
But then it takes forever to generate a report with all those tags.
With all the tags, yeah. So that's true too. That's why I limited to the 3.
Yeah.
Report type or report period. When do I want to run this? You can go ahead and select your time frame, or you can select. We have some predetermined triggers for you. Last 2 days, last 60 minutes, last 2 hours. Custom would be you would go ahead and set your time frame you wanted. You would pick your day of when you want to run this report and your time frame. Well, the time in history when you want to pull the data out of. So I'm going to go back over and let's just do the last, I think my application's been running for a little bit. I'll do the last 2 hours. Number of previous periods, I'm going to leave that blank for now. And then report destination. Where do I want to send this report to? I can send it to screen display. I can CSV file, send it right to my printer, to an ODBC data source, Excel access file, a formatted Excel file, or just a plain Excel file. So if I wanted to have something already pre-built, use formatted or just a plain. I'm just going to do a screen display, which actually will open up Excel the way my computer's configured. Yeah, it says right here, use Excel to display screen reports, or I can have some other options. I'm going to leave this one here, use Excel to display screen report. I click Run Report, and report completed. And I'll open up Excel.
Ta-da!
Run that report again. Open up Excel. Oh, there's my, oh, here it is. Okay. I had too many files open. Here, oh, geez. I'm clicking too fast. And here is my analog summary report for the last 2 hours of level of tank 1, tank 2, and tank 3. Gives me my address, the average, the min max. Well, the total, really total doesn't really make sense in a tank level report, but you can go ahead and delete that column if you didn't want that in there. And then you can save this off and do anything you want with it. So there's one way to do reports. We also have a report tag. So I'm going to minimize my report form. I'm going to get out of my report page. I'm going to come back over to my main tile look and open up my one of my screens. And in here I have a button that says Run Report. And when I click this button, it actually is running a scheduled report in the background. And let me run that again. And it is going to open up Excel, and there's my scheduled report. So this is, again, an analog summary report that I have running in the background. Say I want to know what this particular, well, actually, no, it should be a scheduled tank level summary report is what's actually getting written. And it's not going to be in Excel. I have to actually go and find where that report is on my system. So let's show you the guts behind this button. I'm going to come into my tag browser, and this is the report I'm running. I'm triggering this tag right here, tank level summary. Let's look at the properties of that report. And the properties of this report is tank level summary. Here's my tags. It's giving me my 3 levels. My period, it's going to do the previous calendar month. And I have no trigger. And the destination, oh, I do have it for screen display, so it was showing it there. I can actually write it to a file as well, but I was actually writing it to my screen. Okay, right. I must have been using a different demo earlier because I had it running to.
In these multi-screen environments, it's so hard to keep these things straight.
Yeah. So I'll just click OK, and so that shows you where that particular report happens to be. Nice. You can also do a report from your historical data viewer. You can come in here if I had some pre-built tags, and if I just want to export this data, I can do it this way too. Welcome to my export wizard. Click Next. I want an Excel spreadsheet again. It will put this data anywhere I want, and click Next. And this is going to take all of this information in the last 10 minutes and put it into a file, export.xls, inside of this directory.
Yeah, I like that. I've never quite thought about it. Somebody pointed that out in a demo a few years ago, and I thought, oh yeah, of course, the HDV, the trending viewer is an excellent intuitive report generator in terms of easily identifying a period of time, easily adding tags, and then exporting that.
Right. And I know we're out of time on this, but we also have the Excel plugin, which is a new feature, version 12. I should mention that too.
Yes, that's right. So you can configure VTScada. You can actually download a small product from the Microsoft Office store, I believe, and directly from Excel, basically load that add-in directly from Microsoft, and then you can actually connect to the VTScada historian. We also make it possible to connect to products like Excel Reporter or Dream Reports or cloud platforms like Iris by Eramosa. So there's all sorts of ways that you can share the data, but these are the ones you can do directly from VTScada for included in every application. So now it's time for Hey Nat.
Hey. Hey Chris. Hey Tim.
Hey,
I think we may have cost you one question, but I think you're probably fine with that.
Yeah, I think we'll still do okay. So my very first one is, can I start with a demo version and move to a full VTScada app?
You can, but you said somewhere in there an actual paid. Oh yeah, so basically you can start creating an application using either the 50 tag license or the 90-day demo. But you have to make sure that at some point you have to actually buy a VTScada license. They have to touch a VTScada development license before that app can be shared with other development or with other VTScada full installed paid licenses, if that makes sense.
Sure does. My next question is, can I export my current SCADA data to a new VTScada application?
Do you want to take this one, Tim, or shall I?
Well, I know the data is, it's all sorted within your files. You can take those files and move those files over. Is there another way to do it?
Yeah, actually, in version 12, we make it possible to export, much like kind of a similar process to where people can actually export their IO tag database and into a CSV file, give that to us, and we convert it. But we now can do this other cool thing, whereas you can, in a similar way, export all of your historian data to a spreadsheet format, to a CSV, and then actually in the help. In Andrew's onboard electronic help, you can. It's fairly straightforward. You can then reconfigure that that data, and then simply drop it into a folder in the VTScada root folder, and then once you restart VTScada, it's all imported. So the end result is you actually have a complete uninterrupted view of all your historical data, going back to the beginning of the SCADA application that preceded the new VTScada one.
Right. I thought you were going to start talking about the taking a competitor's database and getting into CSV format and importing it too. That's another feature we can do. So
I think that's the one I was trying to describe. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
History data and bring that into VTScada as well.
Yeah, so there's a variety of ways that we can help you maintain the value from your existing SCADA system.
That's perfect. Can VTScada be virtualized?
I'll say yes, absolutely. That's something that happens more and more these days, especially as people move to hosted systems, cloud-based systems. That means server farms. Often people are renting space on a server in a server farm, often more than one of them. Again, going back to 24/7 uptime, people will actually have failover between two server farms from different companies. And typically in those environments, you would have virtual servers. You would have one machine running one or more virtual operating systems. And we certainly do support that. I think earlier we were looking at recommendations for VTScada server hardware. And part of, on our website under resources, you'll see a section called requirements, which is actually more recommendations. And in there, there's a section specifically on virtual servers and what we recommend. And basically, just bear in mind that physical hardware has to have the guts in it. It has to have the memory, the RAM, the space, the internet connection, to be able the throughput to be able to maintain. Who knows how many different operating systems are running on that system. So just make sure that you do need to really look at hardware, and you're not going to solve it just by multiple cores. You need to. The equation is So that's something to look at. Also, something to bear in mind when using VTScada in a virtualized environment is that you've got all these operating systems, basically all these theoretical computers on this one hardware. And that one hardware has a finite number of actual physical ports in which you can put a voice modem. So if you're using the alarm notifications to call out and enunciate alarms to you, you'll need to find it may work better for you, since you're already in a server farm committed to being online, to use an online service like Twilio to perform that part of the alarm enunciation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you're going in the virtual world, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I think I can squeak in one more this hour. What kind of... I have so much more time when I'm not running down what breakout sessions are coming up. So my last question is, what kinds of PLCs or RTUs do you sell?
Okay, we don't sell any hardware. However, we interface to all hardware. I know Chris mentioned on our website you can get a list of recommendations. Also up there is a driver list of all the different drivers that we have. And Chris, the cost of those drivers is?
Just a sec here. Nothing. Well, not nothing. It's included in the cost of your of any license that you have, and that includes the VTScada Lite free 50 IO industrial license. That one comes with every single driver that we have.
All in one license for you.
Yep. That's right. And like you said, just go to our website, look under that resources tab, and you'll be able to download a copy of all of the drivers we support. Actually, not even all of them. There's still more.
Right, exactly.
So those are our
if anybody does have any questions, make sure that you put them in the YouTube chat, email us, put them on social media, and so that way I can come back for the last hour and try and stump you guys.
All right, looking forward to it.
Okay, well, thanks, guys. See you soon.
Bye.
Natalie and Tasha.
Well, Tim, it's funny after after hosting this live cast with you over this last week, I feel like we've known each other longer than we have. We only met the one time at VTScada Fest, and now I feel like we've been working together for years.
I know. Yeah. Well, we talked on the phone a couple of times in life, but then we met down at I met you up in Nova Scotia one day when I was up visiting, and then of course down at VTScada Fest. But again, we see each other every all week long during virtual events like this, as well as our virtual meetings. So
that's right. By the way, you really hit the ground running at VTScada Fest. I think that was your first event with working for the company. So you didn't just your first day of work was being dropped in the middle of hundreds of people.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. Well, I knew what I was getting into, so I've been to those types of events before. But it's a great, actually, it's a great onboarding. I think if we were looking at as we expand out, the next week in SCADA Fest, we're looking to bring on another territory. I know we have some openings there. I highly recommend that for anyone. I think it's a great way to get used to the culture, get used to meeting the people, and a lot of material to get you up to speed.
Yeah, so true. All right. Well, at this point, we're going to make another handoff. So Tim and I are going to go both lie down for a little while on the floor next to our chairs, and we're going to hand things over to Dave and Mike.
All right. Great job, guys.
Sure. See you soon.
We'll see you later.
Good night.
All right. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Oh, good, Dave. What's going on?
Not too much. So, Mike, you've spent a little bit of your day cruising around the show there. How have you found that?
It's been pretty good, really. Some really informative stuff, very interesting things that's been going on. And actually, I was just thinking to myself, if you had the time and would go through all of the different things that were there, or half of them, or even a quarter of them, it's almost like getting a specialized degree in certain things with water and wastewater, which is pretty cool. And it's nice to be able to figure out stuff that's kind of on the leading edge, which obviously that's what all the people here at WEFTEC are doing. So I think it's been good. It's been pretty cool.
So speaking of putting things on the leading edge, is anybody asking, why would you put your SCADA system online?
You know, I've had that question a little bit, and it's interesting.
I think we all have, yeah.
I know we're always wondering about that. Well, and you know, there is a lot of reasons for that. To start off with, it's interesting in my territory. I'm out of Dayton, Ohio, covering Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia, and Western Pennsylvania. You know, I see people. And actually, before I was with VTScada, I was with a systems integration company for 12 years and have been doing this for a fair amount of time. So I see people that are at water and wastewater plants, and they get kind of nervous about a SCADA system if they don't have one. I can't tell you the number of times when people are like literally all to the point of like, wow, we're going to get fired. You know, this is the man actually bringing in some, some high tech stuff, and we're going to get fired on that. And for the, basically all the times that's happened, everybody has pretty much, after they've gotten used to the SCADA system, like, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. So interestingly, some of the folks, and it just depends on if you've got enough infrastructure, tends to be folks that will put SCADA online, would be people that may not have, the IT capabilities, which a lot of people don't have. It's maybe a smaller utility that doesn't, have the infrastructure, like I said. And so they still want to be able to have the capabilities of a full-blown SCADA system. And of course, VTScada has a lot of hosted solutions that are there. Interestingly, I've run across a couple, well, actually several people, some integrators where I've been talking to them. And again, I've been on board just over a year or so, but been working with VTScada with 15 years. And one of the newer integrators, I was calling them up and said, hey, just following up with you. And he was like, oh yeah, we're using VTScada. I'm like, oh, well, cool. What size system? He's like, oh, I'm up to like 39 IO points. So he was using VTScada Lite, which is great. That's what it's there for. It really was interesting. And what ended up happening was that he gave it to the utility. The utility absolutely loved it. And they decided, because VTScada Lite is fully functional, but it doesn't have our alarm notification system, and they wanted that. And so they went ahead and actually went through and got a full-blown license and stuff. But a lot of people that I'm talking to, just depends on who it is integrator-wise, their market is a smaller utility. And so an online solution might be a really good thing to for them to look at that. So have you had that up in Canada very much? Have you see that, this hosted solution very often?
Yeah, we do see it a little bit. We don't see it as much as, say, Michigan does, but we do see it a bit here. Yeah, I find with when it comes to putting your own, and I should preface this with, VTScada doesn't have to be online at all. You can have an air gap system, no problem at all. We've got a lot of tools in place for even caching the map tiles and other things for the areas that you're interested, if you want to use those tools. But yeah, so we're seeing a lot of the utilities. People really want to have those thin clients. They want to be able to access their system. So when we're looking at, different utilities, I find a lot of time I see a smaller utility who wants to get a few thin clients. They maybe want to start integrating some information into their system. And when they're that smaller size, I'll usually push them toward reaching out to an IT company and just asking them to get some assistance getting a VPN put in place. Because I find the VPN it gives them nice, easy access into their system, and it's fairly low maintenance. It's oftentimes just a bit of hardware that you install, and then that's all you really need to do. But that does give them access, typically not just to their SCADA computer, but actually into their network, right? So when you only have a few guys, those are the same guys who are in and out of the network. They're in and out of the buildings all the time, so it usually works. Now, once you start getting into a larger system, you're getting into different people and different groups and other things, and that's where maybe coming into your own, hopefully you've got a little bit of an IT group at that point, having them manage an SSL certificate for you, getting a domain, or oftentimes it's just a subdomain, and oftentimes you're even sharing that certificate with that parent domain. Getting that set up and managing that is something that makes a lot more sense for a little bit larger utility, especially because at that point, it's sort of like accessing a website. when you access a website, it doesn't give you access to the web server or to the data center. It's only that website. So that it definitely has a lot more sort of IT blocks in place about where you're actually connecting to when you do that. So for me, that's like you say, it's you know, really small system. Oftentimes we'll go out and find somebody and say, you host it for me. A little bit bigger system. Oftentimes they're running their own servers. A VPN can be a great place for them to get connected. And as you grow from there, then start looking at, you know, hosting your own server with your own domain and your own certs and giving that interface just into that system, which makes it a whole lot easier to have all kinds of different people come in and connecting.
You know, it's interesting, Dave, that as I've been going around, and again, you know, VTScada has been around since 1986, and you know, we're increasing our market share. So a lot of people have been using us for a long time. Some other folks have not heard of us, and one of the questions that I get, you know, not all the time, but it's like, oh, you're just a hosted solution. Like, no. We're absolutely stand up against folks like Wonderware and, you know, and Rockwell and iFix and all those kind of guys. But that is an interesting thing. It's all about getting the word out. And I can tell you that, as I'd mentioned before, I'm just really lucky that a lot of folks have really done a lot of work. Now, I was, as I mentioned, with a systems integration group for 12 years, and anytime I had an opportunity to lead somebody towards VTScada, I always called it my secret weapon. I would do that. And so we've been able to really kind of come on board. And as I mentioned before, in Ohio, we've got 20 cities that are actually transferring over from the Wonderwares, the iFixes, and the Rockwells. And don't get me wrong, all those guys do all a great job. I think, you know, we have so many defining features that set us aside from that. But one of the biggest things is all we do is software. And that's really important. You know, those guys do a great job, but they have a lot of other things, hardware. They do all kinds of different things. So really interesting stuff. Yeah, so I think it's all about knowledge. It's all about getting comfortable. SCADA is something that is for people that know nothing about it, it's like voodoo science, right? It's not, of course, it's not rocket science. But so it can become complicated. So
I guess the last thing I'll add as well is for anybody listening, that VTScada does support Active Directory integration, and you can do two-factor authentication. So you can set up a very secure system if you are to put your SCADA system out on the web there. We also, I guess the last thing I should say, is do support setting up a DMZ server as well. So you can have a specific device that has your historian and everything on it that you interface with, and even if that device got compromised, the data can't feed back into the rest of the system. So it's a read-only server. So next up, Mike, we're going to be doing high diving act. So you talked earlier about not getting fired. And so Keith, roll bumper. So Mike, do you want to do the risky business of doing the thin client configuration, or shall I?
I think you might too, and here's the reason why. Not that I'm not up to it. It's just my wife. I know, really. Thanks, Keith. My wife is actually teaching downstairs, and we're having the internet issue. So if you don't mind driving, I'll hop in on all that stuff. And
yeah,
now I'm
absolutely.
looking at Bing. Okay.
So I'm sharing my screen right now. I've got VTScada running, and I've got my Hydra station here that I'm going to use as the demo. So the first thing that we need to do, of course, to connect to the thin clients, we need to make sure that we have the ability, that we have the privilege to connect. So I'm going to go down into my user management here. I'm going to click on my super user because I know user Dave here has super user privilege. And it's important to note the super user privilege does include all the privileges of the lower the configure and operator. But let's just go into the manage privileges here, and you can see right off the top here, internet client access that I have available. And remote data access is kind of a neat one. That's to use if you want to use the REST service or something like that. So you can't actually get in and view the information in the screens if you just had this one, but you could pull data from the historian and get that back in like a JSON format. So in this case, I have the required privilege. So I've got my application here. I'm going to jump into the application quickly. I want to show you again the source code for this application is all done in VTScada script. So it's important to note. So what all the work here that's been done is done sort of vanilla VTScada using the Idea Studio VTScada script. And we're going to drop back here into the VTScada application manager. And this is where we can configure the built-in server. So I'm just going to click on the internet client setup. And the first thing I'm going to do is go to the server setup. I click add, and I'm going to RDS XPS. This is the name of my machine. And if you're doing this on a VPN, then you can do it just basically exactly like I have here. If you're doing this on the internet, then you want to make sure you go in, get the SSL cert and that kind of stuff set up. And in the server setup, you'd be putting in the URL to your server, and you can have a whole bunch of things in here if you have different ways to access that server. And then in the realm. The realm is really about grouping applications or grouping privileges into specific places. So in this case, I'm going to make a realm. The name of it doesn't really matter, so I'm just going to do this. And again, you can see that both my server and my realm run port 80 because I'm not doing SSL or TLS. So I'm going to go add here into adding an application into this realm. And in that application, I'm going to add the MC Hydra Station application we have running here. You see up top. And I'll just apply that. And now I've got my URLs are created. So I can click on my anywhere URL here, which is our normal HTML5. I've got my MIC URL, which is our super lightweight, something that's designed for use on like a phone or whatever. And then I've got my VIC URL, which is actually a little Windows installer that you can run like an application on your computer. So let's grab the anywhere URL. I'm just going to click test there to bring it up in a browser here. And I'll just peel that off and run this guy by itself. And I'm going to use my credentials to log in. So, and I won't save that to LastPass, but you can see here, I've got the applications come up. And I just want to actually show you this really quick. I haven't actually done this previously, but we're going to bring up the DevTools here quickly and just show you that this actually whole page has been rendered into HTML. So I'm just going to run back to this. So you can see here, that whole page is now come up in this HTML. So it's pretty cool that you're able to do that automatically. And it's amazing, actually, that the engine in VTScada is able to make a reproduction of this whole environment in HTML. And it's a pixel per pixel match to this. And I can even do my exports and other things. So if I go back into here, I can create a plot. And so let's take a look at a few values here. And we're looking at what, the last 1 hour of data. So I can even do an export and say export that to a CSV file. Sure, finish, and boom, right in the browser, right to your screen. So it's a very cool. You know, we can even do things. We can manage our tags. We can do all kinds of stuff in here. It's very, very, very close to the full installed VTScada view. So
yeah.
Another thing that I should bring up then is if I were to go back out of this, and I'm just gonna, I only have that one app in there, so I'm just gonna try this quickly. So this is another view, and before I log in here, I'm going to go back into F12 here. I'm going to set this as if it's a phone screen, and I'm going to log in the same as I would have. And here again, we're going to connect into the VTScada system, and now I can go into things like my alarm page, and unfortunately I don't have any alarms to show you right now, but you can see the history of alarms. So bring that up as a list right in VTScada, and we can go into that overview page, and you get the exact same page that I showed here, but all of the tags and all the values on that page are automatically converted into these lists, and we can just click on anything and bring up those trends and see exactly what's going on there. So cool. You say all that configuration, that was sort of 0 to a fully configured system, which is appropriate for use inside of a VPN or on a local network. completed.
Very nice. Wow, that is powerful. Thanks for driving on that. You know, what's interesting about the whole thin client and mobile access is there's so many people. In fact, I've got a project, a city in Ohio that's doing a project, kind of an emergency project because of the whole thing with COVID, and they don't have access to their water plant, and they're looking for that. So, you know, that's the great thing about VTScada is we have those 3 different ways of actually accessing that. You made that look really easy, and it is pretty simple, right?
It is pretty easy. Yeah, it's like you say. I mean, what you saw was sort of going from scratch to yeah, the full thing. And like I say, is there's no code. You don't have to reformat that page or do anything like that. VTScada's engine will re-render that into HTML for you.
Yeah, and I think typically in a situation like this, I mean, some utilities have some very intelligent folks that are IT savvy and all that kind of stuff, and they could certainly do this. But I would say, you know, a good percentage of the people that are going to be putting in a new SCADA system is going to be an integrator, and they're going to be able to do that very simply, right? They're going to be used to this kind of technology and the different things that you might need to do that. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right. And that thin client server is part of that standard redundant system. So if we went in and had that redundant server, if we failed over, then that redundant server would come up and take all of those clients over.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, I was just talking with I've got a demo coming up next week, and this gentleman has another competing system, and he said, you know, just not happy with a lot of the things that are going on there, and you know, we just been talking on the phone, and I was again talking about the thin clients and all the different capabilities that we have, especially redundancy. He said, you know, we've got 2 computers right now, and you know, how do you guys go about that? And I said, you know, that is one of the things that we do very well as a lot of stuff that we do very well. It's very seamless, and we have the capabilities of being able to do multiple redundancy, which is pretty interesting, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's they say that that whole idea of redundancy really it's a completely different story with us for the most part, from the synchronization, but also to the failover of all those services and being able to assign those services not just back to one computer, but to distribute among many computers. So let's say if your main server is a real power horse and your backup server is maybe less powerful, but you have another server, then you can always fail over, you know, part of your device to one server like your thin clients, and the other part of your device over maybe the driver polling or something else to another server. So you can always distribute that load as needed.
Yeah, that's very cool. You know, another great feature for us is being able to propagate chain sets to any kind of changes that you might make. You know, back in the day, you'd have to have a server and terminal services, you know, a specific server to be able to do that, or you got to go to each workstation and make sure that you have to put all those changes in together. We do that very simply, so that's nice. Very cool.
So, Mike, that kind of takes us through to the end of that segment. Now, our next one I'm looking forward to because I've heard some of your stories before, but you have ready for the viewers some of your favorite stories, and you're going to tell us a little bit about the area that you serve.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am from Dayton, Ohio, born and bred in Dayton, Ohio, and if folks don't know where that's at, it's an interesting place. We're in the Midwest, and so Dayton has kind of a long history. I'll talk a little bit about just the area and the city of Dayton in itself. We've had kind of a long history of a lot of different folks. You know, this has been quite some time, but that have a lot of innovation and things like that. So one of the stories that I had talked about was some different folks like the Wright brothers, and of course the Wright brothers actually are from Dayton, Ohio. They did invent the airplane.
I was going to say they were so eager to leave they created an airplane.
Well, I can go on and on that. There you go, exactly right. But it's interesting because, you know, we have kind of a little running gag with Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, great place and all that stuff. But the Wright brothers chose to do a lot of their research because Kitty Hawk had the highest winds and stuff. And So the thing is that Kitty Hawk, and this is always kind of sticks me in the craw a little bit. If you ask anybody or a lot of people across the country or across the world, and say, where were the Wright brothers from? They'll say, oh, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. I was actually talking with a gentleman from England, a guy by the name of Alan Parsons, and I was interviewing him. I was in Dayton, he was in Cincinnati, and he was actually the album. He's a musician, and the album that he was doing at the time was all called About Flight. So I thought, all right, interesting. And I said, so Alan, you're actually about an hour away from the birthplace of aviation. He goes, oh, really? I thought that would be Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. And I'm like, no, dude, no. Yeah, they flew there. They did the first 3 flights there, but they then packed up, came back to Dayton, Ohio, and learned how to fly there. They were actually able to figure out how to move around and do all the flying. But I will say that Kitty Hawk's done a great marketing job there. So, but we have a lot of aerospace infrastructure in Dayton and in Ohio. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is the 2nd largest Air Force base in the United States, and it's also the research and development area of the Air Force. And because of folks like the Wright brothers, Charles Kettering, John Patterson from NCR, there's a lot of folks, and also that research and development mindset. Dayton, Ohio actually has the 3rd highest patents per capita in the United States. So it's kind of interesting. A lot of weird things that have been, invented in Dayton. The pop top had, the little pop top on a can that was invented in Dayton, and I can go all on. Charles Kettering worked for General Motors, and he had like 57 patents, anything from the electric car starter to 2-cycle engines to no-knock gas to air conditioning. Actually, Charles Kettering invented air conditioning, so we had Frigidaire. And for a long time, Dayton was a General Motors kind of a capital. There was like 8 General Motors divisions in Dayton, Ohio. So anyway, I'm concentrating a lot about Dayton, Ohio, but I cover Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Western Pennsylvania, and it's really cool. It's a very rural areas, certain areas. Tennessee is great to go down and hang out there, in Nashville and all that kind of stuff. Haven't had a chance to do that much. I was actually just in Nashville a couple weeks ago. And Kentucky is a beautiful state as well as West Virginia. Almost heaven, right? So it's been cool, and I've been in the process industry. This is going to show my age, since 1986. So I'm 1,000 years old. I think I only look 990, so I think I'm doing okay for that standpoint. But yeah, interesting that I got into process and engineering, technical sales the same year that VTScada was born. So it's pretty cool, and I'm enjoying that. So yeah, so a lot of different things here. As I mentioned before, a lot of interest in VTScada, and I've been lucky enough to bring on board a lot of different integrators. And as they get into, really doing the projects, it's been really cool. I've had one integrator that was, again, working with all the other guys. In water and wastewater, the 3 other software packages that, we see is the Rockwell product, Wonderware, and iFix. And I won't mention this name, but this guy was, a little upset with one of the systems because they kept adding cost and they kept doing a lot of different things. And he finally said, you know what? He goes, the next time I have an opportunity to lead with a new SCADA system, I'm going to lead with VTScada. So that kind of made me feel good. That's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, it's been interesting, and it's been fun to be able to intersect with a lot of the different folks here. Alan Hudson is incredible. Of course, Blair, yourself, Chris, Keith, and I have to do a shout out to Keith Keith's driving the bus from Scotland. I mean, talk about an international organization. That's pretty cool. The only thing is, Keith, I want, hopefully sometime I'll be able to get to Scotland. I don't know if that ever happened, but maybe that would happen. I would love to be able to do that. Have you been over there yet, Dave? Have you been to Scotland or?
No, I haven't been over. I would again. I'd love to go. Haven't had the opportunity yet.
I think. What do you think? Maybe VTScada Fest in Scotland.
There you go. Yeah.
Would that? I think that. I don't know how many people would be like, well, all right.
We'll put. Anyway, only Keith will get this, but Keith, you can hoist Glenn up on the magic carpet and be ready to go. So
I'll need to.
Keith does a lot of theater on the outside, and he's got all kinds of amazing things that he's come up with and shows and stuff that he's done. So.
Yeah, well, I have to dovetail with that it's been interesting that a lot of folks in VTScada have that entertainment and that creative side to them, which is really cool. I know Pete's incredible. Of course, Keith, Dan's a drummer. I was in several bands actually I've been playing in bands for like 30 years. I'm retired now, but had a lot of fun doing that, and that's pretty cool. So it's really cool that everybody has got that side to them, or likes music. VTScada is really fun, and I don't know how that's going to happen next. Well, I know it's going to happen next year. I'm not sure exactly what the time frame is. I think we've been talking about
what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's normally it's typically in March, and I don't know that we're at that point right now. I think we might be looking to a little bit later in the year, but I'm not sure. That's way above my pay grade. But that's cool. And again, the automation village, all that stuff is unbelievable. Again, and the TTN, the Trihedral Television Network, I think that's incredible. In conjunction with with DWP, the Diffley Worldwide Productions, it's pretty amazing. I don't know about that. I don't know if Glenn and Barry actually know that there is this huge thing, and I got a feeling that maybe like HBO and some of these top entertainment guys are going to be coming after us big time, coming after Pete. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it'll be a real treat, Mike, when I get to watch myself on Netflix tonight.
Hey, you know what? I mean, other things have happened. I mean, stranger things have happened. We need to kind of figure that out. How can we figure out some kind of cool crime drama that has SCADA as the background? Every show starts with some kind of issue with SCADA.
I'll get a trademark infringement here, but I'll get a.
Keith can be there. Tim can be there. Going, what happened? I don't know. I found him in the clarifier. I'm not sure what happened. Let's go. Let's
and then HDV.
Yeah, exactly. And then we can figure that out. That's cool. I mean, you might really touch on some people that water wastewater is a lot more interesting. Right. Yeah.
There have been some pretty creative VTScada or some challenges at VTScada Fest, and so in the last VTScada Fest, we did have an escape room where you had to problem solve and work your way through to unlock the room, which was all VTScada based drama.
Yeah. No, I think that's cool, and it gives people a chance to kind of do their creative side or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's great.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
so
who knows? Anyway.
Let's get on to the show report, and I think Keith probably has a bumper for this.
Okay.
And we're back.
All
right. So joining us again today, and Tim, you've been a superhero today. You've provided all kinds of content. Is Tim Donaldson? How's it going?
Good, Dave. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Hey Tim, what's happening, man? What's going on? You got your Cam Newton, Pat thing there. Even though I know Cam's not, I don't want to mention a sore subject.
Probably, but the controversy now is, I mean, who do we go with? We're going to flip a coin, I think. See who we're going to start next week. But I'm not here to talk about football.
That's right.
Thursday night football. I'm here to talk about. I sat in on a seminar, solution seminar on stormwater now in the future. So basically, I've been listening to a lot of stuff about stormwater and collection devices and so forth and different technology all week. And I picked this one because I figured to talk about what's going to happen down the road. And they said their challenges are obviously to reduce cost. That's a pretty common challenge. You're going to see that in a lot of industries, but that's one of the driving factors, reducing costs by, maybe saving energy and so forth. And global warming is another key factor, and something I didn't think of, before joining that session. I figured reduced costs would come up, but global warming is a big effect because, water, storms that are happening now, is that going to be the same pattern 5 years from now? They weren't, what we had 5 years ago, we are seeing some of that now, but sometimes we don't. I mean, you could have a downpour when it's sunny out in New England, and we never used to have that. We never had rainbows to pop up.
We're having huge changes there. It used to be all designed for 100-year events, and now I think last year we had 3 500-year events. So something's going on. Not sure what's happening there.
That's is it global warming? Is it something else? Who knows what it is? But they summed it all up to be global warming. So those are the driving factors they're looking at. And so there was a panel of different experts that make different stormwater devices that we're talking in this segment I was on. I think it's about a 45-minute piece. One gentleman talked about different precast materials. So instead of going on site and pouring your collection boxes and so forth and making them there, they're making them off-site and bringing them in and then putting them together. Kind of like a pre-built house. They're doing pre-built collection devices with precast. So that obviously helps with the reducing of the cost. Something really interesting, company talked about some smart pumps that they put in, and this was big in, came out of Hoboken. That was their Hoboken, New York. That was their test marketplace to use these. And the reason was they picked Hoboken was they really were affected by Hurricane Sandy, which hit the Northeast. I'm not sure of the current year. I think it was within the last 5 years. So they picked Hoboken because very similar to Manhattan, they're out of real estate to go horizontal. Everything's got to go vertical. So what they're doing is they're just increasing the number of people, but they're not spreading things out. So everything's getting very condensed, very, very similar to Manhattan. And flooding is a major concern for them. They really got hit hard by Hurricane Sandy, so they're looking at different things to prevent that. And we came out with these smart pumps. Mm-hmm. And these smart pumps are designed to, they had some nice pictures of them, better intake, better flow, but also and the reason they call them smart is they're putting some different sensors on those pumps. They're in 3 different parts of the pump, there's a temperature reading now that they can get. They can also get vibration, which again, that feeds into the life of a motor, how often that motor is going to fail by monitoring the vibration. But those are all signals that can be pulled into VTScada. So yeah, they're smart pumps, but we can actually pull that information directly into VTScada and start monitoring that too. So those are some things we need to start looking at and maybe work that into some demos. A smart pump. You just Google it, find it out there, and show some of those different sensors we're tying into. I'm sure Mike would like that when he goes to visit Cincinnati. Oh, I forget that it was
MSD, Metropolitan Suit.
Earlier, when I was listening in before I jumped online.
Oh my gosh!
That was a great talk, Mike. By the way.
Oh, thanks. I'll pay you later. I'm writing you a check right now.
I don't see your pen in your hand.
Okay. Here it is, right there. There it is, right. It's a pencil.
But so these pumps are designed for double flow, so better intake. So some new technology that's coming out. So that was it. That was kind of it on the technology piece. I was expecting to see a little bit more, but it was a small section. But then they had another gentleman talk about, and he was interesting. He no PowerPoint. He just talked, which was interesting for his 5 or 10 minute piece. But it really made sense. Maintenance policies. He says, following proper maintenance policies is going to reduce costs. And obviously, because it's going to save the life of your equipment. It obviously takes money to maintain a maintenance policy because you have to have the equipment, you have to have the people. But it definitely is something that is not being done enough and should be done more of. So that he was an advocate of that. And it's interesting because I heard that in another segment too, that maintenance seems to be kind of lacking lately. So it's something that companies should be looking at or municipalities should be looking at. And when that you tie that into VTScada, we have a lot of features that help maintenance and so forth, such as operator notes and different things like that. So it's good to know that we have some features to help answer where these forward-thinking people are thinking with maintenance policies. Being able to read in all these different points from the smart sensors and so forth. On the precast, well, there's not much we can do there to help out. But once the system's put in, yeah, we can monitor it. But that was kind of a little bit pre-SCADA. Not when you're building it, we don't need to put anything in. But obviously, monitoring of the pumps, helping out with the maintenance, we can certainly help with that stuff.
I think talking about maintenance, typically what I've seen in the 20+ years that I've been doing SCADA stuff is all these utilities are doing a lot more with less. They're not hiring a ton of people, so the situation is that it's run to fail. They don't have time to go around and measure all the pumps and find out what kind of efficiencies they are. And of course, in a lift station, a pump's going to fail at 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday night when it's raining like crazy, and then you got to get somebody in there to babysit the lift station. So exactly, being able to have the different features that we can do predictive maintenance. And I'll shout out to the Xylem multi-trode system that I used to work with, and they do some really, really cool stuff. So it's all that smart sensor stuff and being able to do higher technology so that you can do actually more definitive stuff and hopefully have preventive maintenance kind of stuff. I don't know. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. So that was a short session. It was, the guys were really disappointed at the end of it. They were like, "Oh, we could talk for another hour on these subjects." So it was interesting to hear the different views.
I thought it was interesting that you said that they didn't do death by PowerPoint. They just talked.
The last guy didn't, but the first two guys, they did their PowerPoint presentation, and you could almost know what slide was going to be next at that point. But the guy who talked about maintenance was just off the cuff, just talking, and I think that's the one I get the most out of because it was more intriguing, and it ties into how we do our demos, Mike. When we
absolutely.
We've gone to the Alan Hudson School of VTScada stuff, 101.
Yep.
And it's again no PowerPoint and very little PowerPoint. It makes sense to show it in some cases, but
certain ideas sometimes come across better in PowerPoint. But if you want to show redundancy or you want to show thin clients, it's so much better to just show redundancy and thin clients in the product.
And if you go into a presentation where there's 3 different companies coming in for a shootout, well, 2 of those other companies, they're going to probably have a 25 to 50 slide deck and spend maybe 5 minutes on the demo. Well, we're the opposite. We actually show people, how to use it within the software. We're not afraid to do it, which is nice. Confidence in it.
Very cool. Yeah, absolutely. Defining thing. So.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, it's great to have you on board, man.
I appreciate you coming on again.
Exit out of here, and I think you have another segment coming up, and
we do. And so, Tim, I think you're done for the day. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna join in on the happy hour at 6 to 7 tonight. I'm gonna go.
Okay. So what ballroom was that?
Oh, actually, I'm not sure which ballroom it is, but there is a virtual part of that with WEFTEC. So I'm gonna.
Okay. Excellent. So.
And see
awesome. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Take care, guys. Talk soon.
We may see you there later.
Great. Yeah, I'll see you there. I'll save a table.
There you go.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Got to get some chicken wings or something. I don't know. Yeah.
We're gonna go in. So, Mike, get your sweatband ready because it's time for questions with Natasha. So, how's it going, Natasha?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Great.
Natasha.
I'm getting ready for happy hour, but in no way is my happy hour going to be virtual. It's going to be real live happy hour.
I like that idea. I really like that idea. Yes, absolutely.
So this question comes as a direct follow-up to something you guys were just talking about, and it's, can I watch VTScada Fest videos, and can I get the escape room puzzle?
That's interesting.
So the answer to the escape room puzzle will be, please come to VTScada Fest for some very engaging tricks, puzzles, all kinds of stuff, and you'll learn a lot. So those are things that, like I said, we do hold for that. When it comes to, sorry, what was the first part of the question there, Natasha?
Can I watch VTScada Fest videos?
Oh, right. So we do have some videos available online for free, and you can see those on our YouTube channel. For the bulk of the videos, they are something that we've put out. Actually, I think we put out most of those videos now, haven't we, Natasha?
I think we have, Dave. Yeah.
Yeah. So the reality is you should be able to see the bulk of those online right now.
Perfect.
Cool. It was a great experience.
I think in years past, we've held back some of the videos as an added bonus to those that traveled to VTScada Fest. But as this year has taught us more than any other year, is that sometimes getting places is just not accessible. So making that content available to everybody everywhere is something that, and obviously with the Automation Village, is that we have adapted and are moving forward with, is making things accessible to everybody. So majority of those videos can be watched on YouTube. Everybody watching us right now should subscribe to YouTube. And if you can't find maybe what you're looking for, just shoot me an email. We can go through what presentations are available and whatnot.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right. My next question is, how hard is it to add more I/O points to my system later?
That's very simple. Very simple, right?
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
Well, as most folks might know, we have our licenses are set up in different tag counts. So we start off with 1,000 tags, 5,000 tags, 10,000, 25, 50, and 100 and on up. So in terms of adding more I/O points, that's very simple to do. And what's cool about VTScada is that we will give you a credit for, of course, whatever you've got to start off with. If you start off with a 5,000 tag system and you got to bump up to a 10,000 tag or whatever. And it depends on what situation that you're in. One of the folks that's in my territory, Delaware County, has started with a 25,000 tag system. They're going to bump up to a 50,000 tag, and then they've got, let me see, I think they've got not three new, but they've got 3 existing wastewater plants. They're building another wastewater plant. So it makes it very simple, and the scalability of VTScada is really, really cool. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so
you were going to...
Basically, I was just going to say, so it's essentially, as Mike said, it's just that delta that you pay in the pricing, and all you'll receive from us is a new key to unlock those tags, and so it's very straightforward.
I mean, we don't have to build another software company or a new plant and hire a bunch of
That's
new
right, yeah. You have to upgrade to our VTScada B6, which is a different installer, and we have a book that tells you how to, move your graphics over. No, it's dead easy.
Yep,
it's just update the key, new features, and that's the same as if you didn't have alarm dialer, you add it. If you wanted to add thin clients or anything like that.
Perfect. Do you have any other virtual shows coming up?
Yes,
Mike,
we do.
You have a schedule of all the virtual shows? No, I can take this one.
It's right here, right now. But you guys were talking earlier. We were talking earlier that we're going to have the one that's going to be the Automation Village, the Haunted Automation Village.
That's right.
That's coming up.
Nightmare on Automation Avenue.
Nightmare on Automation Avenue. Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's going to be coming up on October 29th. It's not a live event yet on our website. That should be up next week. But we are going to be highlighting horror stories.
Horror SCADA stories.
Horror automation stories. So again, if anybody is interested in taking part of highlighting what they learned from their automation horror, so other people do not take that into their project. we'd love to have you involved with the Automation Village coming up at the end of the month.
I'm really looking forward to this. I recall, and I'll just do this very quickly, is the story of the guy who was setting up, just coming to the finishing touches on an assembly line, had his computer down and got everything going and pressed go on his computer and watched his laptop shoot down the conveyor belt right in front of him.
Oh my God. Oh no. Wow. Wow. That's a horror story. Yes.
Yes, there was no stopping it if it didn't go well, because his laptop ended in a million pieces along the wall.
Oh man. That's crazy. Yeah.
We should definitely get him on the program for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm trying to think of who that is, but I've heard it ages and ages and ages ago, but it's always stuck with me because it just feels like something I would do.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my
And
gosh.
so, as Mike alluded to his very long career in the automation industry, I think we should take it back to the question that somebody asked us on Monday. Is it VTS or VTScada or Trihedral? Because they've heard them all.
Well, I'll say that when I started working with you guys, us guys, who do I say, in '05, it was at that point still VTS, but I don't remember exactly when it changed over to VTScada, Virtual Tag SCADA, and I think that was a great move. But Dave, you could speak to that.
Yeah, so Trihedral, parent company, we have one product, and it is a VTScada. So originally it was actually web, and this is going back a long, long way before the internet was sort of well known. And then the World Wide Web sort of happened, and things started changing. And VTS originally, I believe, was actually an OEM layer designed for the water market originally, I believe.
That's what I thought.
I'm
yeah.
waiting for Keith to nod or shake his head, because I'm going back quite a ways before my time here.
System. VTS stood for Visual Tag System. VTScada was a layer for the water wastewater industry.
And I think VTS again was sort of just as they started bringing in some of that more visualization of the system in the sense of, because back in the web days, a lot of the systems were even kind of DOS based. You're looking at text on the screen and other things. So so you're going back a long, long way. And then the change from VTS to VTScada was really driven by marketing as much as anything, where they wanted to have that ability to make it clear to people what VTS was really about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool.
Well, that's perfect. So that's all I have for questions today. We're going to be back broadcasting live tomorrow. So I think we have 6 or 7, maybe just 6 question periods tomorrow. So make sure you get them into me via email on all our social media platforms or in the chat section here on YouTube. And I'll be back tomorrow to ask those questions live.
All right. Thanks, Natasha. Have a great evening.
Awesome. Have a great evening.
Guys.
We'll see you
All right.
tomorrow.
See ya.
Great. So this takes us basically close to the end of our show here. So Mike, how's the day gone for you? How have you felt about this is day 3 of the virtual trade show?
It's been really good. It really has. Interesting. I mean, as we've talked before, getting on board with the Automation Village and dealing with the way of things. It's just what we're dealing with right now, and I think we've done a nice job. And I'm interested. I haven't had a chance to look at any of the YouTube stuff that we've done so far, but I think it's been really cool. It's just we're in a kind of a different situation, and we have to kind of roll with the changes. And I think we're doing that pretty nicely, and hopefully people are enjoying what they're seeing.
Right.
So.
Oh, great! Yeah, I really enjoy hearing everything coming from the show floor, and also. Again, we've been doing this for 3 days, so getting different people's perspective on some of the different things that's been going on. So we're hearing some similar bits coming from different sales guys, and it's neat to hear the differences and everybody's what's important to them, what they're finding interesting, and other things. And I always really like doing those high diving acts because There's nothing like trying to put as much information as possible into a small window and show something live. You know, that's always fun. So we also do have Alan Hudson on the line here, and Alan's gonna, I guess, Alan, why don't you tell us a little bit about your impressions of the show so far?
Absolutely. Well, today has been a pretty phenomenal day as well. You know, if nothing else, Mike, I heard you say that you haven't had a chance to watch as much of the YouTube side of things as you had hoped. But part of that's because you're out there going to different sessions and coming back and reporting on it. And that's what a real trade show is. You know, you got to take either the hall or you take sessions, and you try to mix and match based upon what you need to go learn and do and that kind of thing. And so my today has been along the same lines. I went to a couple of sessions. I watched some of the YouTube as well, but more than anything today, I actually spent some time with some other vendors. I guess a typical Wednesday afternoon at WEFTEC, right? That's when the vendors start selling to each other, and that's not all bad, you know. So many of us have things that we can do that that are beneficial to others, and so anyway, that's what it was like for me today. Many of them, or several of them, I should say, I passed on to Pat. I figured he'd be the right guy to have the further conversation. But I thought that was good, actually, from my side. Keith, you noted earlier this morning when Chris and I broke off to go get our lunch, you talked about how much you've learned from hearing your colleagues talk and some demos that they showed. And I'm the exact same way on that. And so thankfully we're going to have some of this content we can go back and review later, and it gives us a chance to to learn some things all along the way. So all that is very, very powerful.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Anything? Go ahead. Oh. Keith said he can't speak, so I mean, it's technically, obviously he can speak, or he could be like the most phenomenal person that can't speak, but he's able to do the Anyway.
Right.
Oh,
sure. So yeah, let's throw over to Pete. Pete's really put a ton of effort into organizing this, and we're through piece. We've got 143 pieces of content so far, I think it is, and so
is that all?
It's really scheduling item after item, making sure everything comes together. So Pete, how's it going?
It's going great. I really have to applaud. Well, apart from obviously Chris and Dave, you guys have done an outstanding job anyway, right? But Alan this morning, Mike now, and Tim earlier as well. Phenomenal, just wonderful. I really enjoyed the content. Same with Blair, everyone linking in. Pat, it was very funny earlier as well.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was listening. I was on a break, but I was listening to Pat's conversation there, and I thought that was fantastic.
It was great. It really was. So I'm enjoying it immensely. And as each of you were saying, Alan, you said it that. Wow, I've learned loads. I mean, this has been probably the best training I've ever got.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's great because you just get to see and so much. So it's wonderful. So great job. Well, I guess we're enjoying it, which is a good thing. You hope that if we're enjoying it, our audience should be as well. So I've absolutely.
Hey, I do have a question, though, for people that were online earlier. All I saw were the comments in the chat session. What was this thing about Brussels sprouts?
What?
So we were having a conversation of warm Coke versus cold Coke. And I guess my comment to that was that, well, ultimately, it was just like asking me whether I want one terrible thing or another terrible thing. And I said I'd take Pepsi any day over a Coke.
That's great. Well, if you're talking about the Coca-Cola thing, down here in the Southeast, you got to go with the whole Loretta Lynn thing, I believe it was, and put your peanuts in a Coke. That's how you know you're from the South, if you put your salted peanuts in your Coke.
Okay.
Really?
So do peanuts float or sink?
Didn't know that. Yeah. Well, I mean, coming from Ireland, something that I even found kind of rather strange in general, and the idea of maple syrup with bacon, it just doesn't kind of, I don't know, it doesn't sit in my palate. But my son, who's living here now for the last 7 years, Yeah, I'd like to have maple syrup on my bacon. So from Ireland, you're kind of go, oh God, I don't know how you can do it anyway.
No, I love that. I love maple syrup and bacon. My wife's the opposite. She's like, oh my gosh, you know. But
maple bacon is the default flavor of bacon where I'm from.
That's exactly it. You know.
Well, if I can make you feel terrible, earlier today, my wife pulled out a little sample of coffee that she was given by somebody. It was maple and bacon coffee.
Oh,
you're kidding me.
It was not as good as it sounded.
That might be a little weird. Yeah.
Well, actually, there's a chip. Well, we say crisps back in Ireland, but a chip manufacturer called Tato. But Tato's make incredible cheese and onion flavored chips. They are phenomenal, really nice. But they actually came up with, I think it was bacon and cabbage was one thing that they tried, and they tried some other flavors which absolutely just didn't work. They fell flat. But anyway, yeah, you just brought it back in my mind there, Alan.
That's funny. Yeah. Well, all of that is a great day again. That's what I love about these shows. We get to share things that are outside the norm, and casual conversation is what ends up happening. It brings out the few nuggets that you really need to do your job better and to serve the industry better.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very cool.
Great. Well said, Alan. And I think on that, we want to thank everybody who's tuned in today, and thank, of course, all the sales guys. I'll try to start on the east with, Chris Little, Pat Cook, go down to Brian Sinkler. I'm going to jump back up to Pete, and then we'll go over. I'm trying to, this will test my geography now. So I'm going to go Alan Hudson, Mike Stark, and then we'll go to Dan Naughton. Oh, sorry, I forgot about Tim.
Oh, yeah.
Tim was way over there.
Yes, Tim on the way down, exactly.
Yeah, so I think on the line here. So big thanks to Tim. And then, of course, Blair Suley down in Texas. So if you guys have any questions, please reach out to us. Let us know. And we'll also thank Glenn and Barry for everything that they've done to make this possible. And, of course, their guest pieces through the day.
And the major thank you to Keith as well, who's done a great job as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Keith. You're too far east. I had to wait. There was still, I was still floating around the earth there. I had to go almost all the way back around.
But phenomenal job as well. So hopefully our changeover tomorrow will go as well as it did today. So that was magic, and that worked. So super.
All right. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thanks to you as well, Dave.
Yep. Have a good night.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Take care. Have a good night.